journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soldier, faith, your dream, it burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you, seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory, the blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the Lost Temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer!
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, topmost third, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side, My loyal.
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
Dare you hurt our people? Brothers, follow me!
Egypt, lost! Rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. An earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspire to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on an icy flood do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand.
Welcome, everybody,
Hey!
to day 2 of the anniversary Grand Prix I'm beyond excited. I hope y'all are as well. Boys, are y'all ready? Boys and girls. I appreciate all of y'all hopping on today on your Saturday and welcoming our brand new. Let's hear it in the chat. Let's hear it in the chat, boys and girls. Let's welcome our boy Redline, aka Wigline, to the caster booth. I'm beyond excited for today's cast. We're going to be casting over some phenomenal matches. You want to say hi to all your friends there, Redline?
Everybody, what's up? I'm glad to be here. Bulba, good morning. Good morning to everybody. Definitely early, but I'm super excited to be here and cast the matches for today's Grand Prix. So really excited to be here, man. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
So as we start hopping through everything, I just want to let y'all know there is a code that is getting popped up right now. If you want some free rewards, who doesn't love some free rewards? Help you grow your account out. Use the code down below in game to get some sweet rewards.
Yeah, make sure to check that out, redeem that, guys. And also, another pop-ups here with the QR code. Rock Anniversary Grand Prix uses the PC edition for a much better, smoother game experience. The new PC version is here. Use the QR code. Download the PC version.
All right, so we're going to kind of dive into just kind of what we're going to be looking at today. So we have kind of a recap of what went on yesterday. Our boy Drago and Chiskel casted all those and did a phenomenal job. So we do the winners from yesterday. We had OV winning their match against VCN, along with Camo beating the Naughty Ducks, which was our first game as well. And then we had an absolute nail biter to the very, very end between 60GT and New V. And then, of course, we ended the day off with our boy Redline and his crew, and Bunny and crew from 1254 facing off against MGR. And they're taking it there. So today I'm excited. We're going to find out who's going to be going up against those teams in week 2 of the Grand Prix. So are you excited, Red? You ready for some amazing casts today and kind of starting to touch into what we're going to be talking about today?
No, most definitely. I mean, yesterday's matches were really intense, really good matches from everybody participating, especially the GT match and the New V match. So I'm really excited to see what's coming today. Really important thing is that I wonder if the teams who are playing today are going to kind of look at the game film from yesterday's match to implement that for today. So it's really excited to see who's going to be coming out on top for these upcoming matches, man. Really excited for what's coming.
It's interesting. Let's kind of get into it. Let's take a look at what today's match is going to be for our 12 UTC cast that we're about to do between the two teams. So we're going to show y'all some really nice graphics that the team has put together for the matchup that we're about to go through.
Let's go.
All right, so the first matchup coming in at 12 UTC is OneV versus Wolf. And then we're going to show the starting lineups for Team A and kind of show y'all and highlight some of their top key players from that team as well. There we go. So there's our lineup for Team 1V that's going to be starting the main players, followed by the top 5 key players to keep your eyes on from that team. And then Redline's going to come in and talk to y'all more about Team B.
All right, so we got TB. So we got Wolves, as you guys can see here. Here's our lineup for their matches today, and then we're gonna look at their key combatants for this specific team. So let's look at the 5 combatants real quick and what we have.
Boom. And just like that, we are about less than a minute before we load into the match. I'm excited for the cast. I know Redline, dude, are the jitters out? Are you good? We're gonna be rocking and rolling today in these matches.
Oh man, we're rocking, dude. I'm really excited. Really excited to see, because especially for these kind of for this type of gameplay, everybody has the same equipment, everybody has access to the same amount of troops. It really brings out a different play style for these matches. So really kind of see what Wolf and OneV do for this upcoming match, man. It's really going to be exciting.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I am excited because 2 of the 4 matches that we have will actually be two of the Osiris League teams that were champions that were invited. 2 of the 4. So we are going to be casting over OneV, who are returning champions from Horus from last season. So, you know, we're in the match right now. We're on the OneV side, looking at as they load in. Special notes to take note of. So apologies, is how they're loading in. Right, they're hyper focused and organized when it comes to how they load from front to back, and when they're going to be coming in. So what are some things that you want to keep in mind, Redline, when you're playing and you're kind of loading into the game?
I mean, right here, I mean, like what it looks like now OneV is doing is that they're doing the kind of layered in teleport. So because positioning is everything when it comes to, you know, the gameplay, right? How the amount of time it takes for your marches to get up down the field, depending if you want to be aggressive or defensive. So right now what it looks like is OneV probably has specific players teleporting in a specific order to make sure that their strategy is, you know, maintained based on what they're trying to do. So very important here that everyone teleports at the same time, what it looks like.
Cool. Yeah, and special notes is that this is where strategy kind of ties in, is like Redline was talking about. Certain teams will have their provisioner port into the obelisk zone. Some won't. Some will have them there. And now we flipped over to Wolf's side to check out some of their players as well. But really the importance of the starting zone is to optimize your team so that as you're loading in, the players that need to be in the front are in the front. The ones that are going to be porting in first don't necessarily need to always be in the front, because they're going to be teleporting up forward first to kind of really reinforce and get their marches faster up the field. So kind of the breakoffs. What meta do you think we're going to be seeing again? Do you think we're going to be seeing more of what we saw yesterday, Red, or do you think we're going to see a little switch up?
I think from all the matches that happened yesterday, I think we're going to see the kind of the same play style, like going out the start. I think the teams are going to be aggressive going for the altars at the beginning. We're definitely going to see that. And I think what it most comes down to is the audibles that the teams are going to be taking based on what's happening on the map. So I think we're going to see the classic startup of teams going straight for desert altars and then adapting there once that starting gameplay happens. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, after watching yesterday, I was very, very impressed with some of the march selections. You're really starting to see kind of the optimal marches that you may want to implement yourself for your own ARC team. So we got 5 seconds in before the match is about to kick off.
Let's go, baby.
Redline.
Let's go.
And we're about to kick it off. The battle has begun. The gates are dropping. The marches are going. And now we're going to see who is going to take match number 1 for today's cast.
And as a reminder to everybody, the winner of this match will face the winners of the Camo and ND Naughty Ducks match. So whoever wins will play against Camo, or I believe the Japan All-Stars, if I'm not wrong. But let's see how it goes. Here's the split screen where everybody's starting off. Obviously, normal start off. T1's going out. Rallies are probably going out for the obelisk outposts to get their marches up the field. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're bringing up the screen. We saw 10 rallies going on, which what that's letting us know is they are rallying both obelisks and their own as well. But also, they're going to be rallying those outposts to get those troops forward-facing on the map faster in preparation for either contesting the enemy outposts, or they're going to wrap those around and come and support on the enemies, on the swarm on those enemy structures.
There we go. Hard push started from Wolf. And it looked also, I don't know if you saw Boba, but looks like Wolf only had obelisk rallies on the enemy and their own, no outpost rallies. So really kind of see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I know OneV is all about disruption, so it's going to be very interesting for sure.
And the thing, obviously playing the game yesterday and seeing the matches yesterday, is that since everybody has the ability to, you know, all the commanders, all the equipment. There's so much you can do with the talents and all the equipment setups that those figurations are really key here in this match. Especially like at the front, as you can see, the Desert Ultra push. Like I've seen a lot of more marches moving up the field much more faster than you would see in regular OL and ARC matches. So I definitely think we're going to see a lot of aggressiveness here from 1V, and I want to see what Wolf's going to do to counter that, or if they're doing the same thing on their end.
Yeah, and that's where kind of the march composition, we always like to check those out in the very beginning, because certain teams will go certain routes. You know what I mean? Some are all about the speed, as you see the rally coming in to reinforce that obelisk. You should see teams starting to port forward here in less than a couple of minutes. But going back to that march composition, are you trying to go fast up the field? You're going to primarily utilize cav. Or are you assuming you're going to show up late but want to be a little bit more tanky and bring some infantry? Are you planning on swarming? Do you want that high DPS like the XYs and all that? So really seeing kind of the break off as we're watching some of these marches already move and progress towards the enemy obelisk from the side of Wolf. Very interesting. They are going direct. They're going direct to the obelisk.
What are we seeing here?
See if they're gonna.
Like the only thing I can think of was that when they had a obelisk rally from the Wolf side on the enemy obelisk, are they planning to disrupt the teleportation here and then just rally and non-stop
doing that
reinforce?
They're doing the old squad strat, bro. Your old squad strat. You should see this. Look at this. This is literally the squad strat right here.
Like so this is what I'm thinking they're having. They're going to rally the obelisk. They're going to try to reinforce as much as possible. And look at, they're moving marches away from the desert altar. So I kind of want to see if it's Wolf taking advantage of one, rallying this obelisk to kind of pull some 1v marches away, and then going heavy on the enemy desert altar. So let's see how this goes.
They're trying.
Very ballsy, but I'm liking this.
I'm seeing that squad strat where they're going to try to block teleport spots while rallying just to slow them down a little bit. And I do like that unique strategy. You know what I mean? They're trying to pull something out, which is different. But we're now back on the desert altar on the bottom side right now as Wolf is progressing, pushing forward. 1V is forward facing, blocking all the Wolf marches as they're coming in.
And if you look at the top right of the map, Bobo, both obelisks on 1B side is blinking, while the Wolf's obelisks are not blinking. So it looks like 1B cancels the rallies, but Wolf just full send. So we'll see what that looks like up top. They're doing the same strategy for both sides.
Yeah, and as we look, we have 30 seconds before Shrines and Altars about to open up. So we are, and as you can see on their split screen, they're already ported forward from the side of 1V on the bottom left-hand side. So the CC rally should go down in a couple of seconds. And they look like they're going to be secure on that front. So
it looks like they'll be okay. That was a ballsy play, though. I like what I saw, though. I like that. That was very innovative.
Yeah, and so right now, you're going to see them reset. Those troops, they killed them off. They're resetting. The timing, we got 7 minutes before the first arc, and starts to open up. So kind of what do you, if as a player, Red, what are you looking to do at around the 6 minute, 7 minute mark?
So I mean, usually like majority of teams we go, well for me in my experience, we try to go around the 5.5 minute mark. So you really got to push for structures now for the first cap, and then try to defend or be aggressive to do point disruption. And then any dead marches, you kind of have to shift forward to the middle, because definitely positioning the middle is really important. Here right now, if you look at the map though, 1V on the complete left side has pretty much taken everything on the first occupation. So it's going to be, and also, sorry, but with the top there, the obelisk up top was taken by Wolf. So it looks like, both sides are taking advantage of the enemy opponent side. So this might be a really good one from the Wolf side, showcasing what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's very interesting that they were able to take the obelisk. They must have had some reinforcements marching off the screen. But it's interesting that they went full send on the top, and somehow the bottom side's the one that got completely flipped in favor of 1V. But as you're seeing right now, the 6 minute mark, like Red was saying, it's that time of the match where if you have yellow and red marches, you're trying to kill them off on enemy structures, as you're seeing right here on screen. to give you the opportunity to have those marches come back towards your city to then instantly start rotating towards middle. The rotations in mid are going to usually make or break matches. So I'm excited for it. We'll see what unique combos come out in mid very, very soon.
Yeah, right now everyone should start kind of rotating everybody to middle to get that right positioning. But look at the Wolf has taken nearly all the buildings on the 1B side on the top side. So now this is gonna be interesting. I like to see how middle is now. Who's rotating in? Wolf obviously has half-dead marches, so are they going to kill them off on their city just to rotate middle? So I kind of want to see how they take advantage of the situation on both sides.
So important note to take is Wolf is holding 3 of the 4 altars right now. I know 1 just converted over, so they haven't quite earned those points per minute. But as you can see, the first occupations are locking in our points. Oh, we're really, really close in the match right now. With 2K to 2.6K in favor of 1V right now. And the classic, Red, talk to me about this strategy.
Are you seeing this right now? Because right now I literally see 1V marches at the Wolf gate. So obviously there's still cities in the Wolf home base, if you can call, that are still setting marches up until they get those available teleports. And actually they have 2 available, so I'm hoping people are teleporting up. But they're really killing off marches to kind of doing the amount of reinforcements they have in the middle for this arc. But that's a great strat from what I'm seeing right now. Like, we just literally have people camping the gate, and no one's looks like they're literally not paying attention to what's happening. They're just walking right through a gauntlet. So really interesting. But right now, if you look in the middle, Wolf definitely has, I guess, the first positioning in front of the arc. So really like to see if this 1v strat here about disrupting the amount of marches coming from the gate is going to make a huge impact in the middle for Wolf.
Yeah, and this is the 1V really utilizes this to the maximum by doing that, because what they're doing is they are going to force Wolf to have to make a decision, right? If you're bringing in all your marches and they're not all cav, and you're in the starting zone and you have yellow marches, are you just going to go forward and progress, or are you going to bring them back to your city to then send out fresh ones? By bringing them back and sending them again, you're going to be showing up really, really late to middle. So the disruption aspect of it really causes that commotion. As a team, you really want to maximize the amount of time that you're not spending in battles.
Yep, I completely agree with you on that. Like, I think, in my opinion, I probably would have smashed it on something to get a fresh march out there, even though it will be late. You just gotta time it right enough to get to the middle. But right now, look on the screen, Wolf definitely has a lot more, I guess, in the middle versus 1V, and I like to see how they're gonna capitalize on that. Like, what would you do in this case, Boba? Would you engage at this moment, or would you wait it out? Like, what would you do if you're in Wolf's case?
I think they utilize that obelisk strategy in the middle. You have to create disruption among 1V. I've always felt like if you're battling against 1V and you're trying to battle them straight up, it's going to be one of the hardest things to do, because they are very organized and they play together for quite a while. So their skill usage, their timing, their communication is always very on par. And I like this line. I like the line. The line.
Do you
formation.
see this line? Do you see this line? And from what I'm thinking, why they're doing this line is obviously because usually when you're balled up, right, like you have like one point of action, like it goes straight, everyone targets the same thing. But if you can concave in a way, you're hitting multiple areas of the ball. So like, I think that's what they're doing here, to kind of like, I guess, misdirect some of the force that's happening in the middle.
Hey, Red, I just thought of something and somebody said it in chat, bro, and it's absolutely clever. They literally formed a red line.
Oh, Wolf, I appreciate you. I like that. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
So what we're looking for right now is 1V is going to have to progress and forward. We're going to see who's going to pop skills. Sometimes they try to bait out skills, but Wolf is really holding in. There you go. You see mystical formation coming out on the side of Wolf.
There we go. 1V did the same. Here we go. War drums. See that? All like they just collapsed on it. So like, let's see if that works out. And now it comes down to the Mars composition and the talents here of what's gonna win this fight right here.
So coming from mid brawls, Red, what are the types of marches that you're really trying to utilize as a player when you're going in mid fight?
For me, it's mostly just AoE. Troops that can provide debuffs, AoE, like I think are like really key for a mid fight, because obviously you're in a giant ball like this, right? So you're bound to hit multiple targets at once. So that's the key thing, I believe, in any mid brawl, to bring those type of marches. Like me, I prefer using like XY Honda, Nevsky William, Juan Scipio would be great marches in the middle, and then you can see here people are using Scipio, Ethelfled Trajan. So a lot of different compositions in order to get the maximum efficiency in the middle.
Yeah. And right now, what 1V is doing is very, very smart. So they know that they're going to have to progress. You saw those marches coming a second ago from the top side, rotating down, completely forgetting about the murder ball and targeting the arc runner. And as you see, 1V is taking off with the arc. First grab in favor of 1V right now.
Wow. I thought that red line would have worked, man. But 1V came on top on that one.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think it came down to march selection. On the side of Wolf, I did see a lot of Belisariuses and CCs. And then on the side of 1V, you know what I mean? You have every commander available to you. So I suspect that this first one definitely it is going in favor of 1V right now as they're running it. The arc is dropped, but it should be cleaned up pretty soon. So now the focus on Wolf should get switched to structures. As they're only down by 700 points, they're still holding all their main structures, but now's the time to make that flip for sure.
I completely agree. Right now, if I was Wolf, I would stop setting marches to the middle and just completely focus on the structure game to kind of offset the point that 1V is going to take from capturing this arc.
Yeah, and you're seeing right now in the split screen, 1V is doing their classic rotation. They have some that follow the arc runner, others that will posture forward and split off to go help swarm structures. So as we flip over, this arc should be captured, a run to the obelisk. We'll keep an eye whether it's going to be held for a little bit before captured, but the focus is now getting switched over to structures as we speak.
Yep, and as 1V, took over the mid, like their marches remaining in the middle went straight for the enemy's desert altar. So let's see if Wolf can defend this against that large cluster of 1V marches. So, like, I like to see how they hold on this, because that's a big ball, Boba. That's a big ball coming for that altar.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm still trying to figure out the meta, like the best meta, because when you got murder balls rotating out through mid like that, I don't even know if there's very many garrisons that will actually survive that kind of onslaught. So as you're seeing right now, 1V is starting to rotate to kill their marches off at the enemy obelisk as they rotate south. It looks like they just neutralize that structure just to decrease the amount of points per minute.
Yep, and honestly, I just noticed it. As the 1V marches were coming from the middle, pushing forward, they had a rally timed at the same time. I believe it was Henry Nebu that hit the altar at the same time the marches arrived there. So that timing and coordination, either was a coincidence or on purpose, that was a great play. Because literally, I'm like, there's a rally hitting at the same time. Wow, that was a great move. But it looks like now they have 3 out of the 4 altars with the arc.
Yeah, and they completely flipped it. And there it is. They're killing their marches off on the cities to rotate. This is usually in preparation for setting up the timing for the next arc. And that's going to be very interesting. Oh, we got a little CC battle going on with the arc runner.
Got a little CC caravan going on here. A little sneaky play. Let's go. Is Wolf going to capitalize on this? Capture the arc and capture the obelisk and score the points?
We can only hope. We can only hope. They're down by 1,000 points right now. This first arc is worth 3,000 points. Structures are, oh my goodness, I just looked. 1V holding all 4 altars. The arc has been dropped, and he's getting popped picky-booed. Oh.
But yeah, I mean, the 4 altars with the arc, like, that's going to be tough. So hopefully Wolf can come back from this. I mean, this could be start of a play. I don't know, but they definitely need to get those buildings back. But I'm based on the positioning of the arc, Wolf's the march is gonna die, and they're gonna be able to get the arc back on the 1V side.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map on the top right now, seeing everything blinking blue, or it's already blue, and all the red is blinking. So yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes. If you're Wolf, you're really just trying to reset these structures because you can't afford to have them hold all 4 altars for a long duration of time, or that points per minute lead, as you can see, 740 to 150 in favor of 1V right now.
Yeah, that's gonna widen the gap of the lead, definitely in the favor of 1V, and they still have the 4 altars in the possession. So Wolf has to really come up with something to kind of get those back, and then kind of reset for the next upcoming arc.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to kind of keep our eyes. Usually the priority, the real importance for holding the first arc and getting that first arc is it gives you the opportunity to dictate and control the pacing of the match. When do you want to capture it? When are your troops dying to then capture it, to then rotate towards middle? If you're holding all the structures, you're just playing the points per minute game, and we're seeing all the rallies coming in. And 1V like a well-oiled machine, 5 rallies up to the 3 for Wolf. So it's getting very intense right now.
It is getting very intense. And the thing about this game, the Grand Prix gameplay, is that everybody has the ability, all commanders, I said this before. So literally all 30 players could have a preset for like a Jadwiga or a Mani garrison. So they can definitely hold these buildings as long as possible. So there's a lot of advantages with this game style of everybody having everything.
Yeah, and right there you saw one of the mechanics of just being able to drop the arc. So you hop into a tile and it instantly drops it, and allows your team, if you need to switch out marches or low health, anything like that, you can do that. So right now we're keeping our eyes on these altars. The Jad is holding up, but it looks like the onslaught should help Wolf take it back, but we're going to keep our eyes on it, blinking on all 4 of the altars, so they are all being contested right now.
Man, that Jadwiga is strong. I literally saw maybe 1 march around them, and that thing held out against 10 swarmers. So that was strong. So at least they got one of them back, and see if they can capitalize again the other one back to kind of even out the points per minute.
Yeah, and right now, you really want to prioritize those altars that are really close to your obelisk. As you're seeing right now, the arc, they're just dropping and redropping, refreshing their troops, resetting the field as they lose an altar, as we see on the map. So now it's tied up 2-2 altars. The 3rd one is blinking, and now the 4th one is blinking. So Wolf is really, increasing that aggressiveness, try to force 1V to have to capture this, but as of right now, they are almost down by 3,000 points, with this arc also being in their pocket for another 3,000. So they're really trying to make up some ground with the points per minute.
Wow. So obviously now I'm going back to the arc, Bobo. So like the 1V obviously is kind of holding the arc and kind of playing with the timers, because if you saw, like, 1V definitely owned the middle. So it looks like they're really trying to control the pace and go and having middle arc spawn when they're ready. So like they're literally controlling the tempo of this game at this time.
And they can, you know what I mean? They own the points per minute. It's double right now, 590 to 260. So that's what holding that first arc allows you, is it allows you to dictate. If they see that they're dominating on the field, they don't have to capture it. You know what I mean? Eventually they will have to, but they don't have to instantly capture it in an effort to play catch up. That really gives you that opportunity to tuck that in your pocket and then play that card when you really need to. And Wolf, from what I'm seeing right now, is increasing their aggression, which is what you need to do. You know what I mean? We got to start neutralizing some structures, lowering that points per minute and swinging in your favor so that you can decrease and kind of not necessarily force their hand in capturing it, but just to kind of get it, because you will need that second arc for sure.
Agreed. Completely agreed. Man, this CC's holding on strong, and this player, I believe that name is Wills or Willis, he's trying to be the hero here. Hey, good effort. We appreciate it, but it looks like 1V's still going to hold on to that arc.
Let's see if he's going to capture it or if he's going to stop right before. I think he might stop right before. because all the structures, as you see on the map now, most of them are turning red. There we go. First arc is in the books. All right, so if you're Wolf Red, what are you thinking right now? What is the strategy? What's the go-to play right now?
So in my opinion, right, like the point differential is it's growing, it's getting bigger. So you definitely have to focus on structure for me for at least the next 2 to 3 minutes and go far in the structure. Kind of at least one point the structure, get some points in your favor, and then really coordinate and execute getting to the middle on time to at least get the second card. Because every point now is going to matter for them as the time dwindles down.
Yeah, and as we're looking right now, we have 4 rallies. We have 5 and 2 in favor of OneV again, and that's just teamwork. You know what I mean? They're accustomed to it. It's like a well-oiled machine. They're constantly sending rallies over and over and over, rinse and repeat. And those structures, Wolf is doing a great job. We're seeing all 4 altars in favor of, well, actually, correction. All 4 are in favor of OneV right now.
Yep, that's what it looks. Yeah, and I'm seeing that right. And you made a good point too, is about the coordination and well-oiled machine of OneV. So Wolf, I'm not too familiar in if this team is from the same kingdom or they have multiple players from other kingdoms, but you know, it's if you're a new team, you know, in this Grand Prix match where you have, you know, different people from other kingdoms, you don't have a chance to practice with each other, right? You never really played together for a long period of time, as if I'm assuming OneV did today. So it's really hard to adapt playing with new players or new roles, and then kind of really getting that chemistry, which I believe that OneV, after, you know, playing for so long, have that right now. So there's definitely a gap if Wolf is a completely new team of different players from other kingdoms.
Yeah, but you know what? At the same token, I think they are doing actually a very good job. They're trying unique strategies. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in this next rotation, especially with skill-wise, because this is the opportunity for Wolf if they, you know, time it right. And this is probably, I would say, one of the hardest things with new teams is getting the timing right for skill pops, how you want to do it. Are you going to be able to counter? How much information have you gathered and watched on your opponent?
Yep.
To see if you can counter their strategies, you know. But all intents and purposes, I am very impressed with Wolf and what they're doing. They're really holding up strong. The next arc is going to be worth 3,500 points, so they aren't out of it if they are able to pull this.
I've seen miracles, Boba, and I'm hoping to see one right now.
Yeah, we've been watching and casting and playing for so long that we've seen it all. We've seen 12K point leads disappear in the last 5 minutes. We've seen, you know, surprise upsets, Osiris League champions. You know, we've seen everything. So, you know, it's not over till it's over. And right now, we're just keeping our eyes on those structures. We are at the 5-minute mark, so rotating towards middle is going to start becoming priority for both of these teams. So that's definitely something we want to keep our eyes on.
And it looks like Wolf does have the, you know, like first positioning or first amount of troops in the middle, and it'll give them a time to position. But again, this happened last time, so let's see what they're going to do differently from the previous middle brawl.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, it's all about disruption when you're playing a team like this. It's easier said than done, of course. But I really do feel like the aggression is one of the things. If you let them sit there and organize and set up their marches, they're more prone for success in that scenario. So I really feel like the teams that have given OneV in general issues, you know, or really good fights are those teams like Blackjack and TR and those teams that really are very aggressive in most of their tactics song. So definitely want to see a little bit of aggression out of Wolf on this second rotation to really kind of reel them back in and bring them back into this match.
Yeah, and I think based on what I'm seeing on the screen right now, I think that Wolf would probably want to engage with the limited amount of 1v players in the middle. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eyes on the map.
There we go.
So the one thing I'm keeping my eyes on is the map. Usually, if you're investing very heavily on the inside and the mid game, you start to see those structures blinking from your enemy side with those rallies constantly going, especially when 1V is doing that. The other thing that 1V likes to utilize as well is they will bring their provisioner in just for mid rotations, which is also very unique. A lot of teams don't bring them in. They just leave them out at provisioning all match, but those extra 5 marches sometimes make a big difference. So we're going to see both of these teams kind of rally to their points. We're all out. And what skill predictions are you calling for these two teams, Red?
Oh man, like I'm thinking though, is To the Death gonna be popped here? Like that's the thing I'm thinking about. Like, you know, To the Death with War Drums, and I'm probably gonna see Healing Heaven's Grace. So I think like Wolf's really gonna try to go for this one to kind of at least close the gap on the scoring.
So I'm very excited that they're showing this. This is one of the things that I always try to talk about is these choke points. As you see these lines vector in those corners, some teams will actually utilize specific players to only park their marches there and try to yellow march all of those marches, trying to reinforce the mid game. Because at the end of the day, the team that has the most full marches in the middle usually ends up winning. If you have a bunch of yellow and red marches as you're going into the middle, you know, it's going to be an uphill battle for you. But yeah, we should see the brawl ensue here in about 30 seconds in middle.
Yeah, and just look at that previous rally that Wolf was doing on the altar. It looks like they're really pulling everybody from Wolf's side to the middle. So we'll see how this goes. And right here on the screen and now, 1V is trying to swarm down that Shrine of War. So if Wolf loses that, obviously that's some stats they're losing for this mid fight. So hopefully they can hold that and then engage 1V.
Yeah, and that timing is critical, right? I bet you their push is going to be timed exactly when they pull that structure. It's going to get timed. Watch. They're just waiting for that right now, and then they'll be the aggressors. There it is. It just flipped over. You should see 1V starting to push, and then skills will get popped here in a couple of seconds.
Now I'm trying to see is there going to be any baiting.
They might try to bait him. They might try.
It's going to be
I have a feeling that 1V is going to use Heaven's Grace and Wolf is going to use To the Death. And I think they're trying to bait out the To the Death right now.
Okay, there we go. Mystical formation on the Wolf side. And War Drums.
Waiting for it. Wolf's engaging. Heaven's Grace on the side of 1V. To the Death getting popped. And looking at the points right now, they are down by 9K. They really, if you are Wolf, need this arc in order to pull you back into the match, as structures are still flipping in favor of 1V on the outside. Yeah, it's all going to come down to this. And let's see, Desert Altar flipping on that side. Mid-game, Sad Face is going across the board.
And it looks even on my end. Who's gonna come out on top here, Boba? What do you think?
I don't know why, but I think To the Death is starting to get countered a whole lot more. So I feel like Heaven's Grace is going to win out usually in mid game now with the new meta. So I'm thinking that 1V is going to pull it. I also am looking at March selections right now. A ton of Boudikas on the side of like everybody on 1V has a Boudica, has a Nevsky, has a Scipio, has an XY with Honda, you know, really hitting that, providing that punch needed. And it's no surprise as we see the arc about to get picked up again, and Blue is clearing out all of Wolf in the middle, bro.
And look, and look at 1V. They're already sending their marches to the structures. They're automatically sending them to the structures. They said, "Hey, we have the arc. Go." And it's just the management of their marches and the execution and coordination. So good fight in the middle, but 1V definitely takes a second arc, first pickup. So we'll see what Wolf does to counter that.
Yeah, and based on the amount of time that 1V utilized to hold that first arc, I think this could be our last arc that we're going to see. They're up by 9 with this 3,500 point lead. That puts them up by about 12K without structures. And all these structures, as you see, I want to see Wolf kind of try to pull this points per minute back. Because even with all the investment they had, looking at that points per minute, 680 to 360, still double in favor of 1V.
I keep thinking about that timing, Boba, and you called it too, with that once that Shrine of War was lost to Wolf, 1v knew to engage. Like with that advantage of stats, coordination was perfect.
The advantage in stats are always like, it's one of the things that when we watch those really high octane teams, those high performing teams, it's all about timing. Timing is one of the very few things that you really can't practice for, which is the reason why the history and being able to having these teams that have played together for so long is very impressive to watch, because a lot of the times with new teams, you're hearing the comms and it's chaotic, right? Everybody's trying to talk. And then with those teams that have played together long enough, you make the call outs that you need to make. But for the most part, everybody knows what they're doing, where they're going to go. If this happens, this is where we're going. As we go into this split screen where we see both altars on the main one, 1v swarming this one, Wolf progressing down and swarming that one as well. So it's going to come down to structures, trying to mitigate that points per minute advantage that's already in favor of 1v.
Yeah, it's definitely a structure game now, and 1v is still, kind of in the driver's seat right now with 3 out of the 4 altars, and then Wolf was trying to kind of offset that point differential. So hopefully, they can make those points up, and when it comes down to the last 8 minutes, again, if 1v does score or not, is there still a chance to even it out?
I think it depends on what their strategy was. Provisioning can do some stuff, and we'll keep our eyes on that later in the match to see how well Wolf is provisioning. But that has a big part to do with it. Structures is usually a hard way of doing it because of the high competition that we're playing with. Holding a structure is god near impossible in this game mode for a long duration of time. So you're going to spend a lot more time in neutral than you are scoring points for most structures, especially those high scoring structures like the altars where you're getting 150 per minute. You know what I mean? And as we're seeing, those structures are the ones that are getting focused on the map as they're all blinking.
Yeah. Top side though, Wolf has both altars on the top side now, but it's kind of countered with 1v taking the bottom 2 altars. So a lot of things are, like as you mentioned, it's kind of tough to hold on to these structures with the level of gameplay in the game mode. So there's gonna be a lot of back and forth when it comes to the structure. So I'm really interested to see how the points can be kind of offset on the Wolf side.
Yeah, I think the neutral game plays in favor of 1v, definitely. So if you're Wolf, being able to hold those is going to be essential. You really do need multiple altars, 3, maybe even 4 for a couple of minutes or a minute, just to try to reel them back in. You're down by 10. They are holding this arc, so that puts you down by about 13.35 or 13.5k. So the neutral game is only playing in favor of 1v. You should see them hit the accelerator and apply more pressure forward facing, because that always makes it very hard for you to progress as an enemy trying to come back when your enemy is always standing outside of your city by your obelisk. You know what I mean? So it's tough, but it is doable.
And I agree, it is doable. We just need to see the whole map red. That's what we need to see for the next 20 minutes. So, but Wolf is definitely doing what they need to do. Yeah, it can happen. They're doing what they need to do. Again, 3 out of the 4 altars. The 4th altar that is still in 1v position is blinking, as well as the Shrine of Life that we're seeing on the screen now. So this can be done. Very close, but this can be done if they could provision. If there's a 3rd arc maybe, and then offset the points. Things can happen. So we're definitely going to see over the next 21 minutes how intense this Wolves team is going to be aggressive towards the structures and offsetting those points.
Yeah, and kind of the important thing for us to definitely keep our eye on, like you were saying, we may end up having, and it looks like might be pretty close with the timing. I think they're gonna, and I can't do the math in my head right now. I don't know if they're gonna have enough time for another arc to spawn, but the structure game is a hard living. You know what I mean? You may have to start talking about, hey, we may need a couple extra provisioners out there bringing in some stuff. I don't know if they game plan for it. So if they have insatiable or if they have insatiable desire, stuff like that, for utilizing all those skills to try to maximize on that stuff. So, we're gonna keep our eyes out on the map. As we see right now, they just lost another altar, so back in favor of 1V again. We go back and forth.
It's a back and forth, and that's what 1V's doing right now. Is just kind of just continue to widen the gap, being one step ahead, so limiting the amount of, I guess, catch up that Wolf can do with the structure game. And I'm assuming too, also 1V's probably provisioning as well. So as time dwindles, man, it's gonna get tougher and tougher.
Yeah, and if you're Wolf, unfortunately, it all becomes about speed, right? You need to get forward facing on the map. Maybe not the most optimal marches, but you're going to start seeing a lot of, Honda primaries for the speed boost. You're going to see the XYs always on the field because he's naturally fast, but also packs a punch. Those Ethels, you start putting those in it. Like, you're going to start to see a lot of marches that you wouldn't necessarily see because you got to push. You got to push constantly, trying to take these structures down and just push off the pressure that 1V is going to constantly keep applying to you.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map too. Literally, all the marches are very similar that all the teams are using, even from previous matches. You've seen the Guan Scipios, the Nevsky Williams, the XY Hondas, at the Flip Trajans. I think I saw Cyrus in there, and maybe a Nubu YSG and a Boudica. But a lot of teams are using the same type of commander setups.
Yeah, and
again, they all have gold gear, Boba. They all have gold gear. Everybody's gold, everything.
It's all coming down to strategy, coordination. As you see right here, they're pulling marches from that shrine, and it's reinforcing over here on the structure. You know what I mean? And so they're bringing the activity towards the altar just because it is the highest scoring structure in the game mode. So priority one should always be your altars. And Wolf, the 1V is holding on very. As we're watching this Jad garrison this Jad is absolutely filthy right now.
I'm telling you, man, that Jad's on steroids. I wish I had a Jad like that.
Dude, we all know you have a Jad like that, brother.
Not like that. Mine would have collapsed a long time ago.
So we see the rally coming down. Wolf taking down that rally. Hopefully they are going to be switching over control of this, as we see it flip control right there in favor of Wolf, trying to get a garrison in there as Boudica is, and hopefully starting to progress down the field. And now we're flipping over to shrines. Oh, and 1V switch focus, but the pressure, I'm telling you, and watch the rotation of these marches. It's going to be insane. They're going to re-rotate back towards the altar, most likely. And it's just like clockwork. You know what I mean? It's no wasted troop on the side of 1V, and Wolf is still playing on their back foot, trying to push out and dig themselves out of this 14k hole that they're in. And I just noticed the arc was captured. So we are going to have a third arc right now.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, To the Death wasn't popped by 1V. So if they are going to go for this mid fight, there's going to be some 2 to death, and I'm really interested to see how that brawl fight is going to be. But the last two, 1V might clean up the field again.
Yeah, and this is where for 1V, even if they lose this next arc, right, they're still really in a very good position to take this match. The next arc is going to be worth 4,000 points. So they're up by 15 right now. So, if you're Wolf, you definitely need to get it. You absolutely have to get it. That's the easiest way to kind of reel in teams, is by winning arcs. But that's easier said than done against 1V. Their march selection, everything is very, on par and top tier. And definitely something for teams aspiring to be good at Osiris League to kind of take note of. What marches are they utilizing in middle? And trying to replicate it, checking out the timing, really seeing what skills they use and how they use them and when they use them, more importantly. But yeah, I'm very excited for this third battle to see if Wolf's going to be able to take one of these 3 arcs.
Yeah, and it looks like 1V actually was the first one to be here in the middle. So meeting Wolf head on at the same time, because in previous gatherings, Wolf definitely had the positioning. So it looks like 1V definitely is now here ready to go.
Yeah,
And they're already engaging.
It's just one of those. They're already engaging. Yeah. And 1v, you can, they're sensing that blood in the water. Wolf, insatiable desire. We did say it. Okay. So they are going to try to pull something out, but I'm not sure if this push should happen on the side of Wolf. I think this is definitely going to play in favor of 1v. And as you've seen, they're going to absorb. They're going to take this battle. I want to see Wolf pull back, because if they don't, these skills are going to get popped, and this is going to be GG's in the middle, right before the arc. 4 minutes before the arc even spawns.
Still a while to go.
And 1v still bringing in marches from both sides.
Yeah, both sides are all trickling in now, so we'll see who's going to take this. And Wardrun's 1v. Up to here, trying to clear out the field. Wolf now, missile formation, okay.
I'm interested to see if 1v is going to even utilize it. I don't know if they're going to even utilize it, or if they even need to.
Yeah, or again, I don't know like how many skill bars they have, but it looks like, oh, Heaven's Grace. Okay, here we go. Wolf. Let's see.
Wait for it. I think due to that being popped, they may actually pop it here in about 10-15 seconds if they are going to pop it. They'll wait a little bit, and then they'll hit them with it.
You know, Boba, I think you called it, man. I don't think they're going to use it.
And this is one of those, like, when you watch a team play, right? You got to ask yourself, why wouldn't they have popped it? You know what I mean? They popped Insatiable Desire. Why aren't they utilizing to the death? You know, one, they may not have it, right?
Yeah.
Two, maybe they think we're bringing way more people in. We're gonna clean reinforce. Let's save those skills if we need it for elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But even with the aggression, look at where the murder ball is happening. It's on the side of Wolf right now.
Yeah, it completely shifted from in front of the temple on the 1v side down to the bottom where Wolf is. So they're definitely moving that ball over. And again, this one based on what we're seeing now, a lot more 1v marches are coming in for this draw.
The amount of troops coming in on the side of 1v is just quite impressive. You know, you will see on the outside that they are hard push. See, so you will see that some of the structures on the outside are getting flipped for Wolf, in favor of Wolf. But this one arc by itself, just holds so much weight and so many points that they can honestly afford to lose structures and just neutralize it.
Exactly. And it looks like 1v has taken back one of the altars now, so the altars are 2-2. And 1v is ready pushing out to take on the additional structures on the 1v, and they also just took the Shrine of War from Wolf.
And Wolf's bringing in marches to the middle. I'm not a huge fan of it, dude. It's still a minute left. You are putting 1v kind of in an awkward position, right? Because of their positioning on the map. They are already really deep. I do want to see Wolf just instantly bypass all these marches. The ones that we just watched coming from the top side. Just bypass all of these guys and just run straight to the arc carrier. We got 50 seconds left. The last thing you want to do is do all these brawls on the far outside. And then they're all yellow and dead by the time you even get to the middle. So getting priority, that arc runner standing up there all solo and 30 seconds before the arc spawns.
He's just hanging out, ready to get his prize. Yes, if I was Wolf, I wouldn't be sitting to the middle anymore. I would just try to go at structures and even go for the play of going for the Shrine of War on the left side or the Desert Altar on the other side to cut off their arc runner. Maybe that could be possibly played to kind of do a little sneaky play and cap that arc for the Wolf side.
Yeah, and you know, and that's something we'll keep our eyes on. I don't know if Wolf has running charge or any sort of skills to be able to try to counter this arc runner from the outside lanes, but the arc is getting picked up right now. We'll see. It should be 1v. Yeah, the CC should get absolutely swarmed down, and there it is. Picks it up. He is outie. 5,000 heading back home as 1v pulls the third and final arc for our match 1 today.
GG's 1v. That was a nice fight in the middle again. And structures are now evened out on both sides. And it looks like the score is very close points per minute. But then again, 1v has the arc. So Boba, so for this match, like, so for this match, like, you know, I felt like Wolf had a very great start. A very great start to the match. What do you think was the advantage that 1v had to kind of, you know, control the pace of the game, in your opinion? So from what you've seen so far.
It all for me with 1v, it always comes down to mid game, right? The teams that we've seen that push 1v to the limit are always those teams that are very aggressive, that are able to take arcs away from 1v. It's almost like Christmas morning. You know, when you're able to take an arc from 1v, you save it, record it, take a picture with it, because it does not happen very often. But those teams that do take some will always keep those matches very tight. But it is a hard thing to do. That's why, like Blackjack, you know, TR, Song, those teams that tend to do very, very well in mid tend to take those matches to the bitter end. And so I think the first and foremost, the thing that you strategize for when you're playing against a team like 1v or 60GT or any of those kinds of teams is you always got to plan for mid game, right? The structures are probably the one thing that all of these teams, the top tier teams, are very good at neutralizing, right? Swarming, garrisoning, all that kind of stuff. It's the mid game and rotations and timing that separate the good from the great teams.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, man. It's the experience. It comes down to execution, and especially the mid game. You make sure that you're optimizing your margins for that middle fight. Definitely can win matches, and we definitely saw that from 1v today.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep our eyes on the structures right now, but we are seeing it as it's been throughout the match. 590 to 440, 1v, very, very dominant in occupation. Their rotations were very on par, and Wolf putting up a fight. You know, they're shooting their shot, as we always like to say.
They're shooting their shot. They're shooting their shot, Boba. Yeah. I love that.
You know what I mean? And that's really all you can do. You know, 1v is a phenomenal team, and Wolf, you know, they had a very hot start. I think the adjustments in middle were very fun and entertaining for sure. The red line is very iconic now. But it all came down to structures, right? Every time we want to say something about Wolf's structure game, then a whole map flips blue, and that's been the thing with 1v. When you play against them, you got to prepare for stuff like that.
Yeah, it's the execution, like as you mentioned multiple times before, like 1v is a well-oiled machine, and I have to assume that the players who are playing on the 1v team now had played with each other for a long period of time. They all have the chemistry. They all understand what each person's specific role is and how to optimize the gear and the talent trees to, you know, for these upcoming matches. So like we saw today, they are just a completely well-oiled machine, and they knew exactly what to do and where they needed to be at the right time.
Yeah, and I'm very interested by some of the strategies that you're seeing. Some 1v utilizing CCs for quick reinforcements, running from their obelisk zone just to quickly reinforce. And if they don't get in, they just swarm until it's dead, and then they reinforce. You know what I mean? They're constantly, there is never a wasted moment with 1v. So if they aren't fighting, they're inside of a node. You know, even if they're not even a provisioner, there's no wasted time with their teams. And you know, that's what makes this very, very intriguing. You know, we're looking at the shrines, both, you know, the shrines are in favor, the altars are 2 and 2, but for a majority the map is blue, and of course the outposts, the annoying outposts, I'm telling you, every time flips non-stop all map long. But at 80 points per 80 points per minute, you know what I mean, it can add up if you're able to neutralize and keep those for a little bit. That's an extra 240 points that you're getting per minute if you're able to capture those and hold those. So it can turn the tide for sure.
I completely agree with you, Boba, and I just want to shout out to any of the people who are in charge of outposts. The job is not fun, but definitely deserves some recognition because the outpost person, whoever signed to it, not fun at all.
Especially in rallied all game, and yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? You may not win the game with outposts, but you definitely can lose it if you're not careful and don't strategize for it. So, you know, it is one of those things. As we're looking right now, the entire map except the obelisk and that one shrine are all blue. So it is starting to set in with 5 minutes left. They're up by 21k. And you know, Red, what if there was something that you could change? One thing you could change that Wolf did. What would it be?
Oh, man, so again, I don't have so much background on their strategy, right? Obviously, from what I saw in the match, but I think it comes down to the timings, right? And optimizing your marches for the mid. I couldn't recall exactly what specific marches they used, but I think I saw like a Belisarius Caesar in the middle. I saw like multiple marches that, you know, didn't have AoE that could have been needed for the middle to help kind of optimize their marches. Everything else I think was fine, but it just came down to the coordination and timings of everything. Like with 1v, I think is that you really need to like really counter what they're doing, and they kind of throw their game off. And today I really saw that 1v was holding tempo and it was playing their game.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's what when people go and rewatch VODs, you know, do some scouting reports on your future opponents. This is good content to watch because 1v definitely utilizes a lot of things, and I think the one strat that a lot of people, it goes under the radar, but I think makes a massive deal, right? If you're going to be playing against 1v, you have to have a counter for that gate push. Right, they do it consistently during those really important matches. They do the gate push every time, and they will bring it from different angles, which is, you know, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you're going late to mid for the first arc, right, that really dictates, you know, the pacing. If you're trying to play catch up or you think you need a leg up on 1v, you got to be prepared for that. You know what I mean? The callouts have to be on par. I've seen them bring marches from the sides, from the bottom. I've seen them bring them up from the middle. I've seen them use outpost rallies and then break them off and instantly march to the gate. So you have to, as a player, you have to be conscious of that and prepare for that, because even if your marches die, you want to try to lower theirs as much as possible so that they're not out there yellow marching all of those that are in the starting zone. But easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, I completely agree, because, you know, like the 1v strategy, like there wasn't anything completely different, you know, from other teams that we've seen play, right? There's nothing like unique that is completely different. It's just they're a well-oiled machine. They knew what to do, what commander pairings to use, and then just execute. And if I could just sit in 1v Discord and kind of listen to the callouts, I bet you it's super on par. Like on par. This is what we're doing. Move here, go here, marker set up here. Like I just see it on the map. But Wolf, they did their best to kind of counter that and try to, you know, be one step ahead. But, you know, 1v at the end just executed.
Yeah, and I just want to take a quick second and thank all of our viewers that are watching with us. Almost 800 people hanging out with us today. If y'all are enjoying the stream and you love having Redline join the crew, make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe to the official Rise of Kingdoms YouTube channel if you haven't already, to catch all of the Grand Prix and Osiris League content that is going to be coming to y'all very, very soon. And definitely don't leave. All the casts today will be on this stream link itself. So we'll just be rolling through all day today. I hope y'all are as excited as we are, and we appreciate y'all hanging out.
All day, baby. We're doing this all day.
It'd be Redline got up at 3 a.m. We've been hanging out in costumes, and we're enjoying the cast. I hope y'all are as well. We got a minute 23 for the wrap up of the match. So, you know, kudos. We should see some provisioners hopefully coming in, but we're just gonna keep watching some of these structures as they get swarmed down from the side of 1v.
Yeah, I mean, GG's to 1v, GG's to Wolf, great game played. So obviously the winner today, you know, based on the score, unless there's a huge miracle comes in where someone had 25,000, you know, provision points. 1v is set to play the winner of yesterday's match against Naughty Duck and Camo. We'll be playing Camo next week. So really great game today, but really excited. What's the story?
Yeah, and like you said, that means 1V is going to be playing Camo tomorrow, next week, September 23rd at 12 UTC. So that will be the first match for next week. And yeah, it should be a barn burner. It keeps up the excitement because we'll be in the rest period at that moment. So we all get to come and enjoy and relax and really hang out. And then followed by our next match, which is going to come at 14 UTC today, between JST and the other Wolf team, which I'm not sure if it's affiliated, but it's another Wolf team against JST, which is our other champion. So as we ring it in, victory for the side 1V. Of 1V. Yep.
GG's, man. Like at the start, Wolf did some great things, but then 1V just clapped back, man. They just clapped back. So really congrats to both teams, but 1V as victor.
And they're champions for a reason, man. They're champions for a reason. They got a lot of people, and you know, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. Oh man, we are back. Oh, what? Whoa. No, sir. No, sir. You put that back on. Put that back on.
The wig was itchy, Boba. The wig was itchy.
I wore this the entire match. I wore this the entire. You know how sweaty I am? Come on. You can put a wig on. Let's go. You put the gold chain, put something on. Dang, I'm out here in the heat. I know your head's all sweaty, bro. Trust me, you don't even want to see behind these glasses. There we go.
Oh man, I did it for you, Boba.
Yeah, wig line. Yeah, exactly. So I appreciate y'all guys. Congrats, GG's to 1V. We are going to be popping up some really nice graphics for y'all. Talking about results, showing y'all some replays and stuff like that. So hope y'all enjoy them. We'll talk them over a little bit. And yeah, and it was a crazy match. So let's go ahead and pull up the results so we can really do a quick breakdown for the results section.
Congrats to both teams, man. Amazing gameplay for both, but 1V did 1V things. We're just gonna stare at Bulba's costume and my wig.
Y'all want to stare at me? Hey. Okay. All right. So we're gonna talk about real quick the match that's gonna be coming up. Okay.
Yep.
So like we said, JST versus Wolf, another champion coming in. Should be an intense battle again. I'm very interested to see the Wolf team as well. What are you expecting kind of from the JST match, Red?
I mean, I'm expecting to see the same type of gameplay from JST. Again, they're former champions. Again, I don't know if the old team is still, the old players are still in the same team. If they took new players in from other kingdoms, don't know that yet. But I'm really excited to see what that gameplay is, because once whoever wins this next match with JST and Wolf faces OV. So really interested to see what that looks like. From the JST side or Wolf side, can we be surprised? Because right now, I'm assuming that JST is in the favor, unless Wolf pulls out some tricks in the bag to kind of beat the former champions of JST.
And I'm not sure. I'll have to go back into the archives and see if I remember if JST has faced off against OV before. It's the one thing I'm not sure on. But as we flip over, most valuable player from 1V with 211,000 individuals score. Congrats on being the most valuable player, my friend.
Congrats. MVP. I wish I was MVP for once.
But yeah, you know, it's one of those. Oh, go ahead, Red.
No, go ahead, Bulba.
Well, I was gonna say, we switched graphics. So right now we're looking at the battle report complete. You know, between the two teams, 1V versus Wolf, 45.7k to 22.8k in favor of 1V as they take the match. 3 arcs to 0, so 10.5k to 0. Occupation score. You know, are you surprised by that, Red?
Not surprised at all, man. Like what we saw in today's match, Not surprised at all. And if you look at provisions too, 1V also scored 4K in provisions with all that going on.
And that's because Wolf popped. Yeah, that's because Wolf popped Insatiable Desire as well. But look at the kills. Oh my goodness, 95 million to 75. Flip flop, severely wounded, and of course teleports 31, 32. Units healed 0. But yeah, teletape right there explains it all.
Yeah, and again, the kills definitely showcase just on the command pairings and how 1V optimized their marches to get that, to widen that gap, because all 3 mid fights, literally 1V cleared the field. So definitely kudos to them on really optimizing what they needed in the middle, optimizing those talent trees and what specific gear they needed to win those fights and take those structures. That's 15 million, but that's a lot of kills.
Bro, this is the kind of kills that you see when we start getting into those top 16 in regular Osiris League, where people are all pushing 100 million, and it's just like, whoa. And then kind of the detailed breakdown if you want to go through this one, Red.
Yeah, so again, just a kind of a high overview of what we just recently saw. So again, total kills was a huge gap between Wolf and 1V. Again, with the 3 arc captures, and definitely just 1V being a well-oiled machine to take the victory at 45,000 versus 22,000. So GG's again to 1V. Wolf, GG's again, great attempt. But 1V is definitely moving on to the next round of the Anniversary Grand Prix, sorry.
Yeah, and then we have a couple more. Yeah, and now we're going to kick over to the replay of the match in case y'all missed any of those moments, and really let y'all enjoy as you kind of spectate over this. But we see the breakoffs, the rallies coming in from both sides, and kind of here, you break this down, Red.
Yeah, see, and again, this is what you mentioned earlier, right? Literally 1V out the gate just went straight to the opponent's gate. And again, a lot of people don't normally pay attention to this when they're sending their marches to the middle or from their home base, because from a Wolf perspective, these are the people who are late teleporters, and 1V just kind of just sniping through a gauntlet. And then now here, Bulba kind of going through the mid fight, 1V again just owned the field. Simply put, I mean, it wasn't a differentiation of the skills. It was just literally the marches they used, how they coordinated the fight, and was able to attain all 3 arcs.
Yeah, and I like that those arrows are showing y'all kind of what's happening, because at the same time, as the arc was being run, 1V was pushing to the south as well and dragging that murder ball, which is an important thing to understand. You also see right here the constant, being a little nuisance up there in trying to deter the arc. And it happened repeatedly over and over and over again. But with 1V, in their base, we're starting to see the red line again as they pushed in for the arc, the map coming up, and really seeing the break off for 1V as they focus on those altars.
Yeah, man. Really GG's to both teams, but the play style that we saw from both, just 1V definitely took it, and again, here we go, 3rd arc, and just camping next to the city with the arc, and they controlled the tempo the entire game.
Yeah, and we really started to see that, especially in this replay. It really shows you kind of just how clean, it, for all intents and purposes, they both send the same amount of marches roughly. And it really just showed the dominance of 1V. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the bracket, the most updated bracket. As you can see, Camo will be going up against 1V in our first match next weekend. But don't go anywhere. Redline and I will be on the channel very, very soon. Don't go. We'll be back very soon at 14 UTC on this stream to cast over JST versus Wolf to see who will be fighting against OV. Yeah,
it's going to be a good one, guys. So definitely don't miss out on this upcoming matchup, 14 UC. Be sure to like and subscribe to the Rock YouTube channel, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Oh, don't forget to go check our channels out as well, guys. Redline's channel, my channel, and definitely subscribe to the official Rise of Kingdoms channel, and we will see y'all back very soon, guys.
start to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soldier, faith, your dream, it burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you, seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory, the blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the lost temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, topmost third, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side, my loyal...
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
people! Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspire to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on an icy flood do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Live us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand. Inside
coming in for cast number 2, and yeah, we didn't. I was out here sweating, wearing my outfit, and Red Line's wig was hitting a little too hard. But you know, we're excited. Cast number 2, we're gonna be bringing up JST and Wolf. So Red, kind of what's the? We got some sweet graphics popping up right now. Make sure to put in that code in game to get some rewards. And of course, Red's going to talk a little bit about this one right here.
Yeah, and also, guys, Rock Anniversary Grand Prix, they used the PC version of the Rise of Kingdoms, so make sure you use that QR code that was listed below to download the Rock PC version for your future gameplay. But yeah, Boba, the upcoming match with JST and Wolf. So the winner of this match advances to play against OV. JST, as you mentioned in our previous cast, you know, previous champions, really great team. Wolf, not too familiar with. I don't know if they correlate with the previous team that played against OneV earlier, but I'm really excited to see with this new play style of everyone having all the commanders, everyone having the same equipment. Is that going to cause an impact, and that could throw off JST? I don't know. I'm really excited to see what happens, but I think this one's going to be a banger, man.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, man, because it's truly the closest that you will ever get to a level playing field. It is a level playing field, literally. We have the same troops, same equipment, like you were saying, same commanders are available, and it all comes down to strategy. You know what I mean? We're seeing some different strategies, some old strategies coming back, and it makes these matches very exciting for sure. And like you said, OV's waiting in the wings for next week. We'll be battling it out between one of these two teams, and it's going to be a doozy. But before then, we have Wolf versus JST, returning champion in JST, one of the 4 champions that got invited to the Anniversary Grand Prix. And what's kind of the big surprise that you always find from when you watch JST? What really stands out to you, Red?
I just think similar to 1V, again, I feel like JST is also another well-oiled machine. I've seen in their previous matches and in their current OL team and Osiris League, I feel like, you know, they played together for so long together. They played a long time together already over the last couple of years, whether or not there's turnover or not. But I really think that JST is definitely going to be really coordinated. They're going to really know what their March pairings are going to be, and everything's going to be optimized to the best performance. So I really like to see what Wolf does to you know, bring a challenge to JST. How about you? What do you think?
And I'm interested because, well, we don't know very much about this Wolf team, you know, and I think it's kind of exciting, right? It's kind of exciting just because of us not knowing very much. We know kind of somewhat what to expect for JST. We always know to expect that aggression, and you know, that's really a big difference when it comes to, you know, watching the gameplay of JST, is how aggressive they are on structures, on forward facing, and I'm really interested to see how Wolf adapts, and you know, and
I completely agree.
Sure.
I completely agree. So today's matchup, we got Wolf against JST, man. It's gonna be a good one, guys. And if you're tuning in now, make sure to like and subscribe to the Rock YouTube channel. It's going to be a really great matchup against, you know, current champion or former champions JST versus Wolf. So next up, we're going to be looking at the teams, their overall rosters, and then it's going to be followed by their key combatants for both teams.
Yeah, and that's really it's really fun to watch these, because we're going to start seeing some players that we remember, we know, and you know, it really drives that point home. So as we look at Team A out here, there are 30 combatants, and then we're going to start to see those top 5 notable key players that you really do want to keep your eyes on for the side of Wolf. And some of these names are actually very familiar to me. I do remember some of these. A couple of from old JWM. I do remember some of these names. Yeah. So this is going to be very exciting for sure.
And then for JST, obviously there's a lot of familiar names. You see Mango Zambot, Jawson's here, Save is also here. So a lot of the original players from the JST team that we've, you know, come to see over the years. And here's their top 5. We got Zamong, then we got Star, and then, you know, all these other players that definitely are part of the original JST team. So really looking forward to see what new strategies this team may put out, or for both teams, and see how they perform with this new game style. Really exciting stuff, man. I'm really looking forward to this.
The nostalgia is real as we load into the game. We talked about it before. Boys. Yeah, we talked about it before, where priority in teleporting in, who takes precedent in the front as opposed to why you would be in the back, and really maximizing those 3 forward positions to really be able to capture those speeds. And as a reminder, that code that's going to be popping up on your screen right now, go plug it in game, get some free rewards. And yeah, so priority position, Red. Who would want it? Who would you personally want towards the front of the formation and towards the back of the formation?
Oh man, and for front formations, you definitely need people who are going to be capturing the obelisk first for obviously for your team, and then all the rallies that will be going forward. I definitely think those people need forward positions, because again, timing is everything, right? The sooner you get to the enemy obelisk, or the sooner you break off your rally to counter any desert ultra pushes are very key. To having those correct people at the front in order to get those things launched in time. So I'm hoping to see that, and I'm expecting to see that, hopefully, between these two teams.
Yeah, and like we're saying, usually there's a bigger difference because the power is different, but because we're on a level playing field, it changes it up a little bit, you know what I mean? And we're flipping over to JST, seeing their formation as well. But yeah, optimizing for that, you really do want to start your team off on the right foot, getting those players that are going to be jumping through those outposts and the tiles in an effort to get to those obelisks as humanly as fast as possible is really key, because that is when your team's going to be able to start porting forward. The mechanic that they did tweak, right, a couple of seasons ago, is being able to have the ability to port forward while your marchers are still on the field. Is huge. You know, it changes everything. But all right, well, break off wise, what are you looking for from both of these teams, Red, to kind of see any surprises? Do you think there's going to be any surprises coming out of the gates?
I honestly, well, I don't think there's going to be any surprises. You know, I've seen many of your streams, and you covered JST a few times in the past, and I think you'd agree with me. We're going to see an aggressive start from JST going for those altars. I think they're going to go super aggressive. I think they're going to get forward positioning on that altar and try to take, first occupation right out the gate. That's what I'm expecting to see. From a Wolf side, though, I don't know if they are correlated with the previous Wolf team that was placed against 1V. Are we going to see some similar obelisk play? I don't know. But thoughts? You think JST is going to do the same thing by going super aggressive against that altar?
You know what? I think the thing with JST is they're always very aggressive. The one thing that I would always keep my eye on for JST is they do bring some fast marches as opposed to kind of the harder hitting ones, because their thing is aggression, right? They're trying to posture up on your side of the field as fast as possible. So every now and then you'll see a bunch of CCM marches that will just come and just, and it's all about just engaging as fast as possible, as we see both of these teams on the split screen. Such a beautiful feature. I love it. Coming on, showing both sides.
And here we go. We got 4. So Wolf has 4 obelisk rallies going on, 2 for their own and 2 for the opponents. But then JST, it looks like they have additional rallies and going for the outpost. So really excited to see what these teams are going to do. Are they going to continue the obelisk rally and try to cap it, or are they just normal break-off plays? What do you think?
I think that we're going to see something similar to the gate strategy. So there's, like we were saying, there's one of two things. I'm very surprised that they didn't just hop to that outpost and then hop back. But a lot of these teams do very similar strategies. Sometimes they'll do a gate push. Sometimes they will just let it hit, or sometimes they'll even collapse those from the middle, depending on where the rally's going, and then surround them around the altars if they're trying to really push for that first occupation. And as we see from JST, look how fast that obelisk pool is right there, with those quick casts.
Well too.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So look at on the JST side, they already have the 2 outposts ready, so hopefully they'll cap that third one. It doesn't look like Wolf capped any of the back 2 outposts, so hope to see that someone's gonna, when they drive by, just jump right on in and make sure they get those for those first occupation points.
Yeah, but the one surprising thing that we're seeing right now is JST captured both obelisks before Wolf captured even one, and as we're saying that, they just captured both of them, so they'll be a little bit behind on the teleporting forward, as you can see. And now these marches are going to start progressing forward as altars and shrines will start opening up in a little over 2 minutes. So that's definitely something for us to keep our eyes on and really see what kind of marches Wolf's going to be bringing into this match.
Yeah, and it's getting close to that time now where we're going to see, are the altar pushes happening? Is JST going to be aggressive like we just talked about? Is Wolf going to do the same thing on the opposite sides? So really interested to see what's going to be happening. And I guess within the next minute or so, blood's about to be shed. It's about to go down. So we're going to see what both teams bring to the table and who's going to control the tempo of the match right at the gate.
Yeah, and as we're watching both of these rallies cross, we're gonna see if Mango is gonna break off. It doesn't look like they're gonna. It looks like they're gonna let it hit. But those troops are now starting to surround those altars. It looks like both sides are gonna let them hit. But really posturing forward, trying. Yeah, and as we go, they're gonna let it hit. But look at that timing, and that's the important part with when you're gonna be rallying those obelisks, Red. The importance of having a fast rally, because as we're going to see, these cities are going to start porting in as the rally is about to hit.
And they're rallying with I'm assuming an Attila Nevsky on that Jadwiga. And again, right now, as that rally is happening, it's blocking teleport spots. So let's see what they're. And oh, okay, I see the little Jad Theo. Surprising to see that. I was wondering why they weren't using Jad YSS, but maybe something that I'm missing. Any thoughts here? Any thoughts to this about why Theo versus YSS?
Honestly, I assume it has to do with the breakoff because of YSS, being really more optimized for mixed troops. And I think off the breakoff, they're probably not necessarily worried about the troop specific stuff. But yeah, we're getting into the battles right now around altars. Yeah, 45 seconds, Red. What are you seeing?
Oh man, and perfect timing, the split screen of both altars. Okay, right now, I think on the right, that is the Wolf side, and it looks like JST has positioning on that altar. And then if you look on the left side, from the JST side, it looks pretty even as well. So I'm really interested to see in the next 20 seconds who's going to take the first touch and who's going to hold on to the altar, because both teams it looks like, are kind of even when it comes to the field.
Yeah, and I want to just bring up a quick note while we're watching in the split screen. The left side, what the march selection is for JST. A ton of XYs and a ton of Guans. And then on the other side, you're seeing more Scipios for the side of Wolf and some Boudikas. So bringing out different sorts of combos in here.
Oh, but are you seeing Lubus on the right side of the screen? You're seeing Lubus and Honda.
Oh, I do. Lubu.
There's some Lubus and Honda going on here.
Let's go.
And as we see that, really
Wolf is holding both of those altars. They're holding both of those altars. And JST just getting that topside altar. The shrine has not been picked up at all.
So
what are we watching?
So now, Lubu's the play. I'm gonna max him after this match. It could be a thing. But now, as you see the map, 3 out of the 4 altars are in position of Wolf.
Mm-hmm. And, when we're kind of flipping over right now, Outpost, as you're seeing this, map is flipping, though. So, we are seeing JST steadily pulling back those altars. But with Guan garrisons, man, this is going to be pretty tough. And the timer's kicking down. 6 minutes before, and this is the point where, guys, forgive the
technical difficulties.
Be back up here in a minute.
Apologies. We'll be back very soon.
You're okay.
So basically, as we're getting back, any thoughts so far on the breakout, like how the teams are being aggressive? Wolf surprised me out the gate with 3 out of the 4 altars.
Yeah, so what we were watching, right, is that timing. The counter had gotten down to about 6 minutes, and the game just popped up. There you go. So we're a little bit below 5 minutes or a little bit above 5 minutes. And then from there, we should already start to see these marches starting to either do one of two things. We're either going to push forward and swarm out on a different structure, or if you're forward facing, you are going to try to neutralize a structure. If you can't, then if you do, then you go and zero those marches on the obelisk cities. So the rotation should start coming in here in a hot second. We got 5 minutes, and JST's really pushing in. You should see them all start swarming the city very soon.
Yep, the timing right now, like based on what I'm seeing on JST, the map is nearly all red on the top side right now for JST. So definitely that team up there, they were definitely smashing their cities, smashing their troops in the cities to make sure they make it in time for that push. So like to see what happens on the Wolf side. Are they going to do the same thing? Are they going to focus on? Oh, and as I said that, Bobo on the left side, everything's blinking. So I want to know how the rotation is like. I don't know, like, do you think there's going to be any late rotations going on? Like, do you think there's going to focus on just going straight to the middle, or is Wolf going to capitalize and continue to work on structures?
I think it usually goes one of two ways. Either one, you'll get what they do, like a late shrine rally, like we saw with 1V, right? To try to get those additional buffs prior to going in towards middle, and really catching them off guard. Because if they're already in the middle, you know what I mean? You're not going to have as much of a swarm and that. Or two, they're just both gonna line up, you know what I mean, in middle, go and brawl, and we're gonna see who's gonna be the better mid team. And that's where the exciting part comes in. We're gonna start seeing skills. 3.5 minutes. I'm very surprised that we're not seeing more marches in here. So there is a late rotation, but all the altars are blinking right now.
Yep. So there's definitely people left behind in the specific lanes to focus on structures, and it looks like they have probably designated people going to mid. Because right now, in terms of and as I said that, Bobo, look on the left side of the map, everything's all blue, my friend. Everything's all blue. Wolf has definitely put something together to counter JSC.
Yeah, and and this is where we're gonna find out if this is gonna work out for them or not. You know what I mean? Because they are focused on structures very heavily. But that first arc worth 3,000 points, and we saw in the previous one, while it may not be worth a ton, right? It allows you to dictate how many arcs are going to be in there. And if you are playing against JST, you may need more than one arc, to win. You may need to win a couple. So you don't want to necessarily put all your eggs in that one basket, but they are still playing at a deficit as well. So they are down by 1,700 points. But they are rallying very well in middle for Wolf. So I'm interested to see, who's gonna take this first arc for sure.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see it. And it looks like Wolf has a much bigger presence in the middle compared to JST. Now the question is, if you're a Wolf, Boba, are you engaging in the next 10 seconds?
Honestly, for me, I think you have to. I think if you let JST is one of those, if they rally very well. So you want to hit them when you have the numbers. If you have the numbers, you can always pull back as well. But seeing if they'll engage, I have a feeling JST is usually very, very good as a team coordinating their strategy. So this guy coming right here will just get zeroed. And then if they fully approach, JST will just pull back a little bit. And that's just being patient. You know what I mean? That's one of the hardest things, especially, KVKs, Osiris League, you see a loose march out there and everybody, it's like a dog with a squirrel. You want to just go and get it. But being patient, and you're seeing right now, engaging right now. So let's see how this goes.
Okay, yeah, and JST was the first to make the move. So Wolf with the war drums. Now is JST going to counter with their own war drums or mystical formation? Okay, Wolf just popped 2 skills in a row. And I'm not seeing anything from the JST side. I don't know if they're purposely delaying to kind of I guess. There it is. War drums for JST, and I'm assuming it's be followed by mystical formation. Now, with that time gap, though, as they pop these skills, will it be a difference against Wolf?
I think it comes down to your march selection, too. You know what I mean? I think if you have, really squishy marches, popping them late may not actually help you, but because those skills have such a tight and dude, we're seeing Lobo in the mid game. I'm seeing him right here. Oh my goodness. But just being able to utilize those and time it correctly makes all the difference, as we see a ton of Wolf sad faces going out. And it looks like JST Is there more red than blue? I can't tell off of my screen.
Yeah, I think JST is definitely taking over the mid game. Bulba, as we're talking about that, look at the map. All 4 altars are in possession of Wolf. So that,
but they,
even though,
but you,
go ahead.
Oh no! You're. All I was gonna say was, yeah, in an effort, they're gonna have to prioritize those because look at all these sad faces. They're about to
All
lose
these
this
sad
art.
faces.
So.
So and on top of that, so right now, I mean, this even though unfortunately Wolf is going to lose this arc, based on what I'm seeing here, the structures could offset that by the points per minute game. So I really think that right now this is not a huge, it's not a bad situation for Wolf based on what they're doing from the occupation standpoint.
Correct, and that's a good. I'm glad you brought that up because that's one of the harder things to do. Like we all want to win mid game, we all want to win every single arc, but when you don't, having that instantaneous snap where the call out is like, all right, we got to refocus on structures. Let's take all these altars. I know that I saw one of the obelisks got lost, but yeah, instantly reflipped. But trying to mitigate that point advantage that you're going to lose because of this arc, and easily recouping it back with altars. You know what I mean? I'm interested to see what the points per minute is going to be looking like here in a second. But they're reeling them back in. We said they were down by 1,700 points. They are now only down by 300 points. Granted, this first arc's worth 3,000 points as well in favor of JST.
Yeah, and again, Wolf has 3 out of the 4 altars, and again, everything is just blinking. And then right now, the Shrine of War looks like on the JST side is definitely being contested, and Wolf has several players still going after this arc. So, so they could delay it, but it looks like JST just cleaned that up. So, it looks like JST will have this first arc and determine. And I like to know, what do you think? Since JST won the mid game, won the mid game, are they going to hold on to this, or are they going to immediately turn in for another arc?
So it kind of depends on their strategy. They can do kind of one of two things. Either one, they're going to hold it and kind of plan. They have like a plan for optimizing it, which the important thing to understand is when they capture it, the timer will then restart. And you really want to set your team up for success on when their marches are moving forward. So you would ideally like to capture it when your marches are all progressing towards a structure to swarm. That way, when you capture it, they all get melted or die off, or you neutralize the structure. By the time they get back to your city, you're instantly rotating back towards middle. So timing is everything. Or 2, they hold it in an effort to just minimize the amount of arcs that we're going to see in this match.
Yeah, great call on that one too. And I think, based on what you just said, I really think JST is going to hold on to it just for a little while until they can reset and get their buildings back before committing to the middle again. But man, Boba, Wolf is definitely putting some pressure on JST from an occupation standpoint. Like, they're definitely just ramming those structures hard and definitely flipping them back and forth with JST.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting. We're bringing up that split screen or the picture-in-picture right now as we watch both of these altars. One with a Jad Garrison and the other, with a Boudica. So we're going to see which one's going to hold up. I have little faith in the Boudica one, but Wolf occupation is looking strong. You know what I mean? They are consistently holding 3 of the 4 altars. Look at the score, Red.
Yeah, dude, now Wolf is definitely keeping up the momentum. And I think this points per minute just changed. I think it was at 630 to like 360, and it jumped up again to like maybe 7 something. So definitely, Wolf is definitely winning the occupation at the moment. And it does look like JST is holding on to the arc to possibly kind of reset themselves, to take back their structures, and then turning it in before going for a second arc. So that's what I think is happening right now. But man, the pressure from Wolf, dude, I'm liking what I'm seeing from this team.
Hey, aggression pays. We've talked about this more and more as we see in our picture-in-picture. They are holding on to the arc, and I expect that to happen a little bit because they are going to try to reset some of these structures and occupation before they capture it. And for the most part, I have a feeling this arc's going to basically null it up at the end of the day because Wolf's occupation is actually surprisingly well. And as we see that 4 altars flipping for the side of JST.
Yes, sir.
Has the moment arrived, Red?
I think so. I think JST is going to turn it in within the next couple minutes because they're again the refresh time for Wolf is much sooner than JST, so they might lose this, but this will give an opportunity for them to score the arc, reset themselves in the head to mid. So I think it's that time, man. It's going to happen soon.
Yeah, and that's
that all flipped.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, that's crazy. You know, and just keeping our eyes on some of these structures as we see the most important structure in this game mode is for sure the altars, right? They give you 150 points per minute. So you can easily, as we already witnessed right here, can easily bring back a deficit if you're able to occupy them and hold them. And they held them off for a pretty decent chunk of time as they now hold a 700 or actually a 600 point lead going into potentially will be the second arc. And if you're JST, you really got to be asking yourselves, hey, when is the best time for us to capture it? Because they may need more than a couple of arcs in order to kind of keep this game competitive and close.
Yeah, and Bulba, as you mentioned, like I also think that this is gonna. I feel like this might come down to the wire from what I'm seeing here. You know, Wolf is definitely pushing the aggression, and I really think right now, whatever's in Discord for JST, they're really determining, okay, when are we going to turn this in? And then focus up on getting another arc. But really close game. Shout out to both teams so far in the match. You know, close to halfway through, and we're definitely got a good show in front of us.
Yeah, and we're looking at the altars right now in our picture-in-picture. You know, it tells a little bit of a different story. You know what I mean? We're seeing some getting rallied, some not. Lobu again, bro, shining bright on the field. Man, is there secret meta coming in now? I'm telling you, watch there be like 30 of them next match. It's gonna be insane. But experimentations, you know, that brings us back to the beauty of this particular event in our anniversary Grand Prix. Everything's level, same commanders, same equipment, you know, everything across the board. So it truly comes down to strategy, and Wolf is really laying it on JST's occupation right now.
Yep, I completely agree, and that's what's so cool about this game mode is that everything is the same, equipment, everything, and it allows the players to really kind of get into the details to figure out what truly works, what command and pairings, because obviously in today's world, and us in KVK and everything like that, we have to, you know, invest gold heads and resources and everything to get commanders, where here you can actually play with different commanders without having to do anything else. So like it's really cool to see that, and teams coming up with different types of pairings to change the tide of battle. So really cool to see.
And it's very interesting as we watch on the screen, a couple of the players that were in our top players to keep our eyes on, we're seeing over here. We got Birdie over here, we got Luca. So definitely keep our eyes on that. Very interesting to see JST pulling back from being forward. I think they're anticipating this is probably what we were talking about, where they're going to try to time it well with the capture, and I'm expecting it to get captured probably here in the next minute because of the movement that they're doing. They really just conceded that shrine.
Yeah, because literally you saw that entire group just move forward with the rally to go to the desert altar. So interested to see when are they going to turn that in. But like right now we have about 6.5 minutes left. They could have reset it, the timer, but I really think that they're right now they're completely focusing on structures, and then because right now they could easily win the mid fight based on what I've seen previously, right? How their march setups is and how easily they were able to clear the field. So really interested to see what they're going to do with this arc over the next couple minutes, and how they're going to do it in terms of the structure game to kind of offset the score, because right now I feel like from an occupation standpoint, Wolf is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that really drives back home when people ask what makes really great teams, right? There's three facets of the game that we always talk about, right? The occupation, which is your structures, your mid game, which is the art, and then provisioning. JST tends to shine really, really bright in mid game, and they're still very strong in occupation. But for good teams that are very good at occupation, that's one thing you can always take advantage of. The thing we need to keep our eyes on, because Wolf is such an unknown team, is are they going to be able to steal an arc? If they can steal an arc, this match becomes way more intense. And that's definitely what we're looking forward to. So definitely keep our eyes on that.
And man, as we're talking, this altar has been holding for a good amount of time. That level of microfilling that Wolf was able to do, and it looks like it just turned over to JST, but that was really impressive how they were able to microfill non-stop with limited marches around to hold that structure as long as possible. So shout out to Wolf for holding it as long as possible. But right now, with that, JST holds 3 out of the 4 altars. So they're definitely kind of shifting that momentum in their favor of trying to kind of uphold the occupation score with Wolf, what they're doing in the beginning of the match.
And we come back. The timing of this arc is going to be very awkward because, like, right there, I would have assumed when they neutralized it, they would have capped or done something similar to it because the timing is going to be very off. The structure has a Guan garrison in it. They are still filling it, but it should go down, and then we're back to reset on structures. So that's something we'll keep our eyes on. They are still holding that arc, but they are now holding 3 of the 4 altars and waiting for those points to start ticking in their favor.
Got it. And Bulba, just reading the chat here too. There's some people were saying that the Wolf team is former JWM players and 411K players. So definitely, if that is true, there are definitely experienced players from those 2 kingdoms from previous OLs over the last few years. So that is definitely something interesting that these 2 teams can work together to kind of form this team to kind of put a big impact in Grand Prix.
And for those of y'all who don't remember, the JWM team used to be back in the day. They were very elite when it came to ARC. So I'm always happy to see teams come back, as we see on the picture-in-picture right now. The ARC carrier is still there. Everybody's moving up towards shrines, and that kind of explains a little bit. You know what I mean? Their occupation was always very good. With JWM, they were always very strong and coordinated, so it does make sense why they're so coordinated as they are right now.
Yeah, man, it's really exciting to see. As you mentioned, JWM in the past and 411K, there were top teams in previous OL seasons, so really cool to see that they come together to do this. And because based on what we're seeing, earlier in the match, like they were definitely doing a lot of work against JST, but now JST has all 4 altars, so. Bobo, would this be the time to turn it in and maybe get ready for mid, or do you think this is ready working for JST?
It's the time. It's the time because you're gonna have to capture it, and right now you have the most field that you are gonna have structure wise. But man, I gotta bring it up because we keep being shocked by it. But that Lobu Honda combo out there, he was looking super tanky, and I'm a little mind blown, but it's exciting because you always see very unique combos, right? And you get to test stuff out, figure out what works for you, and you will always see surprising combos, man. You will always see them.
Yeah, it's making me think about Boba. Should I max him for in general for an open field march? Like, it looks great here. It's like, is that something that we're investing some gold heads in? I don't know, but definitely it's definitely eye opening when I saw that field on the march.
I know what all the Redline followers are saying, and it's Max Jad. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's always surprising. I know last Osiris League we saw Montezuma make appearances with one of our other champions from HKO, formerly and now PX34, and they brought out Chandra Montezuma. So way different combos, and that's always exciting. Look, multiple Lubus. Oh man,
multiple Lubus.
Let's go.
And as we're talking. And as we were talking about that, it looks like Wolf took an obelisk from JST. However, they were able to get it back. But Bulba, in your opinion, an obelisk capture here and tele people forward at 30 minutes into the match, is that something that people should still do if they were to capture that? And then would they be able to TP people forward, or is that still a play at halfway through the match?
So with 30 minutes left, I still think that it's a good play, right? If you can get one of your big boys in there. Well, now that it's not based on power, right? You can port forward in, bro. You're going to have so many troops. So just being a disruptor, I don't know if I would port over like 10 people, but just having people in general as we look right now. And Wolf took the JST obelisk, but it'll be interesting to see who they have in there. I have a feeling it's going to be like a Nevsky or something that they rallied with, an XY Garrison or something. Unless they had a Jad kind of sneaking in there as we look the picture-in-picture.
Yeah.
Chandra garrison. So
OP. So now, as we were talking about that, JST did turn in the arc. So now we're gonna see a mid fight coming up in the next couple minutes, and hopefully both teams rotate in time to be able to kind of have a good brawl in there and see who takes it this time.
Yeah, and what we're really looking for, right, is, and as you see the arc capture, we re-look at the score. They are up by 3,000 points, right? That's the beauty of the arc. They were able to reset that points per minute, and while they were in a deficit, they reset those altars that brought it back, even, and then they captured it, and it just propelled them up to 3,000. So a good play on the side of JST. What I'm going to keep my eyes on is what Wolf is going to do in mid, right? They really do need to, in my opinion, win this arc. If they don't win this one, then they got to hope that they're going to have a third one for sure. Because they will need to pull at least one of these next two if they're going to have a shot at pulling this upset.
And I honestly, Boba, I don't think there'll be a third one. If JST does get this next arc, they're going to hold it just like they did before, and it might be way too close for a third arc for Wolf to capitalize on, so they're going to have to continue focusing on structure. So I really think Wolf needs to get this arc, and they really need to get this arc in order to keep it close.
Yeah, and the interesting part, and I'm glad that people are asking, because it's always the compositions, right? Everything's leveled out like we've talked about before, but what equipment are teams using? I have a feeling, and I've heard JST likes, lives and dies by the drum, as the accessory. Or are we seeing different sorts of accessories being used? Like, what are your go-to when it comes to rotating towards mid? What accessories really come to mind for you?
Yeah, it all depends on the role that you play. And again, I'm only speaking from experience. I don't know how other teams have do it, but each mark should be optimized, one, to support those around you and provide AoE, high damage, and skill buffs and debuffs. So I think a certain amount of people should have war drums for that mid to kind of generate the rage, but a lot of people will be having rings, a lot of people will be having horns just to proc those skill damages in the middle. So I think we're going to see a lot of that in the middle. I think you're going to see a lot of Guan Scipios. Now I think you're going to see a lot of Lubu Hondas based on what we've been seeing lately. But also be a lot of Nevsky Hondas. I'm sorry, XY Hondas, Nevsky Williams. A lot of AoE, a lot of stuff's going to be happening in the middle. So really excited to see what the combinations are here. And with that, Wolf has position on the arc right now with about less than 4 minutes left. So see if they can maintain this position and then take this arc, because this could be it.
Yeah, it's coming down. I do like that Wolf got here first. I think JST, when they get in here first, is usually a hard it's a hard thing to break, right? So being first and having them have to push into you is going to be interesting. I think skill usage in here could vary. JST is very notorious for using To the Death, and then on the third arc, if they do have one, using Heaven's Grace. So I'm going to keep an eye for sure, and I definitely know that we'll both see it, is which skill is, are they going to be able to counter Wolf? Now knowing kind of where some of the players come from, I think, I definitely think that there's very smart players that have strategized for that aspect now that JST has a lot of tape on them.
I think we're gonna see To the Death in the middle for this fight. I think we'll see To the Death on the side of Wolf, because I think they really need this arc. Because right before the last maybe 15 seconds ago, all the altars were in position of JST, and the timing was perfect for them, in my opinion, where they had all those structures and they had everybody rotate to the middle while Wolf was busy kind of recapturing their structures, and we might see some late rotators in. So I don't know. What do you think? I think there's going to be a To the Death coming up on the Wolf side, maybe on JST side, but I think Wolf will need to pop this in order to kind of take this arc to keep this game close.
I kind of agree with you. I think JST has always been a very aggressive team. So To the Death is naturally a very aggressive skill. And as you see right here, we talked about it earlier, those convergence, like the where the points converge, and having that one player just coming in and just yellow marching all of those marches trying to reinforce. does wonders if you time it correctly, right? You know that
Yep.
player is going to kill off all their marches, but guess what? If they're ported forward and they're using all fast marches like these cav, they'll get back to the middle after they die within like 45 seconds. So it is very quick
Exactly.
work, and here we go.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. JST is going for the move. Okay, here's a little bit of baiting. One of the skills going to be dropped. Mystical formation on the wolf side. JST's holding. Again, it's holding. Here we go. War drums. Mystical. Calling it to the death. Ah! War drums, okay? Oh!
You called it.
But
Now
both
let's
teams
see if
did to
Wolf
the death,
counters
right?
it. Did they both do it? I didn't see the second one.
I think.
Oh yeah, there it
I
is. It
think
just popped.
they both-
It just popped. Both
They
popped
both did it,
Yep.
yeah. Oh man, see, this is where the AoE, all the debuffs, everything that we talked about before about what March is good is all applying here. Because it's just one giant murder ball. It's one giant mosh pit where just everything just taking a large amount of damage. But based on the positioning right now, Wolf has an advantage here to at least get the first touch in the arc.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, you know, you should see JST, but there are a ton of sad faces coming on the side of Wolf as they drag this ball, the murder ball, over to the enemy side of the field, which is what you want to do. You don't want that arc carrier to get a free grab without taking any damage, so they are going to drag it all the way to the northern part as we see a lot of sad faces coming on the side of Wolf. And, you know, we're going to keep our eyes on it, but JST is looking very, very strong, and in 5 seconds, that arc's going to spawn.
Let's see here, because the first touch and at least getting closer to your side will be really important for the Wolf side if they can make the first touch and at least bring it downfield more, because again, closer you bring it to your home base, the faster refresh time. So let's see if and as I said that, JC got the first touch.
Yep. And the importance for that, man, is really just positioning, right? Once you grab the arc and you turn around, that adds on additional time that you weren't actually planning for as an enemy or as an opponent. And the arc's being picked up. If you are on the side of Wolf, the tactic that you should be utilizing right now is you just want to pick it up. You know what I mean? And as you see it right there, even if you die with the arc, it resets. So it's a form of stalling where it's just 10 seconds and 10 seconds. And it gives your team time and opportunity to reinforce back in the middle to continue the fighting.
So with this, obviously the arc's still in a fair position for both teams, Bulba. If you're Wolf, you're still setting to the middle, right? Or like what do you think? Because I'm looking at the map and a lot of it's red. So like, if you're making a decision, are you going to say, hey, you know what, keep sending, or we need to get back on these structures? Like, what is the play here?
Honestly, if it was me, I would still send in mid, but I would have a couple run from the outside lane, because running through the middle might actually take longer because of that converging part. But they haven't popped a skill, like a speed skill, like a running charge or anything like that. So I don't even know if they're going to even come close to catching this guy. So it may just end up flipping directly over to occupation again, trying to reel it back in, and you know, in that effort.
Yeah, I agree, because you look on the right side of the map, you know, both altars are in position of GST as well as the Shrine of War. So like, I mean, the only play I can think of, because right now you can see on the map, you got Wolf people just walking through a gauntlet of players in the middle, just trying to get to the arc carrier, where I think the play could have been at least go to the Shrine of War, rally City close to it, and try to cut it off, and then at least try to score it that way. So we'll see what Wolf does here, because right now they are stalling, but you know, as it gets closer to the JST side, it's more than done deal for this specific arc.
Yeah, and I do like that you brought up the rally aspect. That's definitely something that you will see from OneV and those tier teams. They'll start rallying every outpost, break them off, reinforce, you know, and just try to get as many troops forward facing as humanly possible by any means necessary. Usually they'll have a speed skill just in case they lose it, and then they're constantly rallying outposts, and then if they need to break it off, they break it off. Just in an effort to stall. But we see, I think it's Mango, or is it Luca that's running it's Luca. So one of our top 5 players to keep our eyes on is running the arc right now, as Wolf is trying to stall him out.
Yeah, and it looks like Wolf is setting a load of people still after that arc. I mean, and I think is Ethelfled running it. Yeah, it looks like it is. Which, you know, obviously I think at the moment in time he was trying to pick anybody was trying to pick it up. So again, as I mentioned before, but if Wolf can time this right, send marches up to the Shrine of War instead of going through the middle, take that. There could be a play here on the side of Wolf to get a capture here. So like they really need to take advantage of this, how it's stalled. And look, marches are coming up to the Shrine of War. Can this play work? Let's see.
See, so we're looking at the picture-in-picture right now, and this is the difference that I was telling you about. You're seeing all the marches coming through the mid as opposed to coming on the outside lane. So now they're bringing up the rear, and as opposed to clustering and having those marches hit right by that vector point, the choke point that we always talk about. So they are coming in force, you know what I mean? But that running charge would have been really helpful in coming back from this. But you should see some break off. Try to get this shrine. I don't know if they're going to get it. Is the rally? I can't see if the rally is in on it right now. Trying to sneak this one off. They got a ton of marches here, but they are losing all the field in the process of coming after this one arc.
This is 50-50 here. Look, the arc just dropped. It looks like Wolf is just focusing heavy on that Shrine of War. And they're obviously, if you look at the map, all 4 altars in the position of JST. So it looks like they definitely have people leave the lane to go for this arc. So let's see what's going to happen here. But there's heavy swarms on that altar. I think it's anybody's game right now.
I'm looking at it right now. Ooh, look, the Jad's going to go down. I'm looking at the indicator right now. Let's see if they can take down this shrine. There's so many here. The arc's been dropped. But it doesn't look like Wolf has anybody trying to pick it up. That's the difficulty, right? If you're on the side of JST, even you picking this up is a stall tactic in favor of you because you're so close to your obelisk, right? You can reinforce it very quickly.
Yep. Like, look at right now, the JST is doing a really good job at really holding on to this Shrine of War. And it looks like hard push to just push. Okay, here we go. Here they've taken it. Now they have to hold it and score the arc here if they can do the first cap. So let's see what happens. Because again, JST has a much shorter refresh time for their dead marches. Oh, here we go. Boba, now, are we going to see something here?
Oh, dude, I see a Nevsky in there in the garrison. Let's see. Oh, he got melted. The arc carrier. And now it becomes all about Wolf trying to get up a garrison, get a Jad up there, and just start grabbing this arc. You should see indicators popping all over the place, and JST snub it. That's one of those. They're stalling because you got a longer march if you're on the side of Wolf, but it looks like they're all still coming and progressing from the mid, or they're dropping from because you're seeing. Look at the bottom side. This is completely red. Completely, they're fully invested in this arc.
Yep, and could that? I don't know, because like as you see so many marches and that long march time to get to this arc, that occupation score is this arc going to be worth it? You know, like, and that I don't know, because right now JST is doing a really good job taking back their shrine, killing off the marches, killing off the carriers, and for this battle for the arc. And is this a good move by Wolf? Like, in your opinion, is this something that they need to continue investing in?
I think right now they're looking at that points per minute, 740 to 210, and they've committed to it. You know what I mean? Like they're consistently pulling. The one thing that's hurting them is they don't have a garrison, and as we're starting to look right now, look at where all the troops are dumping in from the top side. They're no longer coming in from the bottom, and just trying to sneak it. You know what I mean? They're trying to sneak it. If you're JST, you can capture it anywhere. You know, as long as you hold the structure. But you know, they're pulling it, and as we see that, Wolf picks up the arc.
Dude, I can only imagine the Discord for both teams. Pick it up! Like, that's what I'm imagining, you know, from our experience in arc. Pick it up! Oh, Bobo, they scored it!
Oh! They captured it!
Oh my god!
The sneak worked!
So that investment worked. So now it's even. Now Wolf has to completely invest in getting their structures back. I don't think there's enough time for them to do a third arc, even though the timer it'll be delayed. So it has to go down to the structures, in my opinion. What do you think, Boba?
Dude, that's going to be tricky, right? Because Wolf, you've been doing really, really well at occupation this entire time. But the timing is like, you needed that arc, right? You really couldn't hold it and optimize for it. but it also leaves you at a deficit. Look where all these marches are going on the side of blue. They're having to march back to their bottom side. You know what I mean? So all these marches, if I was them, I would stop marching backwards. If I was Wolf, come towards these structures, zero them out on a city, and reset. Yeah, crash them. Because all this time wasting going backwards, you need to reset.
Oh man, yeah, that's tough because those marches going from the Shrine of War that we were seeing earlier, I would have at least went down to the other Sky Altar and crashed on that to help them take that, or crashed on the city, because on the left side where those marches probably belong to, the whole side is red. They need to even that out to make this a close game. Yeah. So I really need to see what Wolf's gonna do to capitalize on that full commitment they did for that arc. Wow.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Dude, it was parked there so long, and I can't even that was an amazing pool, and I'm glad we captured that. But the timing right now is going to be very awkward for both sides. We're at 6.5 minutes before the arc spawns. That's going to leave them about 8 minutes for the arc run. While it can be done, right? Like if there was no people contesting it, you could easily capture an arc in under 1.5 minutes. But when you have full contesting and skills and everything, we've seen arcs get dragged out for 8 to 10 minutes. So you're really going to have to come with your A game. I'm interested to see who's going to have enough stuff for skills. The mid game could be, we didn't see either one of them pop Heaven's Grace. So we did see them both pop to the death. So we may see a double Heaven's Grace pop. And as we're seeing in this, picture in picture, they're already starting to target the provisioners. So what's kind of the important part for provisioners to remember, Red, when they're going to be getting attacked on the field?
Well, I think me and you both know is that those people who are provisioned out need to really pay attention, because if you get killed in the obviously node, you lose those points. But if you pull them out, it's totally fine. So, and I think we've seen so many close games where the match decided by points, like hundreds of points. So these players at this time of the game need to really pay attention to what's going on. And this person, as we said that on the picture-in-picture, they pull their march out. So good for them from the Wolf side to pull that march out to make sure they get those points from that caravan.
And I like that. That was high IQ right there, trying to get their dead march back home faster, but they did not die in the node. And as we're going to see here in a minute, 5 minutes left before the arc spawns, structures are getting flipped. And Wolf's occupation is coming back, right? When they are able to focus on occupation, the key for them is they need to reset a lot of these structures and neutralize them before they rotate towards middle. Because at the end of the day, if they can hold this occupation, the last arc's worth 4,000, it can easily bring them back, and they will be taking the lead in this match for sure.
I completely agree. Right now, JST is really going hard on these structures and kind of making sure that the occupation points per minute is still in their favor. So either one, because I'm thinking about the arc, right? You have 4 minutes left till it spawns with 12 minutes left in the match. That gives you about 7.5 minutes to score the arc. And how JST has been in the middle, I think the only thing that Wolf wants to do is just delay them from scoring another arc, or just both teams will delay each other. And it might come down to provisions and occupation score. That's what I think. What are your thoughts?
You know what? I think JST is super strong, like we were saying before, in their mid game, right? Their occupation is usually where they're weaker between the two. Their provisioning is usually very solid. So, if you're able to take advantage of that occupation, that's really what you want. But right now, we're seeing 3 altars in favor of JST. They're starting to rotate towards middle with 3.5 minutes left, and provisioners are going to start coming in for both sides here, and probably in a little less than 10 minutes, we're going to start seeing those provisions starting to come in, as JST now holds a little bit over a 2,000 point lead.
Oh man, it's a close game, man. Close game. It's going to come down to the last arc, or what Wolf or JST do to really make sure that the point gap stays the same. Because if I'm JST, obviously I want to make sure, if you can get the arc, great, but you need to make sure that the points per minute stay the same, and you have provisioners going out right now and telling everybody, hey, get provisioners out, or we need to score this arc, or continue to push these structures in order to make sure that we keep that 2K point differential by the time the timer goes down. So it's going to be it's going to be a good one, man. Here's what's going to happen in the middle. I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, and the interesting note to note as well is, I don't remember the last time I've seen JST show up late 3 times for every single arc. Right? Usually they've always been the one that's the aggressor, that's always forward facing on the opponent's side. And all 3 of these attempts, OneV is very, very good at doing this as well, where they push up together, kind of bait skills if they have to. But usually JST is forward facing pretty early for these arcs. So I like the change of pace because they're doing something different that's unexpected. And I think it has to do and give a thumbs up towards Wolf's occupation, where it's kind of forcing them to have to come later because of how well Wolf is actually doing on structures.
Yep. And the points per minute, if you see, Boba, it's very close. I think JST has a slight advantage. I think that's a 630 or 620 versus Wolf's 560. So these last 9 minutes are going to be crucial, especially for, provisioning and, in this last arc. With 9 minutes left, is there a possibility to get the arc here and score it? It's definitely going to be contested, but what do you think? Is there a chance?
I think it's going to come down. I think pulling it first is going to be crucial, right? Whoever pulls it first onto their side they automatically have a leg up, right? Because you're the closer you get it on your side, the faster you can reinforce and refresh your marches, which is always a big deal, right? That's what made the last capture so impressive. Wolf had to run across the entire field in order to sneak that one. But yeah, as we're seeing JST kind of inch up, it's really going to come down to this, but it looks like JST just has the numbers, man. It's going to be crazy with a minute left before the arc spawns.
Agreed. And remember, last arc, both teams popped 2 to death. Both teams used war drums and I believe mystical formation. So Heaven's Grace wasn't used, to my knowledge, by either team so far in this match. So I think we might see that here. So let's see what's happening. They're about to gauge now.
And in the picture-in-picture right now, we do see that Wolf took the JST obelisk. But with 8 minutes left, I don't think that necessarily, everybody's already rotated towards middle. I don't think that's a make or break point at this moment in the match for sure. But, we're seeing the rumble coming in, skills getting popped. What are you expecting, Red?
Oh, man. And that's what I was waiting for, Heaven's Grace. I was going to see who was going to pop that first. And if Wolf is going to counter that, I think with that, I think JC may take this because all skills are all pretty much evened out for this third arc. So let's kind of see who does the first pickup, and then that's going to dictate who's going to have this first. Because with 7 minutes left, it's a 50-50, man. It's 50-50, man, who's going to take this. I really think Boba, in my opinion, with the occupation score 580. And with that 580 each, it's going to come down to this arc or provisioning, man. It's going to be that close.
You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing all 4 obelisks being held by Wolf right now, which is absolutely insane. The arc, of course, JST used Heaven's Grace. That is absolutely insane. And it looks, dude, it really does look like JST are about to pull this last arc. They haven't picked it up again, but the entire mid is looking red.
Oh, man. So with them owning the field, now I think Wolf has to do everything they can to delay them scoring this arc. So right now, there should be rallies on cities, depending on which side they go to bring as many marches up to go through the outside lane to cut them off and contest any of the close structures or the outposts that JST may be heading towards. They have to delay this arc if provisioning will be their way of winning the game.
Yeah, and and that's the deal. I think that's hard because JST is actually a decent provisioning team usually. And with 6 minutes left, the field is clear. Outside of looking at the outside lanes and seeing if marches are coming out from the outside to really get to that choke point, we are seeing JST pulling back. Usually, and this is kind of the difference as well that we always talk about. Look at this. That we always talk about where teams either push forward to be the more aggressive one, or in this case, because JST has been always on their back foot in occupation, they're pulling backwards on both directions to re-secure those structures in an effort to seal up this match with 5 minutes left.
Oh, and if you look, Luca is going for the outermost outpost, and I see it blinking though. Is Wolf trying to, I guess, capture that to kind of prevent them from scoring it? So let's see with 5 minutes left, I think Luca can make it there, but is Wolf contesting that? And can we see a part 2 of a sneaky play where they're going to capture a building and score it on the Wolf side? That happened. That'll be epic.
Yeah, and I think right now what's happening, right, is... Oh, he's going backwards. He's confused. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, when you're running it to the outpost, the tricky part becomes is when you have their marches, the enemy marches coming, because of such... The capacity is so small, you tend to have like a cap where your troops won't fit, and then it becomes like a bottleneck right around that outpost. So that's why a lot of the teams you'll see will take it to either an altar or to their obelisk, or somewhere that is a little bit further out that requires contesting. But as you see, what are we checking out here, Red?
Oh man, as I'm seeing this, like they are seriously committing to making sure that JST does not score this arc. I mean, if Wolf can pull this off by capping the outpost and bringing it over, but with 4 minutes left, I don't think that's going to happen. But look at Luca just popped war
collapse.
drums on this quarter ball, and it's literally going to be a fight to make sure no one scores this arc. Yep.
The collapse is real, Red. Look at the top. I didn't want to stop you, but they came from top side and collapsed.
Yep, they
absolutely collapsed. Oh, man. With 4 minutes left, they're reeling them in.
And you look at picture-in-picture, the top outpost is being contested. So this could be a Hail Mary for Wolf to see, okay, we capture this arc within 3 minutes by taking the outpost and dragging it over like we did for the previous arc. But right now with the scores, occupations, the points per minute pretty much the same, it's going to come down to provisions. It really is going to come down to provisions. And
man,
I don't know,
this is exciting because I don't know if they're gonna be able to capture it, bro. Usually the problem with doing it at an outpost, right, is everybody is there, right? So the structure is constantly switching. This is like holding a grenade, legitimately. Like you're hoping that you get in before the structure falls, and if it falls, you better hope that you take it back before their team pick. It becomes very dicey, very quick. But we're following along and seeing who's going to pick up this arc here in a second, and the outpost is still in favor of JST as we're looking right here. Yep. But that could flip within a wink of an eye.
Oh, it's getting close, man. 2 minutes 45 seconds left. Is JT gonna score it, or is Wolf gonna stop them from scoring it, and hopefully something changed with provisions coming in for Wolf? So I really like to see how that's gonna look like. Swift Stride is popped. Okay.
Oh, and they just captured it. They just captured it right there.
That was intense for the last 2 minutes.
Dude, that was a little scary, but JST were able to pull it into that outpost. They are now up by 7,000 points. Last thing left, 2 minutes left, trying to neutralize as much insatiable desire coming from JST. And, it's going to come down to provisions. We're going to see who did the better job in that regards and see if Wolf's going to be able to reel this one in. But, oh, man, with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, well, I mean, I think the highest things that we've seen in previous matches about like a little over 5K from teams, I think, in Grand Prix so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, if they pulled 7-8K provisions, like I would be completely shocked. But I'm sure that JST is also provisioning for this match. So, I mean, miracles can happen, but what I'm seeing right now, it looks like JST may pull away with that last arc capture.
Yeah, and you know what? At the end of the day, this match was really, really close, contested. Wolf did a phenomenal job, man. And with a minute left, we're going to start seeing those provision scores and the scores going up a little bit based on what they were able to do during the match, and just swarming down, trying to neutralize as many structures to avoid those additional ticks going into the final moments of the match.
Yeah, man. Looks right now like Wolf is doing everything they can to kind of take as many structures as they can, but with that such of a gap, man, it's gonna be tough. It's really gonna be tough. And as I said, that third altar now is in favor of Wolf.
Yeah, but they won't be able to occupy it, unfortunately, before the timer. No. We got 30 seconds left. We're gonna be ringing in see who is going to take the win in this match. Provisions should change a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be 8,000 points. And then JST are bringing theirs in as well.
The last 10 seconds, unless we see a giant 7,000 score, Boba, anything can happen.
So you're saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. And with that,
We are defeated. Egypt is lost.
JST. Congratulations, JST, for that win. Close match to Wolf and JST. Wow. Bola, I'm sweating a little bit, man. That was intense. It was actually closer than I would imagine it would be.
Man, I just finished wiping my forehead, bro. So yeah, I'm a little sweaty. I'm ready for us to start talking about a little recap, bro. As we come back to our screens, bro, almost a little. Whew, that last arc had me sweating there. But let's go ahead and do like a quick kind of our final thoughts on the match. What did you like? What surprised you? And kind of touch on those points. So let's start off. What was the biggest surprise to you going through the entire match?
So the biggest, for me, I knew how JST played. They're very experienced players, and I know that 411K and JW and old players are on the Wolf team. What surprised me was the amount of, I guess, capability that Wolf was able to do against JST when it came to occupation, and the commitment they had for that second arc and score that, because we were talking about it as they were fighting. When JST was pulling away, I was like, okay, if Wolf can take this structure, there's a chance that they could score this. And with that, man, they really committed it and made the game really close. So I commend Wolf for what they did for this match, and also commend JST for holding it down and still getting the win. But that was a nail biter, man. I really thought for a second, okay, this could really be serious. Until that third arc, Boba, which was really close to the outpost, it was a great match on both teams, really, man. It was really good to see, and I hope the community really enjoyed that match from both teams.
Yeah,
any thoughts for you,
on my side? Yeah, and thoughts for me, I was excited to see, while they are older players, right? One of the hardest things to do, and I always tell everybody when you're looking to make your team better, play with each other. You know what I mean? And to see that these players hadn't played with each other in such a long time, and to come and just lay it all out there, right? Their occupation was solid, their rotations, their timing. The usual decider is mid game and skill usage, which it wasn't bad. It was just, they just lost. You know what I mean? They were able to pull one, but I was just overall impressed with what Wolf brought to the table. I wasn't expecting that, and made for an exciting cast for sure. But what were a couple of things that you would like to see kind of updated for each team? So I know that Wolf, they got eliminated, but JST moving forward, right? We're going to be talking about JST versus OV in next week's match. So couple of two big hitters. We got two champions that were invited to attend, battling it out in round two. What are you kind of expecting? What are your initial thoughts?
So again, shout out to both teams for this amazing match today. But as JST matches against OV, in terms of improvement, I think JST did very well in their match. Again, Wolf definitely contested and challenged them as much as possible, but I really think that JST can continue to go into the match against OV the same way they did. Maybe fine-tune little things, but I think overall they did great. But as we go into that, the MVP on the Wolf side with 221,000 points. Congratulations to become MVP, especially in this type of matchup. That was tough. That was tough.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, man, that the two big hitters coming in. MVP is going to be, you could probably, we're pinching pennies here with the amount of people that probably would have landed in that MVP slot right there.
Yeah, I don't know. Was this? I'm thinking, was this the person who caught that second arc? Because that was him, man. That MVP is well deserved, because that was a clutch play. Or if he made that call, that full commitment to get it and made it close, man, well deserved. If this was the individual that made that call or was the one who captured the arc, because amazing play and amazing commitment to keep the game close.
Yeah, and that's what's very surprising, man. Like their occupation was so good; they were all over the place. And as we see, kind of the comparison right here between the two teams, the breakout, Wolf and JST. Let's kind of break this down a little bit, Red. So Ark of Osiris 1-2, occupation 24.3 to 28.6, so slightly in favor of JST, which is actually surprising. If you, based on what we were watching, that is very surprising because I could have sworn Wolf would have dominated in that one. And then provision score, you know, and what are you kind of noticing, Red?
So, you know, you made a good point too, because in the beginning I thought Wolf was, had the occupation score, but remember when they committed for that second arc, that's where JST really capitalized on those structures because they held on those for a long period of time. So I think that's where the gap was when they committed to that arc by kind of like, you know, sending people from different lanes to get that second arc. So, I mean, and that's why we're seeing it. But the thing that I'm seeing the most is the kills. And as we go into the next page here, I'm kind of looking at the difference. Similar to the last match, there's a huge difference in total kills, but the points were much closer than our previous match. So I feel like JST definitely were the killers in the match, but Wolf really had a really good strategy on kind of keeping the game close, especially with that second arc. So well done with what they did with the amount of kills that JST was able to implement, which was pretty impressive. Really impressive.
And you know what I'm noticing looking at this is all these familiar faces that were brought up as your top 5 players to watch. They legitimately are on this graphic right here. We got Luca, we got XOXO, you know, we had so many of those players. But let's kick it over to the replay for the match. And Red, let's kind of break this down for them.
Yeah, man. So like, again, as I think we talked on the beginning, we both saw heavy, aggressive pushes for both desert altars. And with Wolf really kind of taking lead and taking some of those structures in the early beginning as JST and surprising us. But here, as you look at the replay, JST really dominated the mid game, and even though they did dominate the mid game majority of the time, Wolf was able to capitalize and get that second arc and really heavy commit. But because of that, Wolf kind of lost on the occupation score for majority of the match. So that's definitely something that, you know, looking back, I felt like was still a good play, but JST really capitalized on the structures.
Yeah, and as we're watching at this at what did Drago say this was, like 400% speed? You know, they're pointing out things, art captures, the rumble is in the middle, skill usage getting used on both sides. That was that arc where the second one were both popped to the death. And as we see this second arc working, and now they're breaking down the play of where
there it is.
Wolf was able to sneak. Yeah, they were able to sneak. This was by far one of the hypest parts of the match. And really, as they were able to capture, if you can see it amongst all the marches, they were able to sneak that one in and capture that to really bring that match closer than what it was. And, you know, that's the exciting part, Red.
That was amazing. Oh my god! Like, and I like that literally changed the momentum of the game. If only Wolf were able to capitalize and get those structures back and kind of even out the occupation score, and then contested that third arc, as you can see here, before the, you know, JST was able to score. So I think if just a little fine tweaks, but I think Wolf did overall an amazing job. Kudos to them. But with that, JST advances to OV next week.
Yeah, and we're gonna be staying on this stream, guys, boys and girls. So make sure you stay tuned. Drop a like on the stream if y'all are enjoying the cast. Don't forget to subscribe to the official Rise of Kingdoms YouTube channel for all Grand Prix and Osiris League content that's going to be coming to you. And don't forget, go check out Redline's YouTube channel. I have one as well if y'all enjoy our content, and we will see y'all at 16 UTC for the 64 PL versus GYOM match.
journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soul, your faith, your dream. It burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme. It drives you. Seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory. The blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the lost temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, Tutmosis III, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side. My loyal.
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
Dare you hurt our people? Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspired to cheat us of this prize. But these are lowly foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, the sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on the Nicey flood, do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand. Burns
And we are back. Welcome everybody to the third match today for the anniversary Grand Prix. Myself, Redline, with my boy Bulba here for the third time today for today's match. Today we got a banger, everybody. We got 64PL against GYOM, I believe. And from my knowledge, that team is from 474. So I think we have a really good matchup today. We had some really great matches already with the 1V match against Wolf and the match against JST and Wolf. So we're definitely on a huge momentum of really good matches today. Bulba, how are you feeling so far in our third cast today?
I'm good, bud. Kind of as we're going through this, guys, don't forget we got a couple things popping up. And Red, you know, you want to let them know about the goodies.
Yeah, if you guys want some free rewards, make sure to use the code below, right here on the pop-up window below. And also, if you haven't already, there's a PC version of Rise of Kingdoms. Use the QR code below to make sure you download that version here for a much better gaming experience. But yeah, man, the matches today have been awesome. The one today was 64PL and 474. I'm gonna call it 474 because that's where the alliance is from. It is definitely gonna be a good one. And to add a little context, Boba, 664 is a team that we're fighting right now in KBK. So even though they're my enemy in this KBK, I wish them the best of luck to both teams, man. It's gonna be a really good banger. It's gonna be a good banger. I got some good friends in 664, man. I'm really excited for them to take it all to take this matchup against 474. So it's gonna be a really exciting one. Really, really looking forward to it. But man, like thoughts, Bulba, on the upcoming matches? Yeah.
I'm excited. You know, we started the day off hot with the two champions returning for the Grand Prix, and they have not disappointed. You know, the last match that we just casted over was phenomenal. So definitely go and check that out later on. And I'm excited. 64PL has a reputation in Osiris League, so they're doing very, you know, they have the history. I'm excited to see what the GYOM team is going to do because I don't necessarily know a lot about them. But, you know, we've had some surprises with some teams that came in. The Wolf Alliance last time did very, very well, very organized. And so, you know, I'm keeping my eyes on these unknowns to see if we're going to have a couple of surprises before the end of the day.
Man, I totally agree. And whoever comes out of this match faces New V. So it could be a great win today for either team, but woo-wee, I mean, that's going to be a tough one ahead of time. So, you know, good luck to both teams. Again, as you mentioned before, Bobo, like the last match was definitely surprising because Wolf, I wasn't really familiar with them up until that match. So I'm hoping that we'll see additional surprises out of these two teams for this upcoming match. And whoever wins the spoils today has a chance against New V. So really good luck to both teams, and we're really excited to see anything different. But as you guys know, as mentioned, today's matchup is GYOM versus 64PL. Really good, great teams. Really excited to see what they're able to do. And this is our third match today. We're all way halfway through the matches already, guys. So after this one, we do have an additional match after this at 18 UTC. So let's keep this baby rolling. And next up, we'll talk about the Team A players, their lineup, and what their key players are. But man, really looking forward to see who's on these rosters for both teams, Boba. Really excited for it. So for the lineup for Team A, I see here, we have Golden Army, we have King Puma. I've actually fought against some of these players in previous KBKs. I know Golden Army very well, as well as King Puma. So they definitely got a squad here, some experienced players from previous OL teams and KBKs that I've seen in. So really excited to see what this team can do together and see what they're about to showcase in today's match. Now let's go to the key combatants and see who they're highlighting as their key players for today's match on the GYOM team. We got Low Star, we got Mighty Kong, my guy King Poma, and Maljaha for their 5 players. Boba, I'm going to pass it over to you to kind of talk about, hey, who's on Team B for 64PL?
Yeah, so 64PL, you know, here there are 30 starters that are going to be coming in. You know, I don't know too much about 64PL, but I know that they have a history of some upsets. So I'm very intrigued and interested to see what they're really going to bring to the table. And, you know, if they're going to, you know, if we're going to be surprised, you know, I'm looking for some surprises today. It should be a good one and a banger. But, you know, definitely want to check out some of those teammates that we want to keep our eyes on. So YGG, Endless, RTR, W604, Odhin, Kitty Meow, and 6 are your 5P. Yeah, you like that? Those 5 players you need to keep your eyes on. And yeah, we're going to be loading into the match here very shortly, but I'm excited to see what's going to be happening and see the absolute brawl that we've been seeing throughout the entire day for sure.
Yes, sir. And we're about to kick this match off, man. Really excited. And we're about to tune in right now to see the match. And again, Bulba, so like, we've been through 2 matches already. And my thought was, if I'm a team that's kind of waiting for the later matches, are they going to be making any, specific changes to their strategy based on what they've seen before? Are we going to see some Lubus? Like, what do you think, Bulba? You think there's some adjustments based on like the previous matches that the teams have been watching, like, from the JST match, the 1V match? You think there'll be some adjustments these teams are making, or you think it's too short of a notice for teams to make those adjustments based on the timing of the matches?
The one thing that I always say, right, is when you have a level playing field like that, and just a reminder that code that we were talking about earlier pops up on the screen. Definitely go and claim those rewards. But the Anniversary Grand Prix is a level playing field. You know what I mean? Same troops, same power, same equipment, same everything across the board. It is completely level. So then it all comes down to strategy. So you are going to see some usual combos, right? The usual typical high level combos that you'll see from most top tier teams, the XYs, the Nevskis, the Garrison combos, Jad and Zenobia. But where it really comes in with the mix is when we start seeing those mid rotations, Red. And that's kind of what I'm excited to see between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think after the 2 matches, again, there could be some slight variations, from the previous matches that teams may adapt to, but I think it's going to come down to execution and that coordination. Majority of things that we've seen in both matches previously, or majority of the teams are using the same commander pairings, same skills that were popped in the middle. So I think we'll see a lot of similarities, but I think execution as always and coordination and the comms that obviously that we don't hear are going to be really important for to see how these teams are going to perform over the next hour of this match, because again, these things need to be fine-tuned, or if there are opportunities, they definitely be learned upon, because New V and the next round will be a really tough matchup. So I'm really excited to see how this opening is going to be. I think it'll be classic, but do you think we're going to see as we've seen previous matches, aggressive starts from both sides for the Desert Ultra, or are we going to be seeing anything defensive on these ends? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
I think 64PL, from what I remember, are very, very aggressive, which is a common thing with a lot of our Korean teams and Chinese teams. And it's a style of gameplay, which once you get used to it, it's a hard thing to get used to. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, we're about to kick off the match, Red, and we're going to find out for ourselves right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the gates have opened. The marchers are out. Let's get this baby rolling. Good luck to both teams. And GYOM 64PL, show them what you got. This is Grand Prix. Let's go. So as you guys know, everyone's going to start off the same. We're going to see which teams are going to be capturing the obelisk. At this point in time now, majority of things we're going to see is hard push by both teams, trying to get those obelisk captures, and then that forward aggression towards both altars to see who can get first occupation. And with this playing style that we've seen with, same marches, same equipment, everything pretty much on the same playing field, is really going to showcase how the teams are building their marches up and trying to use that to their advantage. But as we see here, I think, what last thing I want to ask before that, you think we're going to see another gate push that we've seen in the last match from OV in the first match?
Honestly, I don't think in this match we will. I think there's very few teams that can actually pull that off and do it right without being like caught off guard. But hey, we never know. We are watching the thing. I think we want to keep our eyes on right now is we got rallies going out on both sides, primarily going out to those obelisks on their respective side and also their enemy obelisks as well. But we really want to keep an eye on those march compositions, right? Are they going for speed? Are they going for tankiness? Are they going to be late to the game? And that's ultimately what we want to keep our eyes on, because that's going to determine kind of what I think we're going to expect. Within this first 2 minutes, once the brawls start, you're pretty much going to find out who's going to be using what type of march and the style of play that they're going to be going in as we watch these obelisks start to get taken.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that. And I think, like, just a look, like maybe a few seconds ago, I saw 64PL's, fast cav is moving up to the Desert Ultra, and I saw T1 March there leading the charge, man. Really interested to see what that march is going to do. But with that, all outposts are captured. Both teams have the obelisk. Oh, actually, correct. I'm saying corrected. Top right for GYOM has not been captured yet. So we might see a delay there, Bobo, in when teams are teleporting in because of that delay.
Yeah, and that's something that comes with time. Go ahead. You're good.
No, good. I was just looking at all those cab marches.
I thought you saw something.
I was like,
I was so excited.
Literally,
I was like, okay, I'll be quiet. Yes.
No, man, like literally,
But
they
yeah.
just shit. We moved the screen. I literally saw an army of cabs from GYOM, and now that I say that, there's the same thing going on for 64PL. So we're gonna see an aggressive push here. But please go ahead, Bo, because I'm sorry for interrupting you, my friend.
No, you're good, my friend. I was excited. You had me all amped. I thought something was going on. But yeah, we see 2 minutes left before the altars and shrines are opening up. You're going to really see, look how fast these marches are already getting that from that rally that broke off. And they'll just dance around here for a couple of minutes until the reinforcements come. But we're seeing an aggressive push from both sides on their opponent's altar off the break. So that's something for us to keep our eyes on, and then kind of really look at those compositions as the battles start to ensue here in probably about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and another thing that I noticed too, and that was different from other matches previously today, is that nobody actually went 100% committed to the obelisk rallies. It looks like every team canceled them to kind of defend the Desert Ultra pushes. But this time differently, I think in the JST match and the 1v match, the opposing teams always had position on the enemy Desert Ultra. So it looks like this is going to be literally an even playing field on both sides of the teams as it comes to contesting those first Desert Ultras for this match.
Yeah, and we're watching right now on the screen, 64PL being the aggressor. They're going to push on to the enemy side of that structure and really force them to have to push through all of those marches to even attempt to try to snub that first occupation. But you should see GYOM start dragging them to that structure, and you really want to pay attention as we bring up the picture-in-picture for both of those altars and really be able to show y'all what's going on between those two.
Yeah, look at the picture-in-picture. Like literally, it looks like both teams have position on their own altars. So this should be a GG's on the first cap for those respective teams. But so I'm really excited to see like who's going to capture what. But Bobo, there's one thing that I didn't notice that I was kind of sad about. I don't see a Lubu on the field. I don't see one.
Ooh,
I don't.
Such a heartbreaker. I know we're all looking forward to it. I'm sure we'll see some from 1254. We'll see something pop up again. I promise you, it's gonna come, chat. Don't you worry. We'll bring it back. But yeah, it's you know what I mean. I'm excited because these brawls, as we look at the altars. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Looks like 64PL has touched first 3 out of the 4 altars. So now we'll see how GYOM respond to that to at least get their own and possibly flip it on the opposing side. So really good job from 64PL to get that first touch, as well as take an outpost from the opposing side from GYOM. But literally everything's blinking on the side of blue right now, and hopefully we'll see how GYOM responds to this. But we do have 6 minutes left until ARC, so we'll see how teams adapt and coordinate.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, we're getting in that realm of timing towards rotating towards mid. So what are the kinds of things, Red, that you typically plan for and kind of expect when you're having to time the rotation towards middle?
I mean, I think for like in my experience too, and things that we've seen recently, like around that 5.5 minute mark, 6 minute mark, as long as you know that you'll get your structures back, your team needs to immediately plan for going middle now. Like literally, like here, Red definitely got it. They see how they're pushing forward. What I would do again, I don't, because I think what they're trying to do is at least go for a push, maybe kill off their marches, maybe be successful at taking the Shrine of War. But literally, you should really focus on preparing, setting people to the middle to get that forward position. But again, 64PL could be doing something where they probably take that the Shrine of War on the left side and the Desert Ultra on the opposing side to hopefully, I guess, occupy GYOM so they can at least delay them from going to the middle. But right now would definitely be a time to start thinking about rotating.
Yeah, and I like that. And as we saw a couple of seconds ago, where those marches that were around that altar started marching north, that's what they were planning. You know what I mean? They're going to kill them off on a structure, to return those, to resend fresh marches towards middle rotation. And as we get closer to the 5-minute mark, you're going to start to see both teams will start vectoring off towards the middle. And yeah, the brawl is going to be very interesting in the middle for sure.
Yep, and here on the screen, it looks like, so as we mentioned before, PL is literally going to go for that Shrine of War to kill off their marches. GYOM they're going to need this structure because, you know, losing the Shrine of War before a mid-fight is really crucial to have in the mid, because those stats are really important on top of the skills they're going to use for that mid-fight. So it's really good to see that GYOM is really reinforcing that building to prepare for the middle. But right now, Boba, as we speak, 3 out of the 4 altars are in possession of 64PL. So the occupation is kind of leading towards 64PL, and I like to see the middle very shortly to see how that looks like in the middle for both teams.
Yeah, and you know, and that's where the timing's going to come in a little wonky, right? With 64PL, they're doing a good job contesting this shrine. Like you're saying, they want those additional buffs. Or if they can't have them, they want it neutral and they don't want their opponent to have it. But, you know, and that's where the key comes in, is all these marches are going to be really late to mid game. But in the effort, they're at least neutralizing some of those structures. But GYOM is looking like they're optimizing for that mid game. So I'm going to be interested to see how it's looking in the middle here in a minute.
Yeah, and dude, just looking at this Jad is holding strong. Jad is OP, man. I'm telling you, thank God I maxed her. But yes, you're right. You know, as long as they can continue holding on to the Shrine of War, but based on the split screen here on the bottom left, GYOM is definitely sending their troops to the middle. And as I say that, the Shrine of War is now in possession of 64PL, so they will have advantage in the middle for the upcoming arc that's going to be spawning in 3 minutes. So I'm really excited to see, Boba, how this fight's going to be in the middle for both teams. But with that missing shrine, it could be tough. It could really be tough.
Yeah, and that's the thing. With 30 seconds, they got a Jad Garrison in here. I don't think she'll hold up. But as we queue into the middle, we're starting to see him line up, right? You know, and that's where the rubber meets the road, so to say. And Arc wins and loses matches all the time. So I'm very intrigued to see how well GYOM is going to fare in the mid game, because I do like 64PL and what they bring to the table for sure in mid. And as we see a rally coming through, let's see if it breaks off or if it's going to the outpost. Oh, they're swarming it. Oh,
God, yeah, I would just let that go, because now, see now, so Heaven's Grace punched by 64PL right out the gate, and they're definitely kind of pulling him back. So right now, if you look at GYOM, they're kind of spread out in the back. There's some people just sitting there, and it could be an arc runner, but they're kind of coming in droves versus, you know, kind of pushing all at one time. So I really want to see how 64PL takes advantage of the situation, because based on that, I guess, coordination, it doesn't look good for GYM, in my opinion, based on how that push was.
Yeah, and that's always something to keep our eyes on. The other thing is also those march compositions. Both sides, it seems like they're doing pretty well with their choices in regards to XY Honda, Scipio, you know, Guans, stuff like that you definitely always want to see to optimize for that AoE. GYOM, I am seeing a lot of blue. So, you know, we're going to see how this how this withers out here in a minute.
And Boba, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you see a Jad in the middle? A couple of them?
I do see Jads. I see some Berts, some Jads, and a Takeda out there.
Oh, I see Jad Attila. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Really to see why that's the case. But with that, I definitely see a lot of blue. Actually, I see a lot of blue, my friend.
There's 3 Jads right there in the mid game.
Yeah, there's that's something to definitely look into. But right now with GYOM, they're definitely taking the mid fight right now. It looks like their numbers are definitely outdoing those in red. So it looks like, based on what I'm seeing, they might be able to get first touch because they're definitely owning the field. Now with this Bulba, with the amount of numbers, and it looks like 64PL is kind of like trickling marches in, is it still worth going to the middle, or would you have made the call, go to structures? What would you have done in the situation, or what should the team do?
I think the arc hasn't spawned and there's still 30 seconds. So even if you die off, you might be late to mid game, but you can still send, I would send at least one more wave, even if it's like a light wave, because what's going to end up happening is they're probably going to clear everybody out and then instantly march forward. So sometimes you can capture people off guard. If you don't want to, then you should be already flipping the switch to go and dominate structures, right? You should already be resending. And as we watch them grab this, if you have players that could possibly stall out, then you should attempt that and then drive towards middle. So it's really just kind of a team effort. You don't want to split strat, and I would never just send half a team to go do it. But as we say that, GYOM coming out of left field and grabbing the arc and running it. So, Red, I don't think we expected that. But, you know, how much is that arc worth? And, you know, is it going to help them out right now since they're in a deficit?
It's going to be huge. And I think based on the position of it, the GYM is in a huge advantage of getting it. And I really think that PL, probably in this scenario, yes, they can slow them down. But again, this is the first arc, right? The points are, correct me if I'm wrong, about 3,000 points.
Correct.
With that, I think 64PL needs to really focus on structures. And again, similar to what we saw last match, go for the Desert Altar, maybe cut it off to kind of sneak that play. Because on base where it's going, I think that could be the play right now. But I'm still kind of... Is Jad an art carrier? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, is Jad an art carrier?
Whale. And as we're seeing in the split, the screen, you know, yeah, we're seeing them push up for this altar. I don't think I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. I think it might be close and they might be trying to pull it. And as you see that, look at where the arc runner is going now. He's pulling away from that structure. Let's see if it pulls all these marches away from the structure as well, or if they're just lining it up for the swarm. And they are lining it up for the swarm. This could get very interesting very quick because reinforcements are coming really quickly for 64PL, Red.
Yep, they are. They are. Wow. So like things. Wow. And now I'm like thinking, okay, now the GYOM is in a predicament. Which way am I taking it? Am I taking it to the outpost? Are they trying to hold it? Because yes, they did dominate the mid fight, but now if you look at this map, they have a couple options where to go to. So hopefully 64PL is going to try to even that out because in points per minute, it is 590 in favor of GYOM versus 440 on the side of 64PL. So it's going to be a close match, but I think this arc is gone, my friend. I think this arc was gone, completely gone. So we'll see how 64PL counters this.
Look at the whale Jad in the bottom left, man. Oh my goodness. She's absolutely tanking everybody. The arc runner is still going for GYOM. But this structure looks like it's about to flip. And for 64PL, I think this is the decision you got to make, right? If you want to go for the arc, you can. But their structure game is strong. So, you know, them being down in the points per minute definitely doesn't help. But they are still up by 1,600 points, which is more than half of what this arc is worth. So, would they like it? Yes. But do they absolutely need it? No. So that's definitely something for us to keep our eyes on, and the arc runner is gonna make a little break for it. And the altar is still being held up. That Jad held up.
Wow. And this is huge for GYOM. First, they can get the first arc, great, but still maintain the point differential in points per minute. That's impressive, because look how many marches are committed to protecting this arc carrier. So, I'm assuming 3 people at most. So that's 3 people missing from lanes protecting an arc carrier, and they're still defending really strong in terms of their altars. So that's really shout out to GYOM for maintaining that type of composure. But I definitely think Bobo, this time to let that arc go and then focus on structures, getting those altars for 64PL because he's taking the long route to Hawaii, my friend.
Yeah, he's out there. He brought a canoe for a. He's going in the ocean in his canoe right now. But, all these structures, a moment ago, there was 3 altars on the side of GYOM. But 64 is bringing that back. So now it is tied up 2 altars and 2 altars. This Arc Runner's out in Narnia right now, just died, but they should clean him up and then they'd be Gucci on that front. But if you are 64 PL, the time's come. You got to push the envelope and really pressure GYOM to have to capture this arc, which they are capable of. Their occupation is very strong. So what do you think they're going to end up doing, Red? Do you think they're going to cap it? Wait, what are your initial thoughts?
I think based on how long this is going to take to score it, I think they're going to score it immediately, or at least delay about 5 minutes to kind of reset, because right now the score difference is very close. But then technically once 64 PL kind of get that shrine, the favor will be in favor of a PL. So I'm really interested to see like what they're going to do, but I think they're going to hold on just for a few minutes and then reset and then go for another arc, because GYOM did a really good job in the middle. But with that, Boba, I have a question for you. So with how the game is playing right now, it looks like both teams are kind of even in terms of the occupation score. It looks like GYOM had an advantage beginning, but then 64 PL is kind of countering to that. Is based on the mid fight right now, who was stronger in the middle? I know GYM won that, but I think it was because of what GYM was doing for the occupation game, which made 64 PL come kind of late. Do you think that it was best for 64 PL to continue going into the mid and trying to get additional arcs, or focus on structures?
I think
I said a lot there, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I got you. The initial issue that came up with 64 PL in mid game was they didn't push as a ball, right? They kind of got separated out, and then those marches that were trickling in from the back then got focused second. So if they would have pushed as an entire group, I think they would have done a lot better. But GYOM, were the aggressors. They pushed up, and that's the kind of decisiveness that you want. I think if 64 PL would have recognized that a little bit earlier, they could have just pulled back and regrouped and then pushed together. There was plenty of time, but that pretty much put them on the back foot. But and that's where holding this first arc, the importance of it is it allows GYOM to dictate the pace, when it's going to get captured, rotation times, and so many other important things. But yeah, I honestly think it's going to come down to the next arc, and if 64 PL, if we think they're going to be able to pull it.
Yeah, and you're right. As I'm looking at the mini map above, GYOM is going to hold on to it. So it looks like they're going to do control the momentum, kind of reset themselves, and then possibly there might be maybe a second arc. So 64 PL really needs to focus on and capturing these buildings, and then kind of growing the lead as much as possible before they score this first arc, and then prepare for the next arc. But Jad, man, I'm looking at every garrison I've been seeing now. It's mostly been Jad's, man. Jad's been holding strong. I mean, and I don't know, what do you think? But I think in terms of a garrison, because of the Henry and Boudikas, the rides are happening nonstop. I think that's the best counter to that in this type of game mode for defending structures.
Yeah, and I've kind of noticed that as well, and I'm not sure if that has to do more with the level playing field and being able to kind of do that, or the rally meta switching, like you were saying, with more archers and that kind of stuff. But we have noticed that it traditionally used to be more Zenobia, like 80% of the time, and then on forward facing structures it was Jad. But now I'm seeing nothing but Jads, and that partially that could be because of speed and being able to bring in Cav as opposed to having to drag infantry all over the map. But who knows? This game mode's very, very fast, but I am excited and surprised by some of the combos and the utilization of Jad for sure, especially those ones that we saw in the middle.
Yep, agreed. And as we're saying that right now, I see a Herald garrison as they took that. So 64 is definitely putting on the pressure on GYOM on taking structures, but it's going back and forth, man. I think this is going to be a really close game. Once GYOM scores this arc, which I would assume is happening over the next couple minutes, they'll have a slight lead change in favor of GYOM, as long as they can maintain those structures and kind of keep the lead after they score that arc. It's looking okay for GYOM, so really excited to see how 64 PL counter this, and then take next arc as it comes in the next few minutes. Yeah,
and as they were showing on the previous screen as well, 64PL are doing what we said they needed to do, right? They flipped that points per minute. Look, it's 620 to 480. That first arc, like we were saying before, is worth 3,000 points. So while GYOM is down by 1,000 points, that first arc will put them back up by 2,000 if they're able to capture it in the next couple of minutes. I think the points per minute will remove a lot more of that the more and more it starts ticking and ticking. But they're applying the pressure very, very heavily on the side of 64PL right now.
Yeah. Well, there's one thing that I know you're a huge fan of, and I haven't seen it so far in any of the matches or a successful push. But capturing the obelisk, forward teleporting. I honestly, I think that it could be a big game changer for a lot of teams if they were able to capture the obelisk and teleport people forward to just cause havoc, right? Because everybody here is 450 million points, right? So your job is just really cause havoc. With the same amount of troops that everybody has, does that make a difference being that such high power and teleporting forward, like with everybody in the same power as you?
I don't think it necessarily has the same impact as some of the other strategies that we've seen in the Osiris League. We've seen a lot of casts, right, where they'll do like very unique obelisk strategies where we're popping sneaky tactics or we're hitting people on rotation as they're rotating. And in those matches, it makes a lot of sense because you have players that are 80 million power. And then you have a whale that ports in at 300 million. You know what I mean? So then troops come into account. I think in this game mode in itself, because of the way the power is and the level playing field, it has less of an impact, but it still will have a big impact on the distraction aspect. Because regardless of how much power you have, being able to disrupt and have players that you're hitting get yellow marches before they even go anywhere is still a problem, especially when trying to rotate towards middle.
I know, actually, I completely agree with you on that. So if a team were able to pull that off, teleport one or two players forward, as the teams are defending their altars on either side, you could be the disruptor and kind of like, low healthing those marches and just cause havoc so your team can obtain points from, that opposing structure. So, I'm wondering if we'll see that in any future matches and if anybody can pull that off. But I know you're one of those favorites, and we've done that in the past in my previous games when I've, participated. So I really want to see if someone was able to pull that off and see how that looks like. But as we're talking about that, it looks like now the field is kind of evened out. Arc is still in possession of GYOM. They're still holding on to it. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're going to see a 2-arc match here once GYOM turns it in.
I think it's going to depend on who gets the next one. I think if you're 64 and you do a really solid job, you may consider it because the occupation... GYOM has done very, very well, and as we do the split screen right now and show the altars, or not altars, the shrines, apologies, we're seeing a lot of forward-facing aspects right now, everyone trying to zero their marches out, and that's usually around the time when you're going to start to capture in order to start capturing that timing. But, back to your point about the obelisk, I think in this day and age, right, with the amount of strategy with all these teams, you have to dedicate an entire game plan to pulling something like with skill usage and timing. Like there's a whole thing that has to get dedicated. The time of just walking up and stealing and holding, I don't think would really happen with a lot of these teams. So I would be interested because there are some phenomenal strategists still in a lot of these teams to see if somebody's going to pull something like that off. But I have a feeling we're going to see something in the near future with some of the mid-game arc pulls as opposed to obelisk for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously this is the first anniversary for Grand Prix, and I'm thinking like the great thing about this game mode is that you can play with other players from other kingdoms, right? So that you can play with your friends, and like you could be on the same team, right? Even though we're in different kingdoms, like that's a really cool aspect of the game. I think sooner or later there might be some practice matches that you can possibly participate in because that will definitely even the playing field if these teams got to kind of like practice together from different kingdoms. And we could possibly see strategies like that in the future if they had enough time to kind of practice and do that for upcoming, future Grand Prix matches.
Yeah, we have some phenomenal matches already in slated for next week, and they're only going to get spicier and spicier. But as we kind of bring it back over, the field is completely leveled out for the most part. They're still holding the arc. They got about 6 minutes left before they need to capture it. That would put it at about a 25-minute. And as we say that, literally, they just captured the arc.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Joke's on me. So I think we're still going to see 2 more arcs. And so for 64PL, I think it's very important for them to try to get this one. And so, I'm really excited to see what skills they're going to use. Which skills do you think each team's going to kind of use in the middle for this next fight?
So correct me if I'm wrong. The first skills that we saw, I saw Heaven's Grace. I think I saw Mystical and War Drums. I don't know if I'm going to see To the Death here in the middle, man. I think we're going to see Mystical and War Drums and War Drums. I don't think we'll see To the Death. Maybe, but I think that there's a possibility we will see a third arc that could result in To the Death. But again, the timing's really close, and I wouldn't be surprised if I saw To the Death here from either side to kind of secure that second arc, to kind of differentiate the points. Because right now, from an occupation standpoint, it's been pretty even consistently for both sides, for both GYOM and 64PL.
Yeah, and that's where the timing's going to come in play, right? Skills. What now? You got to make that decision. Do you think we're going to have time? If you thought there would be 3 arcs and you were saving To the Death for the third one, do you reconsider it now and pop it on the second one? Or and those are the kinds of comms that are going in right now, trying for teams to try to figure out, hey, on the fly, what are we going to have enough time for a third arc? If not, then we need to invest into this next one and really shoot our shot in that effort. But for right now, we do see the altars blinking. I suspect some of these shrines will start blinking as we get closer to the 5-minute mark. But all these players are starting, as you're seeing Zenobia getting swarmed, all these altars going down and starting to swarm out all of their marches to be able to reset before we rotate towards the middle.
I'm calling To the Death Bobo in the middle. I'm calling it, man. I think it's going to happen.
Both?
I think so. I think I'm going to call that GYOM is going to pop To the Death in the middle. Because this is why. So I think it's 28 minutes left, 6 more minutes till arc. That means 22 minutes till the arc spawns. Let's give it a good solid 5 to 7 minute brawl in the middle, right? Whoever gets, let's say 5-minute brawl. I think it's going to be too close for someone to rely on a third arc. I think. And again, if someone did secure the second arc, they might hold on to it. So I really think that everything's going to be laid out on the field for the second arc because of the amount of time left, and it's so even for both sides.
You ready? I'm gonna call the shot right here. Right, we're gonna see GYOM pop To the Death. Of course, the other ones as well. So you probably see like a Mystical or War Drums being popped as well.
Yeah.
But I think GYOM will pop To the Death. But I think 64PL will pop Heaven's Grace, and then they will pull the arc, and then we are gonna have. They're going to have that in their back pocket and then reset it. And then we're going to go down to the absolute wire and we're going to see who's going to clutch up. That's what I think is going to happen.
All right, there we go, everybody. It's me and Bobo have predictions. He thinks 64PL is going to kind of pull it. I think GYOM is going to pull it. So we'll see, which prediction comes out because this match, guys, is very close. Kudos to both teams so far on their performances. They're doing a really good job, because this occupation back and forth has been very consistent for both sides, and it's gonna really come down to the middle and maybe provisions because how close the match is.
Yeah, and make sure, guys, if y'all are enjoying the cast, do me a massive favor, or do us a massive favor, and smash that like button. It lets the producers know that y'all are enjoying the cast, and we really appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with us. And don't forget to subscribe to the official Rise of Kingdoms YouTube for all the upcoming Anniversary Grand Prix and Osiris League content coming straight to y'all. And make sure, do me one favor, I want to make sure y'all put y'all's prediction of who's going to win the second arc in the chat right now, and I'm interested to see what y'all think.
Come on, chat. So Redline thinks GYOM, Bobo thinks 64PL. So let's see, whose prediction is right, and I'd love to see what you guys think on who's going to take the second arc once it spawns. Actually, let's take a look at this right now. I just want to kind of see what people are thinking.
No, you're good. Yeah, right now we're just looking at the rotation coming in. 64PL coming from their top side, which is very, very nice to see. A little clamp strategy, pulling from the shrine, going directly to mid game. They're starting to rotate with 3.5 minutes left. And as we look at GYOM with the pressure in the middle. But 64 learning from their mistake last time. Look, they're pulling back, regrouping. The smart play.
There we go.
prevailing. So they did learn from their first time. They aren't pushing in one by one and getting into the meat grinder. And as you see, they're starting to bring up more and more 64 PL. This is lining up to be an epic battle in mid, Red.
Oh man, here we go, Boa. This is it. I'm telling you, with the 25 minutes left, I think this might be the last arc. Again, I could be completely wrong, but I really think that. Oh man, now I'm kind of worried about my prediction because I see a larger group of 64 PL there, Boba. So let's see what's gonna happen here and who's gonna engage first, man. Good luck on your prediction, Boba. But in the chat, there's a lot of spam. But I think if people are saying 64 PL is definitely gonna take this one. But we'll see if my prediction is right.
I'm interested to see what skills each one pops because GYOM, like you were saying, was very aggressive. So I definitely feel like that aspect is going to be right. I think the difference might be if 64 PL has Heaven's Grace. If they do have it, then they'll hold it in their bag. But if they don't, it definitely could go the way that you're saying.
Man, I'm thinking, Boba, like right now, which team should the teamers? Because right now, GYOM is trickling in slowly. So is 64 PL. Would have been a good time now at the 2-minute mark. Oh, as I said it, mystical formation is popped for 64 PL. They're going to engage now. Counter with the mystical formation on GYOM side. With two, did I see 2 to death?
Yes, you did.
I saw war drums.
64 PL.
64 PL did war drums and to the death. Okay, now what is GYM going to do to counter that? Or are they going to counter that?
I'm surprised by where some of the 64 PL guys are going. They're super spread out right now. Oh, this should be a very interesting. So. Well, on the side of 64 PL, they use To the Death and Mystical, correct? And then the other just use Mystical and War Drums on the side of GYOM, correct?
Correct.
So ideally, the advantage should be in favor of 64 PL. And as we see all these sad faces leaving the mid game. Oh, what a late pop.
Whoa. Now, Boba, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, because I mean, again, for GYOM, if it comes later, if they have plenty of marches there, that could be a huge thing. But I feel like already, if you look at the sad faces, they're already going away. Timing was off on that.
The timing was really bad on that one. The reason being is your marchers were pretty much dead. You just popped one of the most expensive skills in this game mode when all your marchers were half dead already. So that was the downside of the GYOM the skill pop right there. They should have easily, if they didn't have it, they shouldn't have done war drums. And I guarantee you that second skill that they popped was probably the reason why they couldn't pop To the Death. And that might have costed them this second arc.
I mean, I feel like there's still a mix of blue in there, but I could be completely wrong, or it's just all red. And I think PL might have this mid fight.
Dude, the Jads, look at the Jads. Even 64 brought him out. 64 brought him out. And as we look in the picture-in-picture, look at the amount of marches and engagements going all over the place.
Oh, this game is too close for anybody to lax. Yeah, they got to... Your prediction was right,
What
Boba.
an awesome picture-in-picture. PL, but see, here's the second part of the prediction, right? We looked at the points per minute, 510 to 440. They're still not super comfortable, and this arc is only worth 3,500 points, which would only put them up by 1,000 points. So if you're 64 PL, do you want to hold it? Or do you, are you confident? What do you think's kind of running through their minds right now, Red, with 20 minutes left?
I think they're gonna do, they're gonna hold it, and not have a third arc. And this is why. Right now, they're controlling 3 out of the 4 ultras, right? 64 PL have done a really good job at the octopus. What I've been seeing in this match so far, they've been really good at contesting structures. And right now, they're winning the points per minute. So I think the play might be to hold it and then score it when it's appropriate. But I don't know if there's going to be a third arc, and I think they may just hold on to it.
Yeah, and I agree with you, right? The play for the ultras is huge. Because as we looked, right, that one of them hadn't ticked over, which is why the points per minute didn't really change. But we're looking at a 660 to 360, and you're the team with the arc, and you hold the points per minute, which is usually not the case, right? Usually if you're investing that heavily into the arc, you're losing all your structures on the outside. But GYOM is not taking advantage of that. And once again, a surprising combo in another match. You know, how many Jads are we seeing in the field right now? Even 64PL brought him out. Last time the rotation was GYOM, and now the Jad combos in open field in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, first Lubu, now Jad Nevsky, and I think I saw Jad. I think who was Jad Attila. So there's definitely some interesting combos, and GYM is really trying to do what they can to kind of delay this arc or take it, because they do have a handful of marches here trying to really contest this arc. But as we've been talking the last 2 minutes, Boba, the 3 out of the 4 altars have continued to stay red, and none are blinking right now. So I'm really trying to understand, like, is GYOM really working to get that? Let's get their ultra back and then contest the other 2, because there's so many 64PL marches here really trying to protect this arc. So I'm really interested to see what GYM is doing right now to make sure that they can counter if 64PL scores this arc.
Yeah, really. I'm looking at the map too. None of them are even blinking, so that makes me question where the GYOM marches at. You know what I mean? At least that close altar that is right by that top obelisk should be blinking consistently. Have a rally set, swarm it, do something to where it's consistently you're trying to lower the troops down. Because 64 is investing a lot into running this arc. At least 4 players are surrounding this arc runner. And that means that they're losing more on the outside lanes, but you got to be able to take advantage of those. And as we're seeing right now, 64 is just trucking along with this arc.
Yeah, man. And it looks like I think they secured that, secured this arc on the side of 664. So now, as we're talking, both altars or both desert altars are now blinking. So let's see if GYOM can really truly contest those altars and then kind of taking advantage of the points per minute, because right now that advantage is in favor of 64PL. So we're coming down to the 18-minute mark, and Boba, I think they're going to hold this, man. I think they're going to hold this.
I think you're probably correct on that, because right now holding through the 4 altars is going to be huge, right? We're flipping over to them right now, and this is the forward-facing side, the one that we were talking about earlier. And look at the aggression coming from 64PL right now. You typically will see this in a lot of our Korean teams and Chinese teams, where they will posture up in that open space right between the altar and those obelisks, and they will just hammer your marches as they're coming out of your city, in an effort to kind of, like we always say, yellow and red those marches before you even get anywhere near the altar. And they're doing a phenomenal job on the 64 side of doing that.
Agreed. And as we're looking at this altar right now, GYM is really focusing on these marches. Well, in my opinion, they're really focusing on taking the structure back, because those marches are pretty much half dead. So, the rule is, if they're red, leave them dead. Just go. Just attack the structure. So, because right now, they're bleeding points.
And that's the important part that people aren't realizing is when you're like this close, right? It's all about structure game. It's the OBJ stuff. So while we all love to open field, right? All these marches should just be hitting the structure nonstop over and over until it's at least neutral. Because if not, you're going to have 64 just consistently sending marches forward facing on the field, and the Jad is doing work. Look at it. She's just absolutely filthy. She's literally halfway, and every march swarming is getting absolutely nuked.
Jad OP, man. Look at literally 64PL is doing a really good job at holding those 3 altars, because I haven't seen them flip hands in the last 3 to 5 minutes since Arc has spawned. So it's been a while. So I really want to see, would that be a huge detriment to GYOM and the point and the total points at the end of the match?
And I'm looking right now, and the interesting note for us to take to notice as well is this points in the match. Look at this. We are literally 300 points off. They are holding the arc, but even after holding all those altars for as long as they were, I assume one had to be contested. We are all tied up right now, for the most, and for all intents and purposes, we are all tied up with an arc with potential to maybe see a third. I think it's going to be a tight one. With 5 minutes left to capture an arc, it is definitely doable, but if it is contested, it's going to be very, very hard to pull it for the last one. But 5 minutes definitely is, if you're able to clean wipe everybody off the first pull. And we're seeing hard push some skills for those structures as they lost them, but are trying to regain them back.
Yep, they're on that regain right now, and you're right. 5 minutes is possible because I think the last match we had, it was about maybe 7.5, 8 minutes left for Arc, and the other team was able, JST was able to score it. So I think it's possible, but it's definitely be highly contested. It'll make it really close. So JYOM has to really focus on the structures, and their provision score needs to be on point. And Boba, did you see an insatiable desire to get popped just maybe 30 seconds ago?
Oh, I didn't even look. I was looking
it.
at the top side of the map. So from
Yeah,
GYOM?
Yes, I think GYOM did pop the Insatiable Desire. I could be wrong, or I'm just having a flashback from a previous match.
No worries. Yeah, I was focused on that map because I'm seeing right now GYOM flipped up, and as we say that, literally flipped back red. So they were holding 3 altars for a minute there, but now we're all tied up on the altars 2 and 2 right now. But points per minute swinging back in favor of GYOM with 15 minutes left in the match. So Red, if you're one of the teams, right, you got 15 minutes left. Let's just say you're GYOM, right, and your enemy has the Arc. What are you looking to do in the last 15 minutes of this game?
Oh, dude, you're contesting structures hard, but they're also, you're sending gatherers out because provisioning is going to be really key if they want to keep it close. Because you're right, it's only 3,500 points. So right now, they really need to really focus on getting that.
Yeah, and as I'm looking right now, we're seeing that Arc, and you know, and they're just contesting it right now, right? They're just dragging it along, and then from there, you know, are they gonna? I don't think they have.
They got. Oh, you should have ran.
We're so excited right after the previous one. The previous one, we're so excited when they pull it. You know, and it's one of those things, and this is what makes it very exciting. You know, with 13 minutes left in the game, and kind of figuring out what each team is thinking they need to do.
Man, it is so close. Hard push by 64 PL. So right now, the occupation score, GYM is doing what they can to kind of even out the score points, and then it's going to come down to provisions because that Arc is 3,500 points. So if GIOM is gathering, they're going to be gathering hard and disrupting as many points as they can from the 64 PL side.
Yeah, and right now we're just viewing the Arc Carrier. We got a little bit left to do, but GYOM is definitely putting on the pressure right now, trying to flip structures and really try to force 64 PL. And I'm pretty confident they're going to capture it fairly soon because they're starting to zero out all these marches. Which usually means they're going to clean wipe and start pushing in. But we'll keep our eyes on that, see, you know, how it goes. But the altars are back to the original owners, and we got 12 minutes left in this match, guys.
Yeah. These structures, whoever's flipping them and point disrupting them will be really key because I really think with provisions, and I'm sure that GYM is provisioning right now to kind of close the gap once the Arc is spawned. It's going to be really close. So any structures that they can flip will be really important. And I think I just saw hard push come out from GYOM to at least make up some of those points. So, well, but it's going to be a nail biter, man. Even with this R score, I think it's going to be super close.
Oh, and I just looked right now at the times. So when they dropped the Arc, picked it back up, it jacked it back up to 15 minutes. So we will not be seeing a third Arc. So it's all going to come down to provisions and occupation. So right now, GYOM has to flip. They're flipping that switch right there and trying to take as many altars as humanly possible with 590 to 410 in points per minute. So we're going to see. It's going to come down to the wire.
It is coming down to the wire, and they do have 3 out of the 4 altars. So if they can flip the 4th one, you know, that will be huge to put close the gap once they score the Arc on the side of 64 PL. And they also have 2 of the outposts. Well, every little point counts, right? I think, oh man, I'm just assuming maybe GYM can at least get 35, 4K in provisions and make this a huge nail biter. And as I'm looking, King Puma is going for that Arc.
He's going for gold. He's going, but yeah, you were saying, you know, provisions. We've seen some crazy provisions. It would not surprise me if your provisioner is very good and you have multiple people doing it, of you easily pulling in 5K. I've seen it before. They've done it a bunch. With one person, that's a little difficult. If you have multiple, it tends to be a little easier. But holding 4 altars, like GYOM is doing right now, will definitely help. Look at that points per minute.
Oh man. Oh man, GYOM with the plays. 4 altars, 2 of the outposts. Again, once they score this, 64PL will still have the lead. But can GYOM hold these altars and close that gap? Oh man, this is gonna get very interesting.
And they're getting to that point where they're gonna hit around that 8-minute mark, and then once you get below that, you know, it's just there is no possibility of another arc. So you're really holding on to that. But right now, as we say that, GYOM is taking all the structures and really taking it to the very bitter end, Red.
Oh man, and look at the score now. It's almost at 1,000 points difference. So they're cutting that lead. Really, they're just spreading out as much as possible, anticipating that arc score. So I think it's going to come down to the provisions, but it's really getting that close.
You know what? With 10 minutes left, if they keep, and we just saw one of the altars flip, if they can hold some of these, and I'm telling you right now, this Jad holding on for dear life. Oh, it's a Guan. Okay, they lost that one. 2 and 2 with 10 minutes left. If you can try to neutralize some of these higher scoring structures and bring in some decent provisioning, you got a shot. You got a shot. They're up by 1,000 points right now. 2 altars, points per minute in favor, triple in favor of GYOM at 670 to 210. And like you said, Red, it's going to come down provisioning and kind of which team is going to out provision the other.
Yeah, I completely agree, man. And I'm looking to see Insatiable Desire get popped over the next 3 minutes or so. But right now, like, GYOM has a big chance. Look at the gap in point. It's almost at 2,000 point differential. And I think that GYOM put themselves in a good position to make it really close so they can come out a W here. But 64PL is definitely putting the pressure on to maintain that gap they're going to have once they score the arc. So 8 minutes is going to be a nail biter, Boba. So, you know, do you think 64PL kind of sees that and they're probably provisioning just as much, or are they focusing a lot on the structures to maintain that lead?
I don't think they're trying to maintain any lead. I think they're just trying to survive right now. I think and as we say that, the arc has been captured. They are now only up by 2,000 points. Provisioners will start coming in here in about 5 minutes. And then it all comes down to the wire on seeing who's going to be able to out-provision the other and neutralize some of these structures. We're going to get to that point, Red, where neutralizing may be just as effective as holding, because you're not going to allow your opponent to be able to keep continually increasing their points per minute.
Yep, and that's what the goal should be right now, is literally neutralizing the points per minute on the opposing sides. And that's why literally everything is blinking for both sides. So who can flip these structures to delay about 2 minutes worth of points being allocated? But again, we're a little less than 2,000 points, Boba, so this can be anybody's game. And they really need to focus up and get this W, because either team can win. And I'm really interested to see who's going to be the one that provisions the most to get that W for their team.
Yeah, and as we look in this picture-in-picture, we're seeing on this bottom side, this Jad still trying to hold on for dear life. This GYOM trying to neutralize it. And even in the map in the top right, we're starting to see all the red structures blinking. You know, GYOM are really putting their foot on the pedal and trying to drive this point home and neutralize as much as possible. But as we say that, 64PL, are now flipping that points per minute in favor of them, 590 to 480. So GYOM has a little bit of catching up to do in the last 6 minutes of this match.
Completely agree, man. And right now, as they're flipping those and the points per minute, they're maintaining that small lead. So it's going to come down to provisions, everybody, in the last 6 minutes. Who is going to capitalize on this and really hone in and get the victory to face up against New V next week? So let's go. I'm rooting for both teams here. They made a great match so far. Boba, the last 6 minutes, man, I have no idea. The one thing I wish doesn't happen is that we're gonna see somebody who doesn't make it back to their city with a full caravan. That's the one thing I'm hoping we're not gonna see, buddy.
We've seen it before, right? But hey, there it is, insatiable desire. It's 64 PL that popped it. So even more interesting. Okay. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But that lets you know what we're thinking as well. Are they provisioning? They would not have popped skills like that if they were not going to. And hard push coming on the side of GYOM to try to help expedite when they capture those altars and pull them down and neutralize them. But yeah, it's provisioning is one of the. A lot of people think it's very easy, but it is one of the most stressful. Like if you die in those nodes, you lose all the provisions that you've been doing for the last hour. You invested an hour of your time to do that. And if you get killed inside that node, you just lost everything. So we're definitely excited to keep it up. They're still up, holding that lead by 2,000 points red. What do you think's gonna happen in the last 5 minutes?
I think right now in Discord, people are saying send gatherers. I really think right now people are saying send gatherers. Everybody send a march out right now. Let's maintain this lead or let's catch up to them. I really think right now all these caravans across the map are being filled up. Like right now on the screen, the level 1 node over there is definitely being picked up. So they're really going to be focusing on that right now to make sure that can they close the gap or extend the gap on behalf of 64PL. Because I believe GYOM did push hard push. You see that? See what I did there? They did push hard push, but they are capturing structures. But I don't know if it's going to make the difference. The gathering is definitely going to be the key in the next 4 minutes here. So we're going to see those coming in, Bulba. And again, I hope that we don't see someone not make it, because we don't want those situations of what if I made that? What if I made that?
And even with all of that, they're still only down by the 2,000 points. I really hope. Oh, there you go. Valiant stand from GYOM. Where is that getting popped? That's on a defensive structure. So that's very interesting. Usually teams will pop that on forward-facing structures because they're having to march across the entire field. So that lets you know the kind of pressure that 64PL is putting on those altars to try to neutralize them. Because even with hard push, if they get neutralized right now, you're looking at maybe an extra tick before the match is over because you still have to capture it. So, that's something to keep an eye on. We're getting into that realm where neutralizing structures becomes just as dangerous. And also for provisioners, we're starting to bring those in. We're going to pay attention to the score in the points per minute as well.
2,900 point difference, Bulba. It's getting close, man. 2.5 minutes now. I think people should start recalling maybe in a minute and 30 left. I think that's what the call is going to happen, because right now the structures I feel like don't really apply anymore. It's going to give them like you mentioned, 1 tick, but it's going to come down to provisions, man. I said it again for the last 6 minutes. Like, who is sending out the gatherers and who is making sure that the people out in those caravans are being recalled back just in time to see if they can actually come out with the W here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the important part. This is where March and troop selection and having those presets really helps, right? A lot of people typically think when you provision, we're going to send out sieges, right? But if you're doing these quick hops and you aren't the actual provisioner, sending cabs is way better than sending out sieges, right? Because you're just looking to hop in, hop out, get back as fast as possible. And if you're not accustomed to doing that, it's a little bit like we all forget, right? You're fighting on the field, you're trying to provision at the same time, and then you drag select everything and it pulls your provisioner on accident. Like it happens. But we are seeing some mystical getting popped on the side of 64PO in a defensive manner right now. So this is going to be very interesting. It was around this altar as well. And we're going to see with 30 seconds left on this structure. Yeah.
Boba, as we're talking, the provisions are coming in for 64PL, man. The gap has almost widened up to 5,000 points. So I'm interested to see what the provision scores are for both sides once this match is over. But look at, they're almost a 5,000 gap. 64PL have provisioned, and I don't know if GYOM has done the same on their side.
Well, we'll find out here in about 30 seconds because most of them should already be recalling if they are. And it's very rare that you're going to see them outside of the 30-second mark starting to bring in because the timing gets a little bit wonky and you don't really want to risk it. So we'll find out here if they've been provisioning. My theory is they probably haven't because provisioning is usually one of the very few things that a lot of newer teams don't necessarily have super optimized. And with 64PL having so much kind of history together, working together, it's kind of where it separates a little bit. But as we say that, you know, they brought it back another 2K with 15 seconds left, Red. Let's take it home.
Let's take it home. And unless some guy who's, you know, JD of the old days is literally gathering like you know, OP right now, is he gonna make that change and pop up to 37? Like, am I gonna see that MOBA?
Nope.
Nope. GG's to 64PL. Congratulations to the MVP Naked. There we go. Quick correction there. But to the victors, 64PL. Congratulations. That was a really great match. 64PL did what they needed to do to secure that victory, especially the last arc and the provisions. Amazing job to that team. Shout out to Little Bear, you know, a friend of mine in 664. Congratulations, buddy, on your team advancing to the next round. Who will be facing New V. Boba, what a match, man. Back-to-back matches. Really excited to see what we saw today. Oh man, like it was definitely an exciting match to see and getting closer to the end of the day. But chat, YouTube, I hope you guys like really enjoyed that match as much as we did. A lot of key things, the way that, you know, the mid fights happened, the rotations from 64PL. GYOM also did a really good job at, you know, occupying the structures and fighting the mid. So a lot of the key factors both teams applied on how they found the field, their pairings, and their occupation. Well, but any key takeaways from your end on what you saw from either teams about this close match?
Yeah, so with the 64PL team, right? They were kind of they were solid on occupation, and I'm interested to see those stats when we get to that point. But their mid game looked a little bit weaker than what I was expecting. But where that's going to come into play, right, is next week when we start talking about the new V team. Like their mid game is on par. You know, it is very high. So their adaptation is going to be very key. And I was excited to see them, include some of those provisioning skills because in those high tier games, the provisioning sometimes will decide those matches. And so you really want to be kind of on track with that. But overall, I thought their pressure and their presence was very good. When they needed to push, they pushed. When they held, they held. Outside of that first initial hiccup that we saw in the first arc, they came back, tweaked it a little bit, and came back correct for the second one, and were able to pull that for sure.
Yeah, and what I'm really interested in is the occupation score. So you remember that second arc that they contested for a long period of time, GYOM and 64PL definitely had a lot of marches protecting that. There were 3 altars that were held by 64PL for a long period of time. So that could have been a huge detriment on top of the provisioning that 64PL did to really kind of extend that lead for 64PL that GYOM kind of didn't really anticipate for. So I'm really excited to see what those results are. But again, shout out to 64PL. Congratulations. You guys are advancing to fight against a new V next week. GYOM, Puma, great game to you guys. But, 64PL definitely were the ones to kind of take this victory and advance to the next stage. And as I lean into that, 64PL Naked, congratulations on being the MVP for today's matchup against GYOM. Congratulations, man. Really, in this matchup, anybody could have been MVP, and, to be able to be that here for this match, congrats, man. Well-deserved. And we hope that you showcase that in an upcoming match against New V, because that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a really big, tough one for you guys next week. And I know you guys will bring it and bring the fire.
Yeah, and watching 2 Korean teams really battle is always going to be fun because they're both aggressive teams. They're very good at strategizing and planning for each other. So it's going to be a definitely an awesome cast to be able to do next week. when we see those two teams. But at the end of the day, the tail of the tape is usually what's going to kind of illustrate where a team was successful. And I know we've been talking about it throughout the entire match. GYOM did very, very well. GG's to them, kudos to them, because we didn't know who they were, but a lot of people are going to like them. And as we bring up this battle report right here, Red, we're looking one arc 3,000 to 3.5k. Occupation was actually in favor of 64PL for the second game in a row. We are surprised once again, and I think it might have had to do with those altars. But look at the provisions, even with Insatiable Desire.
Dude, what a close game, Bulba. By the way, someone healed, by the way. I don't know if everybody's saying that, but somebody healed. I don't think you need to heal for this round. But yeah, it literally was. It came down to the bare minimum points. Like, everything was very even across all things except for provisions. So it could have been anybody's game, but 64PL definitely capitalized. Like, even the kills, Bulba, like in the previous matches, we've seen huge gaps between the two opponents. Like, I think the last one was 15 million kills difference, and the one before that was like 15 million kills as well. So this was really even on both sides. So this match, could have gone both ways. And in my opinion, Bulba, and I think that how long that 64PL had those structures while contending that arc still really helped them win that match on top of the revisions. I think that was a key factor of the game for them to get this W over GYOM. And as we lead into the details, sorry, Bulba. As we lead into the details, it kind of showcases that as well. Very close game. And then we're going to lead into the replay now, again highlighting some of the key things of the match. Both teams definitely were aggressive at the start, aiming for each other's altars, and I believe that 3 out of the 4 altars were in favor of 64PL at the start, before it going into the mid fights. But Bobo, in your opinion, anything outstanding? And I think you probably agree with me with that arc fight. The second one was probably the key factor. But any key things that were highlighted in the match for you that kind of stood out?
Just structures. You know what I mean? I don't think it's very rare, and we kind of touched on it multiple times, but it's very rare that you're going to see teams in this caliber really hold 3 altars like that consistently for a longer duration of time, and just seeing that and the effects of just different march combinations. This is the second match in a row that we've seen marches that don't necessarily aren't the norm. You know what I mean? Jad Attila's, and then previously we saw Lubu. Who is the secondary for Lubu?
Lubu Honda.
Lubu Honda was the other combo, and just seeing those creative. And I think the deeper we get into this anniversary Grand Prix, I think the more wacky we're going to see some crazy combos, and that excites me for sure.
100%, man. That's the most exciting thing, is that this game style allows the teams to be really creative and figure out what new combinations, what new strats can really get them to the next level. And we're definitely seeing that now. All the basic fundamentals, Boba, that I've seen from all the matches today, and including this one, all the teams have the basic fundamentals and know what to do in terms of when to rotate, when to know when not to push, when to contest something. So both teams and all teams going forward in the past have done a really great job. And now with all the matches, except for we have one more match coming up, but all the matches so far, we're getting close, man, to the next rounds. But 64PL advances to face New V next week on the 23rd at U2C 1600, and we have a final match later today at 18 UTC with Team OLympia versus CBW 846 and 855 and friends. So chat, make sure to like and subscribe to the Rock channel. Get those likes up. Tune in for 18 UTC, and make sure to check out myself and Bulba on our own YouTube. See additional Rock content there. But we're gonna take a break. See you guys on the next one. I hope you guys had a good time. See ya.
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soldier faith, your dream, it burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you, seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory, the blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the lost temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the Alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, Tutmosis III, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side. My loyal.
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
Dare you hurt our people? Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspired to cheat us of this prize. But these are lowly foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, the sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on the icy flood, do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand. It burns deep inside. The need to raise
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the finish line of today's matches for the Grand Prix. Boba, what a day it has been, my friend. Been up since 3 a.m. That's right, 3 a.m. to cast these matches, but it's been an honor and an amazing time. And we are here for our final match with Team Olympia versus the 846 and 855 Amigos. I'm really interested to see how this is. If I'm reading correctly, Boba, Team Olympia, I believe it's Viet Ming's team, and I'm giving that context because he's a top player in the Olympia rankings. So I'm really interested to see how they kind of transfer that over into this OL match, this Grand Prix match, and then obviously the name itself, 846 and 855 Amigos, could be a super team we see from high fighters in 846, but. This day has been really eventful. A lot of great matches today from all teams participating, so kudos to them. But Boba, as we finish this off, this last match today, what are you expecting to see? I in my opinion, before I let you answer that, is I think we're going to see a lot of the same things, but I think that we might see some surprises for this match because of the players that might be involved. But I don't know, what are your thoughts on this last match for the day?
You know what? For players that constantly grind modes like Olympia, they gotta have a little strategy. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they can really pull that together in a non 5v5 game mode and a 30v30, because that's usually a little bit harder. But if there's people that can do it, it's usually players that can grind out game modes that require participation and voice chat and all that kind of stuff. And then on the side of CBW, 1846, 1855, 1846, one of the largest kingdoms in all of Rise of Kingdoms. And so they're able to, pick and pull, and it should be an absolute barn burner. As for what to expect, we've kind of been surprised in the last couple of matches with some of the March selections that were used. We've seen Jada Attila in open field. We saw Lubu and Honda. We're seeing some mixes out there. So I'm excited to see, especially between these two teams, because they have good strategists and good strategies. I'm suspecting we're going to see something unique and different. And probably, I would venture to say, it might be one of our closest matches of the day for sure.
I agree. And chat, if you didn't see, there's a code below that was on the bottom of the screen to get your free in-game gifts by putting that code in, as well as if you're not using the PC version already, use the QR code below to use to download the PC version for Rock, as the PC version is a much more smoother gaming experience for you to play Rise of Kingdoms. But yeah, man, I'm excited for the matches. Enjoy your free gift, chat. Bulba, as you said it, man, I'm really excited to see. And again, that's a really good thing to point out about those who grind that game mode and really understand the mechanics. Can they transfer over to a 30v30 matchup with unlimited gear, talents, trees?
The dream.
It's the dream. And I'm playing on the 254 team, and really it makes me like I'm like in a playground with all that equipment. But going to today's matchup though, CBW 846 and 855 Amigos against Olympia. Really exciting matchup to see. I'm really looking forward to see what this team can do on both sides, and really excited to see the players on both teams that were recruited for these rosters. And I really think we're going to see a really good ending to this this batch of matches for this for today before leading into the next round next week. So now we're going to go into Team A. Bob, I'm going to let you lead that on.
Okay, yeah, Team A. We're going to be looking at the Amigos. Man, you got to love that. You got to love that part of the name for sure. And just some, Red Hulk. We have a lot of names that have been in the game for a very long time. Zefti is there as well. Ninja. There's so many names, and definitely our top 5 combatants to keep your eyes on. Your boy hashtag made it. Mokote himself has made it. Let's go. So it's going to be an absolute barn burner, and it should be a very, very fun match for sure. And leading into Team B with you, Red.
Yes, sir. Team B, Team Olympia here, man. There's a lot of teams. Maverick L, if this is the right Maverick L that I'm seeing here, that's going to be really interesting to see him here. BK Love, very familiar name also on other teams. And Viet Ming. captain of Team Olympia. Again, this guy's top ranks in Olympia, and I really want to see if they can transfer that over, man. I mean, just with both teams, Boba, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a really good match. And I definitely think that both teams are really going to surprise one another. So I'm really looking forward to it, man. So let's get into this now.
Yeah.
All right.
And kind of a side note real quick, Red. And then the interesting part about this match for sure is not only is the match going to be phenomenal in my opinion, but the exciting part is this is also going to lead into next week's match when one of these two teams is going to be battling against 254. And, we got awesome strategists all across the board, but we are loading into the match. And Red, what are we looking for, brother?
Oh, man. And before I get into that, you made a really good point. Whoever wins this match does play against a 254 team. So really excited to see which team here will face off against 254 next week. But starting out the gate, knowing some of these players personally from my time in KVK with them and facing some of them in OL matches in regular arc, brother, we're going to see some aggressiveness. Big time aggression from both teams. I'm expecting to see hashtag Makote literally going full force at the front with everything behind them. I definitely think that we're going to see nonstop building swaps. I think we're going to see really insane battles in the middle. I think it's going to be a really close game. I think it's going to come down to execution, and it's going to be coming down to the timings. I think it's going to be, again, prediction, a game's going to be within 3,000 points. What are your thoughts?
I like close predictions like that. But yeah, no, I think usually when you have really two really strong, strategic teams, it always comes down to the nitty gritty, right? We always break down other matches and what you do during your idle time, right? So little things like where your troops going to be when you're not fighting, you know what I mean? In those mid games, when we always see those from like 1V and JST and our top Osiris League teams, where even when they're not fighting, their troops are parked in nodes just to do something and be active. I think it comes down to stuff like that. I think provisioning could also be a big key to this one, because I don't think a structure is going to last very long with the amount of monsters that we have in this match right here. I think everything will be swarmed. Everything's going to be constantly neutral, and it's going to come down to mid game and provisions, in my opinion. But with 30 seconds left, what are you kind of expecting, Red?
I'm again, as I mentioned before, it's going to be a huge push to both altars. I feel like I'm going to see an Obelisk play here, Boba. I really think I'm going to see an Obelisk play here for some reason. I feel like someone's going to pull out something out of the bag, do something that we're not expecting out the gate to kind of disrupt the normal flow of the normal matches that we've been seeing. So I think on the side of Viet Minh, I think I'm going to see surprise, brother. I really think I'm going to see surprise here.
I want to see if they bring out something different. Yeah, I want to see something different. I want to see if they bring out some unique marches. Typically, we're going to see exactly what we were saying right here, that split view real quick. And what are we kind of keeping our eyes on, Red, for the break off for the match?
I honestly, I think I think there's going to be a lot of, normal pushes, aggressive pushes for both altars. I am hoping for that Obelisk push by one of the teams to make things really interesting, like a true commitment. But I honestly think that these teams and the players are very experienced enough to know that to capture buildings appropriately, all the basic fundamentals. So I think it should be an even startup for both sides. But I think as the match progresses, we're going to see a lot of audibles and a lot of changes throughout the strategies based on what other teams are doing. Ooh,
yeah, and
that's, Boba, that cow is just on steroids. Like, this guy got his Michael Jordans on. Like, that's fast.
Dude, the Usain Bolt march out there, bro. He got his sneakers tight, and he's booking it. And that's optimizations that you just can't, you gotta be ready for those. And as we're seeing right now, OLympia with the first two outposts, you know what this is making me really think that Blue is trying to pull something. It's very unlikely, it's very uncharacteristic of them not to have any of the outposts as of right now, even before they pulled this Obelisk. So keep our eyes on it. 5 rallies to 5 rallies. And, the strategy is coming out. But as we look right now on the field, we're seeing both Obelisks getting pulled, all the outposts, except one in favor of OLympia right now. The other 3 have not even been touched from the side of the Amigos.
Yeah, it looks like they don't need it. I mean, come on, hashtag, gotta grab those. Makote, come on, guys. You guys gotta touch those. But yeah, I mean, I think like those things are really crucial because I really think it's gonna come down like to the last 15 minutes of the match. So I'm hoping that someone's kind of directed someone, hey, make sure to grab those outposts. And it looks like they're beginning to do that now. So everything looks pretty even on the map here in terms of obelisk touches and when they were captured. Now it's going to see how aggressive both teams are going to be when it comes to these ultra pushes.
Yeah, and right now the March compositions, we're going to start noticing those as we get closer, an inch closer to those altars and shrines. It looks like OLympia is going for the route of speed, which is not surprising, right? Because if you play OLympia, it's more about speed than it is about anything else. So the proper March combos, for them are probably an easy pick for them. But as we're seeing right now, 2 minutes before the altars and shrines are about to open up.
Yep, and it looks like Team OLympia is definitely getting some good footing on their altar to kind of get that defensive position. So they're in a good position now to kind of counter whatever push 846 and 855 Amigos are doing. And I see Laguna up front there. There he is, leading that push against the Desert Altar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're watching right now as CBW is starting to make their way up the field on the bottom side. Yeah, there's troops. This rally should get canceled as it passes the altar, more likely than not. And as we see, it disappeared. But yeah, we all know it's there. We all know it's there.
Wait. I thought it was sneaky tactics, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it though. That would have been a good sneaky tactics play.
That would be a Laguna play right there, bro. No facts. But here we go. OLympia team clashing in on the bottom side, already approaching CBW as the battle continues. And in 1 minute, those altars and shrines are going to open up.
Yep. And OLympia has really good positioning right now. They're engaging when they should be engaging against CBW. So it's definitely going to be a really close one on this altar, but it's a 50-50 chance, in my opinion, on what I'm seeing on the map in terms of footing for both sides, for the side of Olympia's Desert Altar.
It is interesting to see that they did let that obelisk rally go as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. It was an infantry rally from what I'm seeing. So see how committed are they to at least causing disruption on that obelisk. But now here on the split screen, we do have both desert altars for both sides being contested by both groups, and it looks like both teams have good positioning against the enemy on their existing altars. Well, great counter so far, Boba, on what I'm seeing right now on the screen.
Yeah, and with 10 seconds left before, the important thing is there's a shield that you'll see that protects those altars and shrines. And if your march is parked on top of that, it sounds really dumb, but seconds count. And if you park on there, usually what will happen is it will pull your march out to put it back in. And that snap second could be the difference between you getting in or your opponent getting in. And as we see right now, they did split them, but Garrison is not looking so well on the right. We got a Guan in Garrison, but we do have a Jad on the left.
Yeah, we do. And from my understanding, it looks like each team took each other's altars. On the first touches, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think the left
on the left.
The left one should be bottom side, and then the right one should be the top side altar.
Got it. So they both basically switched it out. I mean, it looks like CBW were able to take the one on the right, but kudos to CBW for getting the first touch on that desert altar to kind of delay the points.
Yeah, and I think right now they're pushing really hard. They got 9 seconds before they capture this one on the left side, which would be on the bottom. And let's see if they're going to pull that. Oh, they miss it by 4 seconds. And OLympia were able to pull that before they lost first occupation on the left. And on the right, it appears as if OLympia they did flip it. So we'll keep our eyes on that and see if they were able to sneak that first occupation, or they first got, they're able to get it. But as we look at the time, Red, we're at that window right now between the 5 and 6 minute window. And what should both of these teams kind of be thinking about right now?
Man, now it's about rotations. Right now, Olympia is in the driver's seat because they do have the structures right now. They are definitely winning on that part. So within the next 30 seconds, you should see OLympia trying to kill off their marches, the low ones who did take those altars, to get part of that rotation to middle. So I think we're going to see that CBW is already getting to the middle. So the call has been made saying, everyone who's supposed to go to middle, start heading middle now. So we're going to see that very soon, Boba.
Yeah, and it's very nice to see because with CBW, right, they do have a lot of WIB players. A couple of WIB players who are very experienced in making it into high level and high tier arcs, which always helps with rotations. They may have rotated a little bit early, and I do like this play from the side of OLympia, coming in with the late swarm on the shrine, trying to pull those buffs prior to going into mid. And if CBW don't catch on to that, they might be going in with slightly less buffs than they were expecting.
Now I'm thinking, Boba, because of the amount of marches they committed, because earlier we saw still multiple marches on the CW's Desert Altar that OLympia did take, and then now they're pushing the altar here, the Shrine of War. Do you think they might be scratching the mid game and say, hey, we're gonna go full on structures and just cancel that thing out? Like, the map is blinking everywhere on the side of blue.
I think that's a hard one. We're looking at the picture-in-picture right now. And yeah, they're swarming top and bottom, but you're starting to see where CBW is realizing that, and so they're having to adjust to it. But at the same token, look at those marches in the little picture-in-picture. They're all red and yellow, so they need to kill them off. But with an Ethel Garrison, oh lord, you know, that shrine could be an issue coming forward. And OLympia, I think, still has enough time to rotate towards middle. And right now, they're holding all 4 altars, Red.
And both shrines. This is going to be interesting, man, because it looks like CBW does have more troops within the middle, but the longer that OLympia holds onto these structures, whether or not CBW takes this thing, it's going to cancel out. It's going to offset because they're literally holding onto all these structures at this time.
Yeah, and what I would say is,
per minute, Boba.
if you're CBW, right, you're looking at a 300 to 800 point advantage. Dude, War Drums got popped so early, and there's nobody in there. I don't even know if I would even have pop skills with that amount of marches, because think about it. Some of these cover 30 marches, bro. And there's not even probably 20 right there. So you just wasted the skill. And that's something that, you know, I think if you're on the side of OLympia, it may not be as bad, but they popped it really early. And as we watch all these blue marches starting to filter in the middle, that could come back to bite them. And look at all the red marches in yellow on the side of OLympia. Oh, no.
Oh, man. I mean, I see why Red did that, because, one, they have the Shrine of War, and then they wanted to, like, I guess, take advantage and get footing in the middle. But with the counter from CBW, even without the Shrine of War, they're holding it down. So I see the reason why, but I don't think it's going in the favor that they were anticipating.
Yeah, I think my big deal is, if you're going to pop skills, you want to make sure that you're utilizing it for the, you know, if it's for 30 marches and you only have 15, you probably could use it elsewhere. Use it on your structures, use it on something else. Because like right now, all these marches are in here. They don't have any skills, and we still have 2 minutes left. And OLympia are going to use their second skill, and CBW, I don't believe, has used any. So I'm looking to see, exactly. They should see War Drums and Mystical getting popped from the side of CB, on their side. That way, you know, they're utilizing that as well.
Yep, and I think that CBW did pop Mystical at the beginning to counter the War Drums against OLympia, so I think they were just adding the skills now. So I think in terms of skills, it's kind of even in the middle, but Blue is holding it down. But OLympia did have a large group of reinforcements come to the middle, so this is a 50-50 in my opinion, but I do see a lot of sad faces from CBW going away, but.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at that picture-in-picture, and Zenobia is absolutely tanking. And that's kind of the danger of Zenobia, right? The good thing is they had a proper garrison in there. These 3 marches aren't going to take Zenobia down by itself. If they had a rally, that might have worked. But as we look on the other screen as well, CBW are doing really well coming back. Lots of Ethels for the side of OLympia, so they are really... Did I just see an Ethel Constantine. So we are seeing different combos, some Honda primaries instead, but a whole lot less XYs than what we're accustomed to seeing for sure.
Yeah, I see Honda Tomies. So, yeah, so a lot of teams are now using Ethofiltration. There's just so many things that include Mars composition and so many buffs. And I'm looking through the pile. I mean, this pile is just getting heavy and heavy, man. Everyone's still committed to sending to middle. So but again, from what I'm seeing, I see a lot more blue bubble than I do see red. But red is definitely coming in with the reinforcements.
Now, I do want to bring your attention to the score right now. We got 3 seconds before the arc spawns. Even with CBW doing as well as they're doing, they're still down by 3,200 points. This arc is literally to keep them in the game right now because OLympia has been doing so good on structures. And as we're seeing them on the screen, you know, picture in picture right now, focusing back on neutralizing those structures again as CBW pulls the arc and they're taking off with it.
Oh man, see, yeah. So like that long period of time, at least 5 minutes of OLympia holding on to those structures, really did make a key difference if they lost this arc. And because again, it's 3,000 points, so it makes them pretty much even. So I really think the structures really kind of offset the points that CBW will be getting from this arc.
Yeah, and we'll definitely keep our eyes. You're going to see a couple of these marches. Just try to slow it down, slow the progress down for this arc. I'm not sure. We'll keep our eyes and see if they're going to send another wave. But this arc's pretty decent, you know, decently deep. If they're not going to use like running charge, I just saw Jad YSS running the arc. Okay. You know, if they're not going to utilize,
I need to figure out why.
We're so excited right now, right? We got new meta coming through, but you know, CBW they started out a little bit slow, came in, reinforced, and now they're running that arc. And you know, with 45 minutes left in the match, they're down by a little over 3K. This will pull them right back in with that first arc being 3,000 points.
Yes, sir. And I think now it's the time for CBW to say, hey guys, the arc is good. Maybe a handful of players, maybe 2 players help protect the arc, but everybody needs to rotate back to the lanes to either defend or push structures right now. They need to make that call, and some are making that call now, so that's good. They need to start rotating away because them sitting there, again, makes less amount of people defending and going on the offensive.
Yeah, and I always like seeing the comments, and I look through them as well, and like I know that people, and I love structures as well. I think structures is one of the hardest things to maintain, especially when you get to this top tier level. So trying to bank on being super dominant at the structure game is very hard at a certain level. So these arcs, right? You invest a lot into them, but you get instant gratification from it when you earning 3,000 points, 3,500, 4,000 points. Simple stuff like that can easily turn the tide, while in structure and occupation, that's a little bit more difficult to make up 7,000 points in occupation.
Agreed. Yeah, it definitely is. So right now, and I think because the game is going to be so close, like I think every point's going to matter here, even provisioning. So I'm really interested to see how these teams execute their rotations in between arcs. And it looks like CBW, as the Shrine of Life on the bottom left and the Desert Altar are blinking, so they are making those moves to kind of, you know, gain momentum on their end.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling like CBW just had a slow start, and then they're going to kick it into another gear, and then this should be a very huge end, like at the very end. But I'm getting that vibe from CBW right now. The aggression's starting to pick up as we look in this picture-in-picture at both of the altars, and CBW are the ones always moving forward on them. So that's an important thing for us to understand as well.
Yeah, and that timing right now on the screen, the main screen where CBW, that timing where they kind of pulled back, met that 4 group from OLympia on front of their Desert Altar, and then on the bottom left in the picture-in-picture, looks like OLympia is trying to go for that Sky Altar with an Attila Nevsky rally. So we'll see which of these altars hold, but it looks like I think the bottom left will be definitely heavily contested and might be in favor of OLympia based on the number of troops that are surrounding it and swarming it.
Yeah, and just look at the power of Jad. Oh my goodness. Full swarm with the rally, light reinforcements, and she's holding up, you know, a cool 30, 45. You know, she's tanking so hard on both of these in picture right now. On the left, you're seeing OLympia swarming down that altar. On the right, you're seeing, you know, OLympia trying to swarm down the other one as well. And so I do like the aggression coming out on the side of the OLympia team.
Oh man, OLympia is aggressive. I mean, CBW is definitely matching that, but the amount of force and coordination I'm seeing on both teams is top tier, man. I'm really excited to see these teams really go at it. Holy moly.
Yeah,
Or
you know,
Boba.
You know, the interesting part right now is I think they're just dropping the arc and picking it back up. So they might limit the amount of arcs that are going to come out, which is an interesting thing to see as they are in a deficit by more than 3,000 points. So, you know, they're resting very heavily on them winning the second arc to kind of seal that deal. But if OLympia is able to pull that second arc, this match is going to get very interesting based on holding this arc.
Yeah, I was really impressed with CBW's middle game on how they kind of owned that field and were able to get this first arc. So, I mean, they could probably hold it for a little bit, but I would definitely want to go for a second arc for them as soon as possible to possibly get a third. Because if you're looking at the map right now, the structure game, once they even that out, I definitely think you should go for a second one.
Yeah, I've never. It's kind of a give and take, right? You know, going into the match, you strategize for both scenarios. If you don't get the first arc, if you do get the first arc, and I've never been quite a fan of holding arcs. I no, or at least not for a long duration, right? You definitely want to time it right, reset, do all that kind of stuff. But I've never been a fan of kind of resting and hoping that, you know, if you have a massive lead and you're just kind of just keeping that as a safety net, then that's cool. But when you're down in a deficit, you're putting a lot of pressure on, and it basically forces you to have to win the second arc to even have a shot at winning this. Because OLympia is putting on the pressure. They're laying it on thick. And just looking at the structures right now, literally all red, 3 of the 4 altars are in favor of OLympia right now. So, Red, if you're on the side of CBW, what do you need to do?
My opinion is what I would do is I'd probably turn the arc in very soon, but I would turn it in soon, go for the structures, and then once the 5-minute mark hits, rotate to mid. You got to even out the points per minute because 210 to 590, you're gonna let this lead grow. And the way that OLympia is playing, I think you need to focus on the mid game and then just even out the structure game, and then use that to your advantage to get momentum in your favor. I think it should be turned in very soon.
Let's just say what we're saying, right? OLympia is looking nice, right? For a team that is thrown together, patched together, they're looking like a well-oiled machine, kind of moving as a unit, which is very impressive. Mid game is usually the one thing that we always talk about, Red and I and all the other casters, is one of the harder things to kind of pull together, because it's all about March compositions. Some of these players aren't even in the same kingdom, so getting them on the same Discord to chat about combos and stuff like that is a little bit more difficult. But the movement on the map, you know, everything is looking very smooth for the side of OLympia. And just as I say that, Red, look at all the altars.
There we go. They're evening it out. I mean, they need to still secure them to start getting points per minute, but they're kind of slowing down the gap from extending even more. And then once they score that arc, which I was hoping that would be soon, it might be a good time now, but it'll be just a 2,000 point deficit or so. If math serves me wrong, even though I didn't do that much math in high school, but it's about right.
Yeah, you're pretty good. So on the picture right now, we're looking at CBW's altar getting swarmed down once again from OLympia, and then on the right side, OLympia trying to hold out. Actually, they are both CBW. I didn't notice it flipped. So both of these altars are attempting to get flipped for the side of OLympia, and as we say that, one already does, the one on the left. Let's see if the one on the right does. I believe I see the indicator for Jad, and she looks pretty full. So this one's going to be very interesting, especially on the bigger screen.
Oh, agreed. And actually, Boba, I think that was a Jad that was fighting on the open field, unless they were trying to reinforce it with that Jad. But if she's in there, we both know Jad, she's not someone to mess with, my friend. You can swarm her all you want, she's going to stand strong. But it looks like Budokai said, no, I'm going to take over. If you can see her as a garrison on the main screen.
Hold my bag.
Hold my bag. Okay,
and
now
as we're looking at that
on the map now.
Yeah, and with 35 minutes left, just ticking over, our structures are all nilled up. The arc itself is being held by CBW, and we're gonna keep an eye on if they're gonna hold it just to have 2 arcs, or if they're gonna plan on capturing it with an attempt to have 3 possibly, because I have a feeling they're gonna need 3 in this match in order to pull the victory out. But you know, we'll keep our eyes on it. For right now, OLymphia's looked very strong. What do you, Red? Are you noticing anything different that OLympia is doing that is allowing them to be, you know, this strong in the open field?
Dude, it's their timings, man. It's literally their timings. Like, I feel like once CBW does like some type of defense, there's like a group of fresh marches coming up to continue attacking that altar, and then it doesn't give CBW enough time to refresh their marches. So like the timing that OLympia is doing is being really crucial in hitting the structures when at its lowest point. Like, it's just nonstop. Like, the marches right here in front of the desert altar, if like half of them haven't been refreshed yet, and then you have a bunch of OLympia people already up there full march.
Yeah, and I think I'm just kind of accrediting it to their aggression. They're super aggressive, and for the first time today, I think we've actually seen a Zenobia garrison in one of these altars. I don't think any of our matches, and look how absolute melted she's getting, and that could be why people are switching over to Jad as much as they are. But you know, that it's no surprise here, you know what I mean, that the amount of swarming and coordination with here. Look at coming in from the south side, all these reinforcement marches as well.
Oh man, see, it's nonstop. Like they're flowing, man. They're like, you know when you play beer pong, you're shooting it, you're on fire. Like, I literally feel like that's how they're doing. Like, they're literally, the marches are there like at the right time, and it's just hitting.
Like the classic NBA jam, you're on fire, like the
100%.
Yeah.
100%, 100%, my friend.
There you go.
It's
jumping from half court.
Man.
We're doing it. But
the
yeah, no, it's the dunk from half court from the free throw line on the other side. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
these kids don't know.
Amigos is, yeah, they don't know. It's all right. But they're trying to bring it back. The Amigos are kind of slowly reeling them in. But OLympia is still very solid on these. As we say that, look at another altar flips back in favor of OLympia. And, you know, that the lead is only growing. They're up by 4,100 points right now, with that arc being worth 3,000.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be close, man, because right now, I think right now OLympia is what they should be doing, because right now with no arc in play, they're just going to continue to put heavy pressure on these structures, and it's just going back and forth. And I feel like the point differential is nothing crazy, but 440 to 510, those little points add up over time. And now I'm thinking, like, by them holding on to it, and they will get a second arc, I would assume, do they want it to come down to that, to 2 arcs, or do they want to have a third? Because I think the last match ball we had, there was like, what, around 25 minutes left in the match before they turned it in for a second arc.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier, where it kind of puts you like your back's against the wall, and you're doing it to yourself, kind of deal. Because the occupation has been, let's be perfectly honest, in the last 3 matches that we've casted, if this occupation is close, we're really bad at calling this occupation, right? Because we thought the team that was clearly dominating an occupation, and then they barely are beating them. So, you know, it is one of those. OLympia is looking so strong on occupation that it really should force CBW to have to capture an arc and really rely heavily on the arc, because we didn't see big skills getting popped. So it makes it very dicey when you're going into that second arc. You're really resting on your skill, the person who's responsible for your skills, to not absolutely choke, because it could be the difference between winning and losing the match.
Agreed. And I think you said it, man. Like, OLympia looks very strong in the occupation, so I think that, in my opinion, for CBW, I think you need to turn in that arc and then, you know, take advantage of your skill in the middle, which we saw in the first arc, where they were able to, in my opinion, you know, do a pretty good job at kind of securing that middle ground and then securing that arc. So I definitely think it should be turned in very soon, for them to kind of continue to stay close to this game, because I'm literally seeing red taking up half the map, like at multiple periods of the match.
Yeah, and that's what makes this one very interesting, right? Because based on what I'm seeing from OLympia, I'm kind of expecting something a little different for the second arc, and that would make me a little nervous if I was CBW. You know, in all intents and purposes, maybe they don't even go for it. You know, they just contest it and just stick with the structures, because their structure game has looked dominant in this regard. But you can't just give them a free grab either. You definitely want to make them have to earn it a little bit. But the OLympia structure game is phenomenal right now as we look at that picture-in-picture between these two altars.
My gosh, look at that, like, aggressiveness all around, man. And again, like as I'm looking at the amount of people in each lane, I feel like OLympia did a really good job at kind of assigning the correct number of people per lane, and CBW is doing the same thing. But I feel like it's always been on. OLympia has always been the one on the offensive for these structures. Like, that's what I've been seeing for the last 10 minutes.
And I feel like they might have overloaded a little bit onto, or added an additional marches onto these altars, which is always a smart play. You might give up your shrine every now and then, but being able to hold altars and constantly take them is huge, because they're the biggest point scoring structures in the game mode at 150 points each per minute. So that's where this lead constantly keeps increasing. And I can kind of understand what CBW is trying to do, but I'm not necessarily sure that they are trying to do it. I think they're trying to close the gap a little bit, so that because they understand this arc is not going to level them out and it's not going to put them on top, but at least enough to where when they rotate back towards middle, that last arc will put them over the top. But that's putting a lot of pressure on that next arc for sure.
That's ballsy. That's ballsy, my friend. But you know, if they pull it through, then if they pull it off, then obviously it was the right decision. But right now, how OLympia is playing, man, that's risky. That is really risky.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep our eyes on those structures. Once again, you know what I mean? Look at the structures. 3 altars to 1 in favor of OLympia. And you really want to see CBW with this rally going in, swarming this structure as well. Just throwing it all caution to the wind as we see them finally capture the arc with 27 minutes left. Great timing. This is what I was talking about earlier, where they're timing it where they're rally and they're zeroing out all their marches, because once you zero out, they'll be going back and they're instantly rotating towards middle. So there is no downside, and that's where controlling the arc really helps, because you can control this timing.
Oh man, yeah, actually, that timing could be really good for CBW. Can they take advantage of this right now? Because the game is, masters me wrong, about 2,000 points. So it's anybody's game right now. And by them taking that structure, again, point disruption is very key, because they still are losing in points per minute against OLympia at 360 to 440.
Yeah, and we're going to keep our eyes. We still got 7 minutes before the arc, appears, and usually around the 5-minute mark is when everybody's going to start forming up in the middle. So seeing these rotations, I do like what I'm seeing from OLympia, where they're trying to neutralize the structure, and then you should see them probably leave a couple marches, but those yellow ones will definitely be marching forward to try to kill off their marches in an effort before having to rotate towards middle. So let's keep our eyes on that. This Jad is still holding up, and that's quite impressive for sure.
See right here, like in my opinion, so there's a lot of red marches on the side of OLympia and yellow marches. Like, would the right call, because they're going to take this, like, would the right call be to retreat them now? I mean, they took it, so I think the right call may be to retreat them now, and then, because they're very short marching this away from the cities, and then reset to go middle. I think that's the play, which some of these players are doing. But this second arc is really critical for both teams.
Yeah, and I agree with that point. You know, it was an awkward timing, which is good. You know, it gave them that chance. I think if it was closer to like the 5.5 minute mark, it makes it a little bit dicey, you know, doing it, you know, or if it was a little bit later, they could have done it. But I do like the idea that you were saying of they're so close. If you can march back, then just march back and resend full marches. But as we're saying that, look at the map and the structures and what CBW is doing.
Oh man, CBW is definitely doing what they can to close the gap. They are now winning the points per minute, 510 to 440 against Olympia. So if they can get this second arc, I think we could definitely see a lead change here, as long as they can maintain the structure game and they continue being aggressive if they capture the arc. So it's gonna, I'll tell you, it's gonna be within 5,000 points. Actually, I said 3,000 points. It's gonna be a close game over next 25 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? They're only down by 2,000. This next arc is worth 3,500. So they're not really leaving themselves much room for error if something does go down. They're also banking on their provisioner being better than the Olympia provisioner, which could be the case, but you never know. But when it comes to the structures, what's happening now is it really applies a lot of pressure on CBW to have to hold their structures in an effort to keep this lead where it's at, and then try to pull this arc here at 4.5 minutes and potentially take the lead.
And look at the time now, Bobo, 4 minutes and 34 seconds left. There's going to be a lot of late rotators, in my opinion, from the Olympia team, because there's so many of them up here at the Desert Altar, and all the other blue buildings are blinking blue. So, picture in picture does showcase that. If you look at the map, it looks like CBW definitely has a lot more players in the middle, and they're kind of engaging to kind of, you know, maybe bring some of these troops to low health. But this rotation is going to be really interesting to see on both sides on who's going to take this next arc.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if CBW pulls back, if they pull back or not. And yeah, I was going to say that, you know, Olympia is definitely going to bring in more marches, and you don't want to get caught out, because the worst thing that you can do here is take a full march and yellow it in the first 30 seconds.
Depending on their skill bars, I would assume to the death for both sides. And based on the last
based on what I'm thinking with it's going to be interesting. Yeah, here's the formation, and it's that awkward formation sometimes that it's just to pull you to the side and really optimize for those marches. They're going to get the skills popped, and it's always an interesting play when it comes to this.
Oh man, here we go, everybody. This is going to define what the momentum of this match. Team Olympia for CBW. Everyone's joining up in the middle. Skills about to be popped very shortly. Oh man, I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Who's going to take this middle? Spam the chat. CBW or is it going to be Olympia? What do you guys think?
Yeah, make sure while you're there, guys, smash that like button. We're a couple of hundred likes away from hitting 1K likes on the cast for the day. This is the last one for the weekend, so we truly do appreciate it and hope y'all are enjoying all the casts that Redline and I are bringing y'all this fine weekend. So we're leading into what looks like could be the last arc for the weekend between Olympia and CBW. And if you are CBW, you really do need this one. But they are doing a good job on the outside. I am seeing their altars. They're at least keeping it tied up, 590 to 510, slightly in favor of CBW. And War Drum's getting popped from Olympia as they approach. Here it goes.
Has been started. Here we go. No skills yet from CBW. Oh, here we go. To the death as well. 3 skills. Is CBW gonna pop any skills? It's coming. It has to be coming. It looks like no skills were popped at this time. All on the side of Olympia. Unless I'm missing something, Volva.
Unless it just magically popped on top of each other. I don't see any bars or circles, but look at the sad faces. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. So many blue sad faces coming out with 18 seconds. Look at that. With 18 seconds left before the arc spawns, and there are so many.
Oh my gosh. Was such a close match. Oh.
There had the no skills thing really throws me for a loop right there. But as we see it, the arc is getting scooped up by Olympia, and they're gonna run it. And just like that, like I said, the holding sometimes is never the way to go, because now, you know, if you are the side of Olympia, you do not even need to capture it. Just hold it as long as humanly possible. That will be the last arc that we are going to see. And now we are watching Olympia progress forward on the map.
I'm just really surprised there were no skills popped on the CBW side at all whatsoever. So I don't know if there was an issue on whoever was in charge of skills, but very surprising to me. And now, because of that, Olympia is going to have full marches going against the Shrine of War and the Desert Altar on the opposite sides, because that's the normal rotation you do. You secure arc, you got full marches, you go in and swarm that thing. And with the skills also, there's a higher chance of them getting it.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. This picture-in-picture, we're watching both of these, the altar and the shrine, getting swarmed as they vectored out. But look at how many Jads we're seeing on the field. There's so many.
I'm just going to assume that they're on the field because they're going to swap them in and out. I don't know if they're really truly open field marches, but yes, we are definitely seeing a lot of Jads on the field in most recent matches. But now with To the Death, War Drums, Mystical Formation popped on Olympia, you know, they're going to have that additional bonus when they're swarming these structures to take them back from CW.
Yeah, right now we're bringing up that picture-in-picture between the two. I believe it's both altars. I'm trying to see. No, that's a shrine, and then the altar over here on the left-hand side. Jad and Zenobia, just look at the difference. So I feel like Jad has been holding up far better in this game mode, in this event, than Zenobia has for sure. And so that's what's making this very, very interesting to watch, and just kind of watching those March compositions. You know what I mean? They look fairly even, a lot of XYs, a lot of Boudikas, and definitely way more Ethels than I think we're accustomed to seeing on both sides right here.
Yeah, this is actually the most Ethels I've seen since previous matches, because Ethel Trajan is a really good March to have with that additional March speed and the increased skill damage that could be used in big balls like this. So really good on both teams to kind of utilize those marches to kind of optimize, you know, their murder balls. But it's just death, man. I'm just looking at death. This is like KBK to me right here. It's nonstop. Nothing. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and dude, the structures, look at that. Even as they hold the arc, CBW were able to reel them in a little bit. So they're only down by 800 points. So, you know, they're slowly bringing them in. But like we said, that last arc is going to be worth 3,500 points. So how are they going to make it up, Red? With 16 minutes left, if you're CBW, what's the best way for them to make up that deficit that they're going to have with the arc?
I mean, right now they're doing it. Right now, by having having all 4 altars, right, they're closing the gap. They need to secure those as much as possible to kind of continue closing that gap, and then disrupt OLympia from, getting them back and accumulating points. And I think provisioning is going to be really key here, because I think OLympia will hold this and not have a second arc. The timing's too close. Like, there's no way there's going to be a second arc. So it's going to come down to the structures and provisions, man. Point disruptions are key here.
Yeah, and I like what CBW is doing right now. They're holding 3 of the 4 altars. A couple of them are blinking, and as I say that, one just flips over. But that's going to be the name of the game. You know what I mean? They're reeling them in. Now it's only 500 points. They got to focus on the high scoring structures, right? We all want the shrines. We want the buffs, of course. But at this point in the game, you're trying to make up a deficit. You need to get those high scoring structures, which are your altars, at 150 points per minute.
I also I thought about as well. These matches can only play on the PC version or Android, I believe, right? So I'm really interested to see how these players who are normally playing iPads or tablets, how they accustom to the PC version, and does that affect any of their gameplays? Because reinforcing from a PC versus reinforcing from an iPad is so much different. Using touchscreen and versus a mouse. So I wonder if any experienced players are experiencing any issues with that in their gameplay. It's just something to think about.
See, and I like that because it adds a new element to the game, right? It adds a skill gap. Because now you're adding in shortcuts, right? We have the brand new shortcuts with the PC version where you can select only marches on your screen or all the marches regardless of where they're at, which is key, right? Because when we talk about, Red, when the call out's made, hey, we need everybody to send one provision march, but you still need to go out and fight. How many times on an iPad have we double click, select all of our marches, and then accidentally drag the provision march out on accident? But now with the PC version, there's shortcuts where you can select specific ones, shortcuts for a specific march if you want to. There's so many really cool, unique features with the PC version that adds a nice little skill gap. Yeah.
Agreed. And it's something that I'm still getting used to. For me, I'm definitely a full-blown iPad player. But with the PC version, especially for Grand Prix, I'm definitely having to get used to this. But I can definitely imagine some people are still getting accustomed to the gameplay. But as we're talking about that, Bobo, look at the left side of the map. CB has taken all structures without the obelisk on the left side. So they're definitely doing what they need to do to close the gap once OLympia does score that arc, which is about 3,500 points. So it could be really close. It could be something similar to the last game.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of flip-flop because I'm keeping my eyes on that points per minute. It was 590 to 360, but they were showing 3 altars. So what that's telling me is that the neutral game is really strong right now between both of these teams, as they're not able to increase and really take advantage of those points per minute. And just like that, guys, we're talking about structure game. CBW do take the lead. They are now in the lead by 400 points. They are down an arc, so that's going to be an extra 3,500 that won't be in their favor. So they're really trying to drive that home with 12 minutes left. And Red, I think it's going to come down to the wire, brother. Is CBW going to be able to pull out these structures and really reel them back in?
Dude, literally, the entire map is on fire right now. OLympia is being aggressive, CB is being aggressive, especially on the remaining altars that are in possession of OLympia. They are going hard in the last 12 minutes. These points will definitely be crucial once that arc is scored, because I'm telling you now, I said 3,000 points. I think it's going to be less than 1,000 points that this match is going to be resolved. I think so. I really think so.
I'm waiting for it within the last minute or two. Insatiable Desire getting popped on the side of CBW. I just have this feeling it's going to get popped towards the very, very end. And that's going to be kind of their clutch play with the last, 30 seconds, 45 seconds in, where all their guys are coming in, and that's where they're putting all their eggs in that one basket. But yeah, we're going to keep our eyes. Structures are now reflipping back to OLympia. So CBW definitely need to flip that over and see if they're going to be able to pull this back out as the rally comes in on this altar, Red.
Oh, CBW is going heavy on this altar. Oh, they want this bad. They want this bad. Oh, and look at Makote coming out from the side. You saw that? He's coming from the side right there, trying to do a little ranking. Okay, a little flank on them. They take this out. This will be a huge help because right now it's only 700 points. in favor of CBW. And again, when they score that $3,500 arc, 3,500 point arc. It's gonna be around like a little less than 3,000 points differential.
You got to purchase that arc, guys. I'm just kidding. No, that's funny. There you go. There's Olympia, Insatiable Desire, but that's coming on the side of Olympia. I believe somebody in chat said, maybe we missed it, that CBW popped Insatiable Desire as well, but I'm not sure. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But both teams popping Insatiable Desire. 3 altars, apologies, on the side of CBW. So they are slowly bringing them in. But look at the points per minute, 480 to 440. So they have not ticked over, and that's really telling us that, you know, the neutral game is very strong as we were expecting for sure.
Oh man, this is gonna be intense. They're still holding on to the arc, Volvo. So this, again, less than 10 minutes left. Again, I think the next couple pushes are going to be really key here to kind of disrupt the points, but then provisions are going to be the thing that really determines who's going to be the victor here. With Insatiable Desire pop, Boba, that makes me obviously believe that OLympia is really focusing on provisioning right now to make sure they keep that lead.
The irony, right? Winning and losing based on farming skills. Let's go. You love to see it, right? The most underrated. We always joke about it, right? The best fighters, but it's going to come down to who has the best farmers on their team. And, you know, with less than 9 minutes left coming in, got hard push from Olympia. I expect something similar if they are saving their skills, possibly from CBW coming in at the last couple of minutes when they're trying to push for this neutral.
Man, this game is way too close. So, guys, it's way too close. Altars are 2-2. I don't know, man. I feel like Olympia might have this because that they're maintaining the points per minute with and have that arc in the back of their hand, and they're the only ones who pop Insatiable Desire, unless we missed it, like you called. So I feel like they're doing what they need to do to make sure they keep the lead. With this, and now they have 3 of the 4 altars. So let's see what CBW does, Boba, to kind of, you know, pull this one out of the bag with the small lead they have left.
Olympia has all 4 altars right now. Oof. But I will say this: CBW now has a 1K lead on Olympia. Now keep in mind, like we kept saying, there's still provisions that gotta come in, that 3.5K arc. So technically, Olympia is up by 2,000 points, right? That's not including provisioners. Yep. So, you know, you're really having, you want to try to get this down get this up as high as possible. A 2K lead would be pretty nice in favor of CBW, because you know that arc's going to come into play very soon. And as we click under, I'm very surprised that they still haven't captured it, because another arc cannot spawn. But we should see that lead here switch here in in probably less than a minute. And these altars are constantly flipping once again, back and forth, back and forth.
Man, dude, Olympia is doing a really good job at contesting these altars back and forth, like just flipping it back and forth, not allowing CBW to get any points on these altars in the last 7 minutes. So they're doing a really good job, and this is crunch time for CBW to really hone in and try to increase their lead. And it looks like they did turn in the arc, Boba, so it's a little less than 2,000 points. Actually less than 3,000 points in favor of Olympia, man. So this 6-7 minutes is going to be crucial for CBW. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, 2,800. It sounds like a lot to a lot of people, but when you have provision skills, we haven't been really looking to see if they sent a lot more provisioners on the side of CBW as well, additional marches. That can easily be made in a big gap very quickly if you're not careful. But right now, with 6.5 minutes left, what are we looking for, Red, to kind of round out this match if you're CBW trying to pull out the victory?
With the 6 minutes left, I think that if you look at the map, everything is blinking. So whoever can flip these is definitely going to be helpful. So CBW can flip these 3 buildings that they're engaging heavily on, and just stop them from getting points from those structures. That could at least give them a chance for provisions to come in and kind of give them the lead. But again, that's going to be close, man. 3,000 points in the last 6 minutes from provisions, it's going to be tough. So we'll see what they will pull out the bag.
Yeah, especially with how strong OLympia's looked with their structure game. I think it's gonna be very difficult for CBW to kind of make it up that way. As we look right now, they are now down by 3,000. So some of these provisioners are starting to make their way home. And we're looking at 3 altars on the side of CBW. Let's see if they can hold them as these provisioners start to come in the next couple of minutes. Usually it'll be around the 2-minute mark. Well, they'll ideally try to come back and start capturing those points.
Dude, that getting that altar right there is clutch for not allowing OLympia to get any more points. Whether or not they're still getting CB doesn't get points off them, the point disruption is key. So now, what's going to happen for the provisioners to come in the last 5 minutes? Will it make a difference? I haven't seen Insatiable Desire unless, again, we missed it.
Yeah, and that's something we'll keep our eyes on for sure. You know, they're trying to reel them back in. 3,000, they're increasing the lead slow and steady, and that makes it a little bit better. There you go. You're starting to see the tick on those altars starting to come in because the points are starting to decrease. They're only up by, what is it, 2,600? So they can start to reel them in. 25? Well, dude, where's the handy dandy calculator when you need it? You know what I'm saying? Dude, Drago definitely would have had those calculations, right? He's probably there on chat. Man. He's probably there in chat already ready to correct us. But nah, shout out to Drago and Chis. Did a phenomenal job yesterday on all 4 of their casts. We're hoping that y'all are enjoying all of the casts that are coming in for week 1 of the Anniversary Grand Prix. And Red, we got 4 minutes left. My guy, what are you looking for from either side to kind of rein this in?
Man, I'm just looking. I really, it's going to come down to the provisions now, man. That's what's going to come down to here. I'm literally glued onto the scoreboard to see what provisioners are coming in the last 3.5 minutes, because that's going to be the key thing. I mean, the last, you'll get maybe 1 or 2 ticks from the last 3.5 minutes, right? But it's going to be provisions that are really going to be the key here. And Laguna with the hard push, so I don't know, man. This is going to be really close. Really close.
Yeah, and I think they're really... that skill in particular is very good for what they're trying to do, which is they're going to try to neutralize and cap as soon as possible to get those extra additional ticks at the very, very end of the match as we bring up a picture-in-picture between the altar and the Shrine of War. Oh man, look at OLympia. All I see is red going forward, and the aggression is real.
Oh man, this is getting intense. For everyone watching, if you guys are enjoying the match, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, like the stream. I believe, Boba, you said that we were almost at 1,000 likes. Help us get there. We appreciate you guys for tuning in and watching me and Boba on this long day of streaming the 4 matches and ending it with a banger here with OLympia and CBW.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping my eyes on these structures because we're getting to that realm of at 2 minutes, right? Even when they pull it down, you might have maybe, if you time it right, 1 more tick. But that's where the neutral game comes in very strong, and where that hard push is really going to pay dividends for CBW if they do need those extra ticks. The last second ticks on some of these structures, try to rein them in as they are down by 3.2k points right now. And OLympia's looking very strong. We should start seeing provisioners coming in about the next 30 seconds, Red. Let's see how good of farmers they are.
I don't know, man. Here we go, chat. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty here. So the call should be made now for all provisioners to get back and get those last points they can obtain from those caravans. So we'll see what CBW pulls out the bag, unless OLympia comes out of nowhere with another 1k points from provisions. So this is nail biter, everybody. Nail biter for sure.
And I have a feeling we're about to see some jumps here in the score here in the next 15 seconds, as the provisioners should already start making their way home, unless we see a skill like a running charge or something where they're going to hang for the last 45 seconds, which is a thing, if you're using Cav and stuff like that. But we're going to keep our eyes with 50 seconds left. Red, let's You bring it in, brother. You bring it in.
It's chat. Here we go. Again, the points per minute are not going to matter anymore, right? It's less than a minute now. They probably had all the ticks they needed. Who is going to bring in the provisions for CBW to make a comeback here of almost 4,000 points? And again, it looks slim, Boba, from what I'm seeing, but you know, there's a will, there's a way, man. And I'm looking for that jump for me to jump out of my chair and say, "Oh my God, look what they just did." But 15 seconds left,
15
everybody.
seconds.
You know, either way, win or lose, both teams, amazing match so far. And coming down to the wire here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, we waited so long. I was expecting it. I'm definitely going to be interested to see that tail of the tape, though, for sure, between that match, because I felt like we were going to see a big jump, like you were saying, for sure, on that one.
I was hoping for it, man. Like, you know, like, and I know initially I thought it was going to be a 3K match, but it was pretty much a 3K match. But based on the tempo, it was gonna be really, really close, and it was really close. So kudos to both teams, but Boba, man, to end the day with that match. Congrats to both teams, CBW and Olympia. You guys really put on a really good show. It was nonstop. It was a banger. I'm just gonna say it was a banger, guys. Both teams did really well. The occupations game from Olympia was amazing. CBW was definitely putting in the work to, you know, own mid, but at the same time, you know, kind of countering towards the end what Olympia was doing. But to me, Boba, what the game changer was that second arc. I don't know what happened to the skills. People said the skills were popped, but I don't know, because they got really wiped pretty fast in the middle. So more skills popped.
They got wiped.
Again, that definitely was the game changer for me, in my opinion, and the way that Olympia was able to hold down, you know, the structures, you know, throughout the match. So kudos to Olympia, man. Like, they did a really good job. But good job to both teams. Your thoughts, Boba?
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, it leans in a little bit into my point of, I think it was a combo of the transition between the first arc and the second arc. I feel like if CBW had that third arc, I really think they probably could have pulled that. And if they did pop skills, if they didn't pop skills, whatever it was, if they didn't pop skills, they would have had them all for the third arc. But it was that decision right there, which hindsight being 2020, of course. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, both of these teams absolutely came out and beyond. Olympia surprising me. I hope that all of y'all were as surprised as we were. Strategists, I tell you, strategy translates. And in a game mode like this, where everything is level, there is no differences. It all comes down to strategy. And when you have players that optimize for those types of game modes that require a lot of strategy, you know, this is what you can get, and that's exciting. I'm excited to see next week as they're gonna go up against 254. But yeah, Red.
Yeah, and with this amazing match, we're gonna go to the most valuable player, which is on CB, which is CBL Maverick. Congrats on getting the MVP. Tough matchup against Olympia, but you know, to get this title, congrats to you, man. Mad respect. But unfortunately, CBW will not be advancing, and Olympia will be the ones. And Boba, before we move on to the next thing, they're playing as 254, man, and I'm on that team. And based on what I saw, man, it's going to be definitely a handful for 254, my friend. Holy moly! I think this is going to be a great match, but I'm really excited to face the team as such, Olympia, in next week's match. So I'm really excited to see what's in store for us and what we come up with to kind of meet them in the field. But Boba, I'm going to go into the stats here. So close game, a little less than 5,000 points. Arc and Poseidon score pretty even, 3,000 in favor of CBW. Sorry, 3,000 for CBW, 3,500 points for Olympia with that second arc. Occupation score, 4K in favor of Olympia. Man, I'm telling you, they were holding on to the structures. First time we got it right, brother. First time we got it right.
We got it right.
Dude.
We're professionals.
Look at provisions. CBW did have more provisions, and maybe the Station Cyber was pulled, but it wasn't enough to kind of take that lead. But Boba, look at the kills. Olympia.
Yeah, we've we've been noticing that all day. The kills are looking like when we see those top 16 games in regular Osiris, where all the kills are like it's an absolute bloodbath of 85 plus million kills on each side, and it's just, and that's what makes this very exciting. It's action packed. We saw some units healed, so somebody was going ham. And then, of course, those 30-30 teleports, which is traditional, but that's kind of a meme at that point, healing troops. But, you know, all in all, I think this one went kind of the way we thought, you know, when we were casting over it, where the occupation was very solid. The arcs looked both very solid. And then now they're pulling up the detailed report as well.
Yeah, man. As you know, as stated earlier, like I obviously there's some really big names in both these teams, but like that edge that OLympia had today just really showcasing the match, man. Especially with the amount of kills, the kills differential between the both. OLympia did what they needed to do, man. Shout out to OLympia for executing and you know gaining the momentum in this match. And again, CBW, man, congrats on having an amazing match. But looking forward to next week's matches, man, because it's getting to that wire, dude. It's getting to that wire for that championship ring that, you know, everyone's been talking about. So really excited to see, you know, what's coming up next week.
You want to know the scary part is we have, I believe it's 3 champions on the left side of the bracket. An absolute gauntlet is going down next week between all the matches that are going to be happening. And the right side, a lot of surprise teams. You know what I mean? A lot of surprise teams. And, you know, I'm ready. And as we queue up this replay, Red, what are some things that we definitely want to make sure that the audience sees?
Dude, it's the execution of all the marches are how OLympia put their marches in specific timings for everything. Like literally, I felt they were doing constant pressure at the beginning. Literally, buildings were flipping at all times. Like, I just feel like for some reason, OLympia knew where to be at the right time. The call-outs where the communication was there, and they definitely made it tough for CB, and which got them the victory for OLympia. But again, execution is a key word for the day, man, and communication.
Yeah, and I like as we're bringing some of these brand new graphics and part of the replay where they're bringing the arrows and really showing y'all breakdowns, because it allows y'all the opportunity as a viewer to see it kind of a high, you know, overview of what's going on, and just kind of what's making it different. A lot of the teams that we saw strategies for utilize different breakoffs, which is very cool. The utilization of Jad, I think, is becoming top tier. With most of these teams now in replacement of Zenobia and Garrison, which is key, you know, a lot faster, but she tends to hold up a lot better. And as we're seeing here, to the death getting popped. Oh, so they did pop it. No, that was the first arc.
Oh, so they did pop it.
I apologize.
Oh,
yeah.
Was it?
Was it the first?
Let's just say it was
double popped, right? There you go.
Yeah, let's just say they both popped.
They melted super fast for popping to the death. I will say that.
Right, and that's what I thought. Like, again, it could have been some type of lag that happened during the match, but if it was pop, whatever OLympia did, holy crap, they definitely wiped the field. But it was a really close game, man. And again, shout out to both teams, and congratulations to OLympia for advancing to the next round. Well done. So everyone, this was the last match of the day. As you can see, here's the updated bracket. Starting next week on the 23rd, you're going to have CMO and OneV, OV and JST, New V and 64PL, and then the most recent winners, OLympia versus 1254 on the 23rd. I really hope that you guys enjoyed me and Bulba today on this cast. You know, definitely my first time, and I hope you guys really enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel to see next week's matches, and make sure to also follow me and Bulba on YouTube for additional Rise of Kingdom content. We appreciate you guys very much. Much love, and we'll see you guys on the next one.
Thank you.
Peace out, everybody. Have a great day. Bye.